Make sure you guys hit that like button for me, please. Hit that like button. We're gonna get this thing started pretty soon. Like I said, normally don't do these in the morning. A lot of people aren't up. A lot of people are sleeping. But nonetheless, man, it's something. It's a topic right now that I really want to talk about. See where you guys' heads are. But anyways, Texas. We're gonna start with Texas and Oklahoma because that's basically the root of all this realignment, conference realignment talk. So apparently, Texas and Oklahoma have been in contact with the SEC about joining. Now, apparently, the SEC is all for it. You're talking about two powerhouse teams with big fan base, big money behind them, a lot of TV, you name it. What's going on, Taz Asian King? How you doing, boss? But so here you have a Texas and an Oklahoma where they're naturally the powerhouses in the Big 12. Now, as of recently, Iowa State has been making a little name for themselves, but nonetheless, they still lost the Big 12 championship to Oklahoma. Now, Oklahoma has been dominating recently in the Big 12. They've basically won every conference championship. I think they back 6 years now. So Texas A&M with Texas A&M over moved over to the SEC. They basically wanted to get away from Texas, wanted some of the spotlight on them. Being in the SEC gave them a better advantage in recruiting and so forth. So now with Texas coming over to that conference, it pretty much create kind of like an issue for Texas A&M now. Now they would have to share the recruitments, with a Texas team because the SEC had that much drag. A lot of kids wants to play in the SEC because they know ESPN and a lot of sports. A lot of sports network back the SEC. So now Texas will come on over and get a piece of that pie. Oklahoma also, but what does that mean for the Big 12? Because if you take out Texas and Oklahoma, you basically take out the two powerhouses. Everybody else will just it'll drop down to only being 8 teams. Now it's crazy because it's the Big 12, but there's not 12 teams in there. There's 10, and when you take out Texas and Oklahoma, now you're leave with 8. Now this SEC move is not supposed to take place until 2025, but will Texas will Texas and Oklahoma buy their way out of the contract? Because if they do buy out of the contract right now, they both will be paying 76 million apiece just to get out of the contract. Now, Oklahoma and Texas did say that they will honor the contract all the way to 2025, and then they'll join the SEC. But me personally, I don't think that's going to last. I think there's a lot of animosity between the Big 12 and Texas and Oklahoma at the moment because, even when they have their little meetings or whatever, or their meetup talk, whatever, Texas and Oklahoma was a no-show. So you have Texas and Oklahoma leaving. So what does that mean for a rivalry game between like Oklahoma and Oklahoma State, or even will they rebuild a rivalry between Texas and Texas A&M while they're in the SEC? What does that mean for the Big Ten? What does that mean for the ACC? Because what you're looking at right now is with Texas and Oklahoma in the SEC, that now becomes a super conference, 16-team super conference. Now there are some draggers in that conference, regardless. But when you have Texas, Oklahoma, Alabama, Georgia, LSU, Florida, those primary teams right there that normally are in the top of the SEC, you've basically created a system now to where any of those teams could be in the playoff at any given chance. And with the playoffs going to 12 teams, you possibly could see a SEC dominated playoffs where there possibly could be, 4 or 5 teams that's from the SEC in the playoffs when it's all said and done. Now, a con to all of this could be Oklahoma, Texas coming in. The SEC could possibly be looking at teams with 3, 4 losses at the end of the season because they're so, high powered and dominant to where some of these matchups where you might see Alabama could finish 12-0 in regular season. Now they might be finishing maybe 11-1, 10-2, maybe even 9-3 down in those areas. A team like Georgia could possibly, pick up a couple losses because they're playing more high caliber teams now. And then you have the fact that teams like Vanderbilt and Tennessee, Arkansas, and those the bottom feeders, South Carolina, those teams, how do they get ahead now when they have more dominant teams to play against, more dominant teams to recruit against? Because think about it, Texas and Oklahoma now, before they was in the Big 12, you didn't have to pretty much worry about recruiting your conference with them. So now you got to worry about a Texas and Oklahoma, 2 additions to the SEC to basically recruit against even harder. What's going on, Revly? How you doing, boss? Young Jedi, how you doing, boss? This is a bad move for Texas and Oklahoma unless they get a better defense. Now, speaking of that, a lot of people are putting Oklahoma in the top position to win the 2021 championship. One, because of their high-powered offense. So when you have an offense, they're basically saying it's switching from defense to offense, because a lot of people say defense win games. Well, now it's looking more like if you got a high-powered offense that could score more points and put up more points, you might could get a win off. So that's why a lot of people is giving Oklahoma the highest possible chance to win the championship this year. Now, the animosity between the teams in the Big 12, I think you're going to see it play out this season, and I'm not quite sure, but I don't think Texas and Oklahoma is going to last till 2025 in the Big 12. I think that the SEC might actually buy out those contracts. I think Texas and Oklahoma might actually buy out those contracts. Now, when that do happen, you have to look at the ACC and you have to look at the Big 10 and even the Pac-12. These teams over here in the Big 12 now, once Texas and Oklahoma is gone, you're left with 8 teams. I don't think that conference is strong enough or could pick up any team around them to actually make them strong enough to compete with a SEC or have any sort of advantage when it comes to recruiting against the SEC. So what I do think will happen is maybe Texas Tech and Baylor might go over to the Pac-12. That'll be a huge pickup for the Pac-12. They were pretty close, not too far apart, because you got to look at it from geographic point of view also. It got to make sense. And then when it comes to like Iowa State and Kansas, those teams could possibly go up to the Big 10. So the SEC will get the 2 stronger teams with Texas and Oklahoma, but the other conference, these other teams in this conference could possibly move to other conference. Think about Kansas. Football wise, Kansas is terrible. No doubt about it. Kansas is terrible. But when you look at it from a basketball perspective, Kansas going up to the Big 10 will boost them immediately. For basketball wise, Kansas is a great addition to any conference. Any conference would love to have Kansas. Revenue and TV time, you name it, ratings, everything, that'll be boosted. So, let me see here. AT2I, how do you feel about conference realignment? I'll follow up after that. So conference realignment, I'm all for it because then again, Texas and Oklahoma have already made the move, so there's no going back now. 2025, Texas and Oklahoma, if not sooner, will be a part of the SEC. So SEC will be if no other conference makes any moves, then this basically just empowered the whole SEC, and the SEC will run college football completely. But I do believe that the contract with them is not going to last till 2025. It's going to happen sooner. Now, ACC wise, ACC has some options. Now, Notre Dame, there's rumors for Notre Dame right now for basically 2023 that Notre Dame could possibly join the ACC. So that'll be done a lot sooner. Now, let's say Texas and Oklahoma decide, okay, we're not going to wait till 2025. We're going to pay out the buyout of this, contract with the Big 12, and we're going to go on over to the SEC sooner. Now, what I think will happen is with Notre Dame could go either way. Notre Dame could go to the ACC, or they could possibly go to the Big 12. The Big 10. Now, I do believe Notre Dame will swing more towards the ACC because if you look at Notre Dame as a whole, Notre Dame is in the ACC in every other sports except for football. So, in this season just passed, you saw Notre Dame played in the ACC, even played in the conference championship against Clemson. So, I do think the ACC would be a bigger swing for Notre Dame, but with Notre Dame coming in, that would make the ACC a 15-team conference, which I do believe now with Notre Dame coming in, I do think the ACC would need another to even it out on both sides to go to a 16-team conference to possibly be a super conference just like the SEC, just not as, strong and stacked. So I do believe the best fit possibly for the ACC is maybe bringing in a West Virginia. West Virginia to the ACC would make a lot of sense. West Virginia is right there on the coast, aligned with all the teams that pretty much play in the ACC. And on top of that, they have a lot of rivals and a lot of history with a lot of the teams in the ACC. You have Virginia Tech, you have the Miami, you have, all those games that they play against teams right there in that section. So I think if West Virginia was smart, they would align themselves with the ACC ahead of time because last time they did these realignments, West Virginia didn't make any move and end up being a wrong fit, being put into the Big 12. And you see how that's worked out for them in the past couple seasons. Let me see. Demetrius, what's going on? How you doing, man? Mad Veteran says, hey, this is your brother from Oklahoma that lines in Arkansas is married to a Oklahoma. Sooners don't care where we go. Much love to you. Your Hurricanes. Oh man, give me a shout out. Hey, shout out to Mad Veteran. Appreciate that. He also gave a $10 donation. A $20 donation. Appreciate that, boss. Every donations on the channel do get, a special treatment. So let me give you your special treatment for now. Even though you're an Oklahoma Sooner, man, appreciate that a lot. I made a little bit of money. All right, appreciate that. All donations appreciated. Thank you, boss. Let me see. Let me get caught up with the chat before I go back to talking. Yeah, I keep seeing everyone saying Miami will get left out. Miami and the ACC is fine where they're at. We're not getting left out of anything. Texas and Oklahoma will join the SEC. Miami and the ACC, Clemson, Florida State, and all those other teams in the ACC will be just fine. We'll just need to add 2 more teams to our conference. I think I think we'll go from. I think the Big 12 will dissolve completely. I think those teams in the Big 12 will move over to the Pac 12 and the Big 10 and ACC with West Virginia. So I think the ACC will be fine. The ACC, Miami, and the ACC won't be left out of anything. We'll be completely fine in our conference, unless the ACC decides that they just want to do away with that conference, and I doubt that. Miami is too big of a brand to not get left out of anything. Yeah, Miami's one of the biggest brands in college football, if not. So you trust me, there's always a conference that will be willing to take Miami. I think if Miami wanted to play in the Pac 12, for God's sake, I think they would be more than willing to make those plane trips to play in Miami. That's a huge market. Miami is never going to be left out of the conference. Nick Saban Jr. says West Virginia to the ACC would be nice. Yeah, that would be nice. Miami has a lot of history with West Virginia. A lot of the teams in the ACC play West Virginia on the regular and have a lot of history with them. West Virginia to the Big 12 never made sense from the beginning. So I do believe West Virginia coming to the ACC would be one of the smartest moves for West Virginia and the ACC at that. With a lot of rivalries, with a lot of history being brought back up, a lot of fans will show up to those games. A lot of people will be paying attention to this game. And if West Virginia could come in and start winning ball games right away and, make an impact, then that'll be good for the conference and good for West Virginia. Orange and green blood, what's going on? Okay, so ACC need Notre Dame, UCF, Georgia, West Virginia. I don't quite think so. Now, Georgia leaving the SEC, that's not happening. That's totally not happening. Now, I can definitely see Notre Dame and West Virginia. UCF, not so much. I don't think we would want to have 3 ACC teams in the state of Florida. I mean, UCF is doing great right now, recruiting wise, and they're getting a buzz around their name because of Gus Malzahn and all the things that's going on at UCF. But I'm not quite sure if UCF is on that level yet to where the ACC would want to bring in a UCF. But nonetheless, we'll see how that plays out. I'm also hearing talks about possibly Cincinnati, to the ACC. So as of right now, there's no information out there that's saying any of this will happen and that the UCF would actually leave the conference that they're in now. So major talks around West Virginia and Notre Dame possibly to the ACC, but Georgia leaving the SEC, I don't think that'll happen. I don't think so at all. I mean, if Georgia left the SEC, I think Florida would probably have to leave with them, but that's not happening. The SEC is getting stronger. They're not going to lose any members. Where I'm at. All right. Jordan says SEC coming for Clemson. Now, if I was Clemson, I would not make that move. Think about the position that Clemson is in right now. Clemson is in the ACC for the last 5 to 6 years. They have dominated the ACC. They've made their way to the playoffs, and they've actually won a couple championships. Clemson is in a good space in the ACC. They're constantly winning their division, constantly winning the conference, and they have a clear path to the playoffs and possible national championship. So for Clemson to move on over to a dog-filled SEC would not make any sense at this moment, unless something goes terrible with the ACC where the competition and a lot of the teams don't, really fit no more. But Clemson, I think Clemson is not going anywhere. I think Clemson is possibly in the best position they can be in right now. Orange and Green Blood, you have three teams from North Carolina in the ACC, so why not three Virginia? Matter of fact, bringing in UCF could have three teams from Florida. Now, if you look at Texas, for example, with Texas A&M, one of the main reasons Texas A&M went over to the SEC was to get away from Texas Tech and Texas. You know, those three teams, and you have a Baylor. You know, look at the state of Texas. You have three major teams in there, so that's one of the reasons why Texas A&M went on over to the SEC to basically get away from those three, because competing wise with recruiting and the whole state didn't make pretty much sense for them. They was pretty much losing that battle. So when they went over to the SEC, it brought more attention to them. They're playing with the big boys. A lot of the reason why highly rated recruits go to the SEC is because they know they're going to be playing on a national stage in front of everybody all the time. So they kind of gave Texas A&M up on those other teams in the state of Texas. Now with Texas coming over, they're going to have to share the state with Texas, which that's why right now Texas A&M is pretty, pissed off about the whole situation, because they literally went to the SEC to get away from Texas, and now with Texas coming in, it's back to the same old. Now we got to share the state with Texas again, but at least this time around they won't have to share with Texas, Baylor, and Texas Tech. But in the state of Florida, you have Miami and you have Florida State in the state of Florida for the ACC. I think that's pretty fit, whatever. Now, if you look at the SEC, Florida don't want Miami in the SEC. They don't want Florida State in the SEC. They don't want that caliber of attention on Miami or on Florida State, so they can recruit a lot better against, SEC teams and less against Miami and Florida State for the state of Florida. If the attention of the SEC was on Miami and Florida State also, a lot of the highly rated recruits that went to Florida just because of the SEC attention could now possibly be shared with Florida State and Miami. So that's why a lot of teams don't like to be in conference in the same state with other teams of the state. So bringing in a UCF to the ACC would look good on paper, would look good. It would be a good move for USC. They'll be basically the ones that benefits the most. It'll create an in-state rivalry between Miami and UCF and Florida State and UCF. But recruiting-wise, Miami and FSU would have a bigger problem with a UCF down the line. See, right now in the state of Florida, most of the time, Miami and Florida State get their best pick on the recruits, and UCF and USF and those other teams, if not, they get the bottom feed or whatever. They pick off the ones that Miami and Florida State didn't want or couldn't get. So that's what Florida State and Miami would not want. But if UCF were to come on in and join, then matchup wise, it'll create a lot more in-state rivalries, a lot more fans will show up to game. But UCF fan base is nothing compared to Florida State fan base and Miami fan base in the state of Florida. So if the UCF were to come on in, then great for UCF, more beneficial for them, less beneficial for Florida State and Miami. But nonetheless, we'll see how these things plays out. Right now, it's a lot of speculation. Only thing we know at the moment is that Texas and Oklahoma is going to the SEC. So if I was the ACC and I was the Big Ten and Pac-12, I would make moves to basically set myself up in the future to compete with the SEC. Because what you don't want from a TV rating and standpoint, you don't want every single Saturday, college football come on, the only teams are being watched are the teams in the SEC, because then you're going to lose a lot of TV ratings. Then, a lot of these contracts that you're paying out for, TV, nobody's watching. You're not making more money. You're not making ratings. You're not this, that, and the third. A lot of people are paying attention to the SEC because look how strong their conference is. Look at the matchups that's going to be played. When you have a Texas versus an Alabama, Georgia versus a Oklahoma, those kind of games are being played. Most people are going to be tuning in. So if you're the ACC and you're the Big 12, not the Big 12, sorry. If you're the ACC and you're the Big 10 and you're the Pac-12, to compete with that, you're going to need some major teams in your conference also, to where people would want to tune in to watch those matchups. The Notre Dame versus the Miami, the West Virginia versus Miami, Florida State versus Notre Dame, Florida State versus West Virginia, stuff like that. Big matchups. You want to bring teams in. West Virginia versus Virginia Tech, West Virginia versus Virginia. You want to bring teams in that will bring in a lot of ratings also, TV-wise, because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. It's about TV ratings. That's going to push these conference. Say UCF, okay, we already went on that. T2Y Kings Nation go. We need West Virginia, Notre Dame, to see also now. Kansas, and Kansas State. I could see those two possibly going up to the Big Ten, or possibly even over to the Pac-12. I don't necessarily see them being a fit for the ACC. Seeing the geographics of it, I do think West Virginia and Notre Dame makes more sense, but I think Kansas and Kansas State possibly going towards the Pac-12 would make more sense geographically. Texas Tech and Baylor would fit Pac-12 perfectly, and I think Iowa State possibly going up to the Big Ten would make sense. BB, what's going on? How you doing, man? Oklahoma and Texas going to get swallowed up in the SEC. They will hand it 3. Yeah, if you look at Oklahoma and Texas, they pretty much run the Big 12. Oklahoma more so than Texas. If you look at Texas for the past 10 years, they haven't quite done anything, to be honest. But if you look at Oklahoma pretty much if they were to stay in the Big 12, they have a walkway into the playoffs every single season. So for Oklahoma to want to join the SEC kind of don't make no sense to me, but for some reason they want to do so. To me, that makes no sense. Texas wanting to go over to the SEC also quite doesn't make any sense. You want to go over to a conference where there's more of a challenge in games where you can barely beat the teams that's in a lesser conference right now. Texas could barely get wins against teams in the Big 12 right now. So for them to want to go over into a more dominant SEC, play more dominant games, kind of don't make real sense. But we're at that point now, so we'll see how that turned out now. I don't know. So, and when you look at the SEC too, a lot of these teams are going to go into the seasons and come out possibly with more than 2 or 3 losses. Now, strength of schedule is going to favor them. When it comes down to playoff selection, who have you played? What are they? How did they do the season? At the time when you played them, what were they ranked? Because think about it, with Texas, Oklahoma, and the rest of the SEC, half of the time when you do the rankings, the preseason rankings, the rankings in general throughout the weeks, most of those teams are in the top 25. So you will have a lot of top 25 matchups within the SEC. So that'll keep that conference afloat. And then when it comes down to selection time, they're going to say, well, who have you played? And when you look back at the strength of schedule, you're going to say, well, you played in Alabama, you played in Georgia. They was ranked in the top 10 at the time. You played maybe 6 or 7 of your game was ranked in the top 25 when you played them. So if you do have two loss, 3 loss SEC teams in the playoffs, don't be surprised, because then you might have teams in the Big 12 or in the ACC that's maybe 11-1, and they might get less talk than a team with a 2 or 3 loss in the SEC. You say, let's create a 32 big boy conference, have an NFL league, NFL-like league. That's where it's headed. I mean, I've also heard talks of the SEC possibly putting these teams into like 4 pods, where you'll have maybe Alabama, Auburn, and maybe 2 other teams in 1 pod. Then you'll have basically like how the NFL does it with the divisions, where you basically play all the teams in your division and then play the other teams just to make the 8 conference games, and then there's always the non-con games. And that's another thing too. When you have 16 teams in a conference, with the normal standards in college football right now is you play 8 conference games and then you play 4 non-conference games. With them going from 14 to 16 teams, will we see more conference games being played and less non-conference games? So if you have 8 now with just 14 teams in the conference and you add 2 more teams, will they change the format and go, okay, maybe we want to play 9 or 10 conference games and then pick up 2 non-conference games? And if that were to happen to where, okay, so now the SEC don't play 8 conference games, they play 10, and then they play 2 non-conference games, what does that mean for the smaller teams that they normally do play in those non-conference games? Because you have a lot of FCS teams that, unfortunately take a lot of beating by these big name school. Like you might have a Florida play against a Stanford or whatever, and basically those smaller teams make a lot of money. They take a beating, but they make a lot of money from it. So what will happen now, you'll have those teams possibly lose out on a chance of playing one of those big name teams for that money, because they're going to play more conference games. So you'll have 2 teams less likely to make, that revenue for their school. But it'll also create a lot of big name matchups throughout the weeks, and a lot of games that will draw more attention. Oh yeah. But that makes more competition. The FCC is going to be more powerful, so the ACC we need to take out teams like Wake and put. Okay, so I don't think the ACC will be taking out any team, because if you take out Wake Forest and put in a UCF, where does Wake Forest go? I don't think ACC will be taking out any teams at all. I think they'll only add. And Wake Forest, to me, right now, is pretty much on the same level as a UCF. If not, UCF's probably a little bit a better team, but they're pretty much around the same caliber. So to take out a Wake Forest and to bring in UCF, I don't think that would make pretty much any sense. I think when you look at a Wake Forest, you got to look at them beyond just football. You got to look at them for basketball. You got to look at them for all the other sports that they do play. But Wake Forest is pretty competitive in other sports. Maybe not as much football, but nonetheless, they still provide a lot of revenue and a lot of, you know, ratings for the ACC and other sports also. So you can't just look at the conference realignment just from a football standpoint, even though we would like to. You know, most of us are just football fans, but you got to look at it from all the other sports too. We got teams like Duke in this conference. Duke is not the greatest football team in the world. They barely make it every now and then, but when you look at them from a basketball standpoint, oh, they're the greatest in the conference. Syracuse. Syracuse ain't the greatest football team or anything like that. They'll win some games, and they'll show up in big games every now and then. I mean, a couple years ago they beat Clemson, but Wake Syracuse is one of the greatest basketball teams in college basketball. So the ACC has teams in there that it's not just football based. If we look at them from a football base, we could get rid of Duke, we could get rid of Syracuse, some of those teams like that. But you got to look at it from multiple sports perspective. That's why Notre Dame makes a lot of sense for the ACC because they are already in the ACC in every single sports except football. So now with a college realignment, they would make perfect sense in the ACC. It would make perfect sense for them. Plus, this past season they played in the ACC, so they basically would know what it is and have that experience in the ACC already. But if Notre Dame were to come in by themselves, then the ACC would be looking at a 15-team format to where they would have to go conference championship would be the number one and number two seeds like they did this past season. The two team with the best records and the best conference wins or whatever, they'll determine one and two playing in the ACC championship. Now, I do believe the ACC will bring in another team, and I do believe West Virginia would be that perfect fit. And if I was West Virginia, I wouldn't sit around and wait to be left behind like they did last time. Chris, what's going on? I remember years ago, FCC wanted Miami and FSU. I think and that's the main reason why Florida didn't want FSU and Miami in the SEC. They didn't. Florida wanted to keep Miami and FSU out because they know with the attention that the SEC brings, if Miami and Florida State was in the SEC at the time, they would take a lot of attention off Florida. They would take a lot of the recruits that, would solely go to Florida because of the SEC attention. They would have more options in the Florida State and Miami. A lot of the kids in the Miami area that does go up to, Gainesville and play for the Gators would possibly stay in Miami and would possibly go to FSU. So that's why when you see a team like Texas A&M leave the Big 12 to go to the SEC, it's to get that SEC attention and to get away from a Texas Baylor and Texas Tech to where they don't have to share, the competition level. They don't have to share the recruits. They have sort of an advantage with the attention that the SEC get, televised and big games and stuff like that. You said Michigan would be a high tier brand to bring into the ACC. They would. I mean, but I don't think Michigan would, leave the Big Ten. The Big Ten, when you think about the Big Ten, you think Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, and Wisconsin. Those are the major teams that you would think about. And possibly, those are the big things. Those are the big four teams that you would think about. So for the Big Ten, I think the Big Ten as a conference wouldn't want. I don't even think geographically it would even make sense for none of those teams in the Big Ten to even come on over to the ACC. I think the Big Ten should expand on some of those teams that's in the Big 12 that's pretty much going to dissolve, if you ask me. And if you ask any of the experts that's paying attention to this, I think the Big Ten would want to take advantage of that and bring in some of those teams to basically fill up their 16 teams. They're at 14. They possibly could take two of those teams. Iowa State would fit perfectly. I was in the Big 10. They could play that game, create a rivalry, in-state rivalry. Make it makes sense. But to bring a Michigan all the way from Michigan to into the ACC would make no sense. Where would Ohio State end up? Where would Penn State end up? Where would Wisconsin end up? So I think the Big Ten stays a whole, but I do believe to fit the 16 team format, they would bring in Iowa State and possibly a Kansas, one of those teams, or even a Oklahoma State. I think Oklahoma State possibly could fit into the Big Ten. Ruben says Texas and Oklahoma aren't even in the Southeast now. When you look at the SEC, you see you got. Let me move that. So you got a Texas A&M. You got your Louisianas and Florida. So it's pretty much where the SEC runs. Going into Texas and Oklahoma, it's not that far off. Geographically, when you look at it, it's not that far off. You got all the SEC teams pretty much in one section. This one big circle section here. So geographically it makes sense. Texas, you have Texas A&M right there, and you got Arkansas, you got Oklahoma right there. So geographically it makes sense for Texas and Oklahoma to be a part of the SEC. They're not too far away from the rest of the SEC. It's not like they're over in Nevada or somewhere over in that area. They're not too far off. All right, I'm gonna put the link in the chat so you guys could come on in and share your thoughts and opinion. You don't have to show yourself on the screen. Only thing you need to do is just turn on the mic so we can so we can hear you. But I do want you guys to come on in, chime in on this subject. Let me know how you feel. Give yourself a voice. So I just put the link in the chat. You guys can click on it. Come on in, give your thoughts and opinions. Yeah, say putting Michigan in the ACC, that's a lot of travel time. Yeah. I don't think that happened, man. They would have to literally it would have to something would have to trigger. The Big Ten would have to literally fall apart for Michigan to even join the ACC. It has to make sense. What's going on, Young Jedi? How you doing, boss?
What's up, T2Y?
Chilling. So Oklahoma and Texas coming into the SEC. What's your thoughts, man?
I feel like it's a good move, but then it's a bad move. I feel like Texas and Oklahoma, I feel like they're not as on par as a team like Alabama and Georgia, but they're not far behind. They just need to fix their defense and stuff. But like you said earlier, if their offense is real good, then they could probably match out the defense how the game is nowadays and stuff. So it'll just be high scoring games. But then with that's when it comes down to injuries and stuff. Is Texas players gonna be able to? Is Texas running backs gonna be able to run all game and score a lot of touchdowns, or wide receivers gonna be able to catch the balls all game, cause they gonna have to score if their defense ain't stopping the SEC offense.
Yeah, so with Oklahoma over the years, you've seen them basically, put high power offense out there, and they have been getting to the playoffs and you name it. They do show up to the playoffs and do get beat because they don't most of the time have a good defense. But now in college football, we're starting to see a lot of swing to where if you can have a high powered offense and you go out there and constantly score, you could possibly come away with some wins. You can wear a defense out. I mean, the spread offense is basically one of college football's biggest development. A lot of teams has gone from the pro style into the spread offense where you could score a lot of points, where you could have a team that's a defense dominant, but that spread offense literally opens up the field for a lot of teams that primarily just runs an offensive game instead of being defense dominant. So I do believe that even though Oklahoma is a more high-powered offense, I think they would fit. They would, fit perfectly in the SEC because they could put up a lot of points to keep up with a lot of these dominant defense.
Yeah. But overall, I feel like it's a good move, money wise and all that. Like that is a perfect move for the SEC. Like, cause like, and then you got the rivalry with Texas and LSU. That's gonna be a good game every year. Like, it's gonna be a lot of good games.
Yeah, in the future to come, a lot of these teams are going to start playing each other. Some of them are going to start upsetting each other. You're going to get to the point where one of these teams are going to be undefeated, maybe both undefeated, going up against each other. One of them end up ruining the other's season, stuff like that. And it's going to open up a lot of basically a lot of good rivalries for the near future. Right now, it's pretty early, but that's what's eventually is going to happen. I think with the SEC, with them having so many high caliber teams in it, a lot of people are going to have no choice but to pay attention. Like, Texas upset Alabama last season.
Yeah.
Alabama could have went to the playoffs, possibly being undefeated, possibly winning the championship, but they played Texas. Texas upset them, and then next season come around, a lot of people are going to want to watch that game, Texas versus Alabama. Let's see how it turned out. A lot of anticipation, a lot of ratings, a lot of views, and a lot of money to be made. At the end of the day, that's what it all comes down to, money.
Yeah.
A lot of college football teams are going to make a lot of money in the SEC. A lot of teams that in the SEC that chances are to win the college football championships that was high is going to go down a little bit, like Georgia.
Yeah.
Georgia right now in the SEC is possibly the second best team to win the national championship behind Alabama. Maybe behind Georgia, you'll have a LSU or a Florida or even a Texas A&M. Now it'll be you'll have Alabama, Texas A&M, you'll have Texas, Oklahoma, Georgia. So the chances for Georgia, for instance, to win a championship has just gone down. The competition level is a lot higher now.
Yeah. Cause like, and another thing with like a super conference like that, it ain't like you gonna get the like easy teams. It's gonna be good games back to back to back. So it's like, how are you gonna prepare these players year round? For these games.
Exactly.
It banged up a lot when they playing good teams back to back to back, top recruits versus top recruits.
Yeah, you're gonna see. Like I said, you're gonna see a lot of upsets. You're gonna see a lot of upsets when it comes down to it.
But I got another question though. So, like, since the SEC is getting like this, right?
Hmm.
What? So the ACC has 14 teams, right? Or am I tripping? It's 14 teams.
Yeah, 14.
So you said the two that you would want to add is Notre Dame and West Virginia, right?
Yeah,
So I was thinking if we split like so if it's 16 teams and we split them teams into four, right? So it'd be like their own mini conference with the four teams, and then like later on in the year, when it's time for the ACC championship, we have like a mini playoff to see who gets there. So it'd be the four teams out of those four conferences who did the best out of those four teams, which means like so them four teams we playing together, it'll be two versus two, and then those two advance and move on to the ACC championship. And I feel like that'll bring a lot more views because it's like the playoffs, but it ain't the playoffs. It ain't like the official playoffs, but it's like the playoffs to get to the playoffs.
yeah, and that I think when you look at it that way, it's gonna make it a lot more complicated. I mean, from a view standpoint, it might actually be a lot interesting, but you're gonna have leagues play against everybody in the league. But who do you end up playing in a conference total? Because right now you have it where you have the coastal and you have the Atlantic, where you'll play everybody on the coastal if you're in the coastal, and then you'll probably play two teams out of the other side.
Well,
When you put them in 14 pods now, how do you determine who do you play after you play those three teams in your pod already
I mean,
in order?
you still gonna play. I feel you still play 8 teams, right?
Yeah,
And play
eight
like
conference games.
yeah, 8 conference teams, and then you just have four like regular games you can schedule against trash teams to get to get warmed up and stuff. But so
Hold on. Now let me ask you this too. Now, if they do decide to go from 14 teams to 16 teams, do you think that they should play more than just the eight conference games? Should they play 10 now? Because you have more teams in your conference that you possibly want to play against instead of playing out of conference.
yeah. But see, with that, I feel like we just will have to switch it up year around a lot. Like you know how we play like we'll still play FSU and all that every year, and like but like a team like Virginia, we won't play them every year. We'll have to switch them up with another team, like and then go back to them, and like it'll be a lot of switching up. So the schedule won't look exactly the same, but they'll still be playing ACC teams, but it'll be switched around.
Okay, so like Notre Dame and West Virginia, let's say tomorrow they decide, okay, we're coming to the ACC. What the ACC would now have to do is determine we want to go to this four team league pod whatever, or do we just want to put West Virginia on one side and Notre Dame on one side, and which sides do you actually put them on? I think West Virginia being on the side with Miami in the coastal would make perfect sense because they would have to play West Virginia. West Virginia would have to play Virginia and Virginia Tech every single season. Those are in-state rivalries that could be built, and a lot of people will tune in for that. And a
But
lot of people will show up to those games.
but look, that's what we have in the pod though.
Uh,
We have Virginia, we have Virginia
talk
Tech, and we have West Virginia.
talk to them for a second. Give me a second.
So if we have them in the pod, so we gonna have rivalry teams in the pod. We gonna have Miami and FSU in the pod now because we need those rival teams to play every year and like and stuff like that. So if we do that, and then at the ending of the year, it's gonna be a 2 game like championship to see who wins the ACC championship. So it'll be like say so the four teams that's coming out, it'd be Clemson, North Carolina, Miami, and Virginia or West Virginia, one of those teams. So they match up, then they play, and then two of the teams who won moves on to the ACC championships and play, and then that team who wins the ACC championship ends up playing in the regular playoff for like all the marbles and stuff. And like we can even do that with the SEC too. but we will have to cut down on the bowl games. They'll only be able to play like the big bowl games, like the Orange Bowl and stuff like that. So like, what's y'all opinion on that? Like, how do y'all feel about that?
Okay. All right. So where did we leave off? Okay. So the ACC. So the ACC. Let's say they do bring in Notre Dame and West Virginia now. Put West Virginia on the coastal with Miami. Miami has a huge history with them through the Big East, and put Notre Dame on the side with Clemson, Florida State, and all those other teams. They have some history with Boston College also, and everything like that. So Miami would end up playing Notre Dame possibly every maybe 5-6 season or so. They'll basically play Florida State every season, and then the rest will be in rotation. So my thing is, if they were to go to 16 teams, will they possibly go to 10 conference games? Because if so, the rotation of the teams that you play on the other side of your conference could be a lot faster. Instead of us playing Notre Dame, let's say every what? How many teams is on the other side? We play Florida State every year, so that we'll possibly play them every 7 years or so. If we have 2 extra conference games, then we could possibly bring that down to maybe every 5 to 4 years, 4 to 5 years, we'll play Notre Dame, and all the teams in the rotation will be a lot faster. So you'll create a lot more matchups, create a lot more buzz within the conference. And I think same goes for the SEC and other conference. If you go to playing 10 conference games, then it's a better chance that the best team would possibly come out of each conference. When you bring in a Texas and you bring in a Oklahoma, that creates more high matchups in your conference. So you want those teams to play in your conference a lot more. So instead of playing just eight game conference games, you go to 10. And now you'll have 2 extra matchups where, if let's just say for let's just say Oklahoma, for instance. Let's say Oklahoma ends up having a 10 teams, conference game.
Mm-hmm.
You have more matchups in the conference. You have more games that people want to see. And at the end of the year, when you look at that conference and say who are the teams that dominated or who are the teams that, is the real deal or whatever. Because you can look at it this way. Miami plays the conference this year. They didn't play Notre Dame, and they didn't play a couple other teams that we possibly wanted to see that matchup. If it was a 10-game conference, they probably would have ended up playing the Notre Dame. They probably would have ended up playing some other teams too. And then you could really evaluate a conference.
Yeah.
The more conference games you play, the more you can really, evaluate that conference. Because you could have a year where Clemson is dominant in the whole ACC, but they didn't play North Carolina. They didn't play Miami. So you can say, okay, they dominated everybody else, but what if they had played Miami, or they had played North Carolina, or 2 other teams onto it? The evaluations would be better conference-wise. And conference-wise, a lot of those big matchups would make more money and bring in more views. So I do think with them expanding these conferences, if going to 16 teams, I do believe that playing 10 games in the conference, 9 to 10 games would be, much better. And then you'll have those 2 non-conference games, which I think if you're going to play those kind, then you possibly want to play a lesser team for a warm-up and you probably want to play somebody, maybe a rival that's in a different conference. Like for instance, you got Florida versus Florida State. Florida State and Florida might want to keep that, and then play some FCS school or something.
Yeah. So then with that, if they still play Florida and then they play a trash team, they're gonna have 10 conference games on their schedule. That is still considered a tough schedule, but it's a tough schedule. I mean, I don't know, cause I'm just used to having like
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it won't be considered tough because every team in that conference is doing the same. If you was the only team that was doing it, then yeah, you could look at it. Oh, that's tough. But if every other team is doing it, then there's no excuse for, hey, our schedule is too tough. Everybody has to deal with the same thing. We all have 10 conference games.
yeah. So I mean, that's better. Like playing 10 games and then having two non-conference games. Yeah.
Now with Texas, do you think Texas and Oklahoma fit in the SEC?
Nah, it don't look it. I mean, it don't look good to me. I don't know. It just don't look good. Like I don't know.
Because to me, it's more of the rich get richer.
Yeah, like I mean,
You look at the SEC as a whole. If you ask anybody in college football, anybody that pays attention to it, they'll say the SEC is the strongest conference. They constantly have in representation in the playoffs. They constantly have teams winning championships. Well, mainly Alabama, but they are considered the most dominant, conference. And then when you had a Texas and a Oklahoma, that was the most two dominant teams or big name powerhouses in the pack in the Big 12 to come on over in there. You get the two best teams out of that conference. Now you're a super conference.
yeah, that's
How do these other conference even compete? They have to make moves.
yeah. Cause that's literally like I don't know. That's low key. That's low key unfair for them to have all them like big name teams, all them big public schools that make all the most money and
Yeah,
all.
I mean, as it is, life is unfair. This move is happening. It's going to happen. So for the rest of the conference, they can either sit back and wait till it's too late, or they can start making their moves now. Like I said before, if no other team right now is looking to maybe move out of the Big 12, go to a different conference, I think West Virginia should be the main one right now looking get in contact with the ACC ahead of time before it's when it's all said and done, you're left out because there's other teams that could possibly join. You're talking about a UCF, you're talking about a Cincinnati, and Notre Dame. Notre Dame would get the nod to join the ACC in no time. They're already in everything else, so you're possibly looking at just one more team that possibly could join the ACC. So I think West Virginia, if they want, they should take advantage now. Because then West Virginia come on in the ACC, it makes pretty much sense. They could play a Pitt, which is one of their deepest, darkest rivalries. Pitt's already in the ACC. Virginia Tech, Virginia, they're right there. So
I have a question though.
West Virginia makes sense.
So with Pitt, right? I was thinking if we trade out Pitt for Rutgers, because if you think about it, Rutgers that's a richer school if you think about it, and for Pitt, if we trade them to the Big Ten, that would be a big rivalry game for the Big Ten because then it would be Penn State versus Pitt, and that can happen every year. And then actually the Rutgers that's actually on the coast too, so it would make more sense. I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff
See,
out.
with Pitt versus Penn State, that game, that rival could happen every year, regardless of them being in the ACC and them being in the Big Ten. Like I said, you could preserve schedules. Like you could have a Pitt play a Pitt play a Penn just the same way you have a Florida State play a Florida. Just the next one game or 3 games, because right now you have 8 conference games. If they move it to 10, then you can have Pitt play Penn State every year, and then Penn State will just have to pick another team to play other than Pitt. But they'll know they're playing 10 conference game, and then they're playing Pitt, and then whoever else. So you don't necessarily have to put out any teams in the ACC. I don't think the ACC should put out any teams. I think they should just add 2 teams in the West Virginia and Notre Dame. Now, if Notre Dame necessarily says, okay, we don't want to join the ACC, we'll rather be in the Big Ten because they are in Big Ten territory. They're slap dab in the middle of Big Ten territory.
Yeah.
And you'll bring in a West Virginia and possibly a Cincinnati.
But see, with Cincinnati, do you feel like that? I don't feel like that would be a long-term smart idea, though. Like, it's like, okay, they have the football.
I totally agree with you on that, because right now Cincinnati has a lot of buzz around them. They just came off two good seasons or whatever. They just played in the New Year's Six Bowl. Unfortunately, they lost to Georgia. Bad timeout call at the end cost them the game. But Cincinnati right now, they have a little buzz. So to bring them in, would be basically sold off that. But I don't think long term, Cincinnati would be a great fit. I'm with you on that one. I think more of I would possibly take UCF over Cincinnati.
Yeah, because UCF basketball, I know their basketball is pretty good, and I know their volleyball is pretty good too.
Yeah, so and UCF has a lot of buzz around them too for the past dating all the way back to 2017. Date back to 2017, nobody's talking about Cincinnati.
Yeah. So do you see any teams like, I don't know. I don't know. Like, I just feel like the SEC is gonna be very overpowered with all the teams they got, and I don't know. Like, it ain't even just with football; it's with basketball too now. Like, they're gonna have Texas, they're gonna have Kentucky, like Tennessee,
okay, so we got
Georgia. Like, wow, that's crazy. Florida.
So we got a Florida State fan says he don't want Notre Dame on his side. Okay, so I'm trying to make it make sense. If you bring West Virginia in on our side, then they get basically all the rivals that's right there with them. I don't care if you put West Virginia on the other side and you put, Notre Dame on the other side. I don't care if Notre Dame is on the same side as Miami. We are not afraid to play Notre Dame every single season. We would love to play Notre Dame every single season. We would love to play the Gators every single season. We beat Florida State almost damn near every single season. So bringing in Notre Dame on the coastal side does not make sense. Notre Dame have more.
We could trade. So, like, this is what we could do. We could move Georgia Tech over to the other side and bring Florida State over here, and put UCF over.
The key for the ACC is to keep Florida State and Miami on different sides, so they could possibly play in the ACC championship, which would be the biggest ratings for the ACC if that were to ever happen.
I don't feel like that ever happened again. I don't see FSU get back good for another 20 years, man. Oh no.
Oh man, not 20 years. You said 20 years. You heard that, Pac-Man? 20 years. Y'all probably won't make it to the conference championship with another 20
but
years.
I'm saying, even if they get decent though, they still gonna have to play Clemson. So,
yeah, I mean, you got to look at it. Dynasties don't last forever. Clemson is on top right now, but eventually they will fall. And I think Clemson's shortcoming is not too far along. You got teams like Miami that's gearing up. North Carolina's gearing up. Um, Florida State, not so much. They won't be good for a while. They better. I think the best thing for Florida State right now is to keep Norvell as long as they can. Well, technically they can't get rid of him anyway. They can't afford to, but they keep him, build momentum around him, and stop firing coaches every year and a half.
Yeah.
So for them, they would have they're in a rebuilding stage, and they're going to continue to be doing that for a minute. So them competing with Clemson and Dabo, and Clemson's still getting top recruits, still getting better. I don't think Florida State's going to be competing with them for too long. But I do think Clemson eventually will fall off, just like every other team does. They will have those down years, and when they do, I think whether it's Florida State, whether it's North Carolina State, or even Boston College, one of those teams have to literally take advantage of it.
Yeah. So that's why we will put Notre Dame on FSU side.
Yeah, I mean, if you bring in Notre Dame and West Virginia, that would make more sense.
Yeah, because then look, so if Clemson fall, then Notre Dame, that's going to be a good team to be in the ACC championship versus Miami. Or then if it ain't Notre Dame, it'll be FSU. Or, it'll be balance it out.
So, well, I do not see Oklahoma State joining the ACC or AAC. Yeah, Oklahoma State joining the ACC would be that would be a terrible fit. They're way too far out.
Yeah.
They're way too
I
far
feel
out.
like
If you follow the ACC, then you know that it's pretty much on the coastal.
yeah,
It,
I
it
feel
won't really go west.
like Texas Tech and like teams like that. What's the conference that Oregon in?
The
Big
Pac-12.
Pac-12. I feel like teams like that, they'll go over there.
Yeah, Texas Tech will go Pac-12. Baylor will go Pac-12.
And that would be a great move for Baylor.
Yeah, for Baylor and Texas Tech at this moment with Texas and then Texas A&M being in the SEC, it'll be good for them two to stick together. Whichever conference they go to.
I know where Oklahoma State gonna go though. I don't know. Like I don't think the
Oklahoma State, they'll fit perfectly for the Big Ten.
Oh, the Big Ten, yeah. So how many teams will be put in the Big Ten will be added? Cause
you could take an Oklahoma State and an Iowa State and put them in the Big Ten, and they'll fit perfectly in. And Oklahoma State and Oklahoma could schedule their games against each other, every year.
So what about Kansas? Where they gonna go?
Kansas and Kansas
State.
They could possibly go over to the Pac-12 or up to the Big Ten. The Big Ten would be a perfect fit for those two also. So the Big Ten could possibly take Oklahoma State, Kansas State, and Iowa State, and then they'll be at 16 teams, where you'll take these two, Baylor and Texas Tech, and put them in the Pac-12, and they'll be 16.
Oh, that's right. That's good right there. And then how many teams? It's gonna be 16 teams in the SEC too, right?
Yeah, the SEC is at 14. Texas and Oklahoma make 16.
So then we just add Notre Dame and West Virginia, 16. And then we could do like the 4-pod things and have a 10-game schedule. And then they'll make it like it's more games to the playoffs. But it's really not. But it is because it's like it's an extra game going up to like the SEC championship, the ACC championship to see who gets there. And then like the teams who lost the number rounds, they play the bowl games. Like I feel like they're gonna have to lower it down on the bowl games because I just feel like the bowl games are not bringing that much viewers in. Like the big ones are. I say we keep the big ones like the Orange Bowl and all that. Like the big ones that everybody know. But like the little sunflower bowls and all that.
A lot of those bowl games, a lot of them you will see starting to disappear. For one thing, think about it. A lot of players, when they're not getting selected to the playoffs, when they're not getting selected to New Year's Six bowl games, a lot of those kids either opt out of playing to go train for the NFL draft, because they don't see the significance of that bowl game. So a
But
lot of bowl
but
games
but
will
you
get
see though,
done
but you
away.
see though, T2Y, if we do the 4 pod things, it's going to be one team from each pod in that one conference. So 4 teams are going to get a chance to win that championship and potentially move on to play in the real championship 4 teams because it's the 4 big conferences. So if they do that, the kids are going to keep playing, and that's going to be more ratings in because it's like a bigger playoff, but it's not really under the playoff; it's under the conference. But you have to win your conference to move on to the playoffs. So you could see like a 10-2 team, they playing, but it's a conference team that's 12-0, like Alabama, and then you have Texas, right? Texas, they knock off their team. Now they playing Alabama in the SEC championship. They knock off Alabama. So then you put Texas in there because they done knocked off Alabama. And it's going to bring a lot more drama and a lot more views every year around with the 4 pods. It's going to be nicer because it's gonna be an extra game building up to the conference championship, and then who wins it, and there'll be more opportunities for each team to win the conference championship and to move on to the playoffs. So it ain't like they could cut off the season early and be like, "Oh, we know Alabama, they going to the championship," because they could easily choke, and they in the SEC playoffs.
Pat Man, I just put the link in the chat. So if you want to come in, all you got to do is click the link and make sure you turn on your mic. You don't have to turn on your camera, but make sure you turn on your mic. And that's all you have to do to get in on the conversation. Just click the link. But with now you got to think about it too. College football is going to a 12-team playoff system.
Oh,
So what'll happen is what I think mainly will happen if the Big 12 dissolve, then and it goes as planned, and then you have 16 teams in 4 different conferences. What I think will happen is the 4 conference champions will end up taking up the first 4 spots, and then you have to think about it too. You have the group of 5 conferences. Are they going to let them get in on the pie? Because if so, let's say the playoffs say, okay, we're going to take the 4 conference championship teams from those super conferences, and then we're going to take the 5 conference champions from the group of 5 that we have so far. That's 9 spots already taken. So now, who do you bring in for those other 3 spots? Which now, when you look at the ACC, the SEC, most likely you'll probably end up getting a team from the SEC, maybe an ACC, and possibly Big Ten. Because I do think the Pac-12, even if they do go to a super conference and they bring over Baylor and Texas Tech, I do think they'll be the weaker conference out of the 4. So now you will end up having a 9 teams selected because of conference championship, and then 3 extra team picked based on schedule and whatever. So you'll possibly have the loser of the SEC championship, the loser of the ACC championship, and possibly Big Ten or Pac-12, depending on which team is better.
yeah. Dang, I didn't know they was gonna move to a 12-team playoff. They should have just kept it at 4. I don't know.
Yeah, if they keep it at 4 and you have these super conference now where you got the SEC, ACC, Big Ten and Pac-12 go to 16 teams, then it probably would make it to where it's nearly impossible for anybody else to get in other than those conference champions. Because you'll have the ACC champion team in the playoffs. You'll have the Big Ten, whether it's Clemson, Ohio State, or then you go over to the Pac-12, and you might have an Oregon, and then you go to the SEC where you might have an Alabama. So,
but I thought that was the point. Like,
yeah, if you keep it,
who else you want to throw?
4 teams, then you don't give anybody else a shot other than those 4 conferences. So it's going to be a lot of complaints. Well, why are we playing if every year it's just going to be those 4 conferences? Then it gives the group of 5 teams no hopes or no chances of actually, winning the national championship.
Yeah.
So you when it going to 12 games, I think it's best to have 12 teams playoffs and to possibly put in the conference champions from the group of fives to give them some kind of say so. They might go into the playoffs and get beat every time, but at least you gave them, you know, a shot.
Wait,
And
so how
once
many
in a while, once in a while, you might get a group of five team to upset one of the big name teams.
yeah. So how many conferences is it like is in the is in college football like whole like since we taking out what Big 12 cuz we going to split them up. How many conference teams are there like not conference teams but conferences like with every conference.
Okay, so if you look at it from that point of view, you have the group of five with the Sun Belt and all the other ones. Hold on, I'll bring them up. But right now, as of right now, the Big 12 is still a whole. So you have five conferences. You have the ACC, the SEC, the Big 12, the Big 10, the Pac 12. Those are the group of five. Those are the Power Five Power Five conferences.
Mhm.
Most likely, you'll get a champion from one of those conferences. And then you have the group of five with conferences with like UCF and them, the Sun Belt Conference, the, all those other conferences. It's like five of them with teams that are not as good as the Power Five, but somewhere around there they could compete a little.
So look,
They have 10 conference total right there.
my plan with that is right.
Hold
We
on.
so we
Actually, before I do that, let me share this article because this has a lot to do with what we're talking about right now. Okay, so I just actually clicked over. I was gonna bring up the conferences, but since I've seen this, let me share the. Okay, so we got Pac Man in the back. Mark, what's going on with you, man? Pac Man.
Yo, you can hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, bet. All right. Yeah, I had to log in with my Facebook and stuff to get on here. I hear
So
y'all
what's
talking
going
about
on?
this.
What's on your mind?
No, I just want to join in, talk about what's going on, man. What y'all think about? I hear y'all talking about Oklahoma and Texas. That was crazy. That just came out of nowhere, man. That's crazy. I didn't think it was gonna happen for real, but I guess it is.
Yeah, at first it was all talks and rumors, and then it started coming out that they've been talking for more than 6 months now about this.
Yeah, that's crazy. That it came out of nowhere. I didn't think nothing of it when I first heard it a few days ago. I didn't think nothing of it, but I guess they're gonna join now. They're trying to make a super conference. I mean, but I don't see how. I guess since Oklahoma whooped Florida so bad, they feel like they can join the SEC and and do some good in there.
I think it's not just about beating Florida. I think it's more on the recruiting trail and
Yeah,
TV deal wise. If you look at the Big 12, most of their games are played at around say 12ish. So if I'm at home on a Saturday, I'm most likely I'm not watching a Big 12 game because they come on most of the time around noon.
yeah.
They want to be in the SEC where they could play those primetime
Those
games.
yeah those yeah they got those 8 o'clock games, 3:30 games, not 12 o'clock every single week.
Okay, so let's see this article real quick. Let me run through it. Um, five five schools the ACC should target, conference expansion. And of course, the first, the picture they got up there is of West Virginia. Golden Blue Dude, what's going on, boss? See you
What's
in
up,
the chat.
Gold?
He said ACC better take West Virginia. I agree with you on that. I think West Virginia is a perfect fit along with Notre Dame. If we could get Notre Dame and West Virginia, I'll be happy. But
Yeah, we need to make Notre Dame choose, man, because they're in the ACC fully in everything else besides football. They don't want to share that TV money that they're getting with NBC and stuff like that.
Mr. HD, what's going on with you, boss?
They're not trying to share none of that TV money. They want to stay
What's
by
good,
themselves.
brother? How's it going?
All right. So, let me run through this article real quick. The ACC should realignment. So they're talking about the realignment, whatever. With Texas and Oklahoma informing the Big 12 that they will not renew their media right agreement. When it expires in 2025. Conference expansion talk, blah blah blah.
So they have to wait until after 2025 to join the SEC, or is that just?
That's the TV deal. Basically, they play those conference games in the TV channels or whatever.
Yeah. They got deals with certain channels.
If they want to stop tomorrow, they can. They'll just break the contract.
They'd have to pay
which will end up costing them. It'll cost Texas $76 million, and it'll also cost Oklahoma $76 million.
Yeah.
Which, from what I'm hearing, the SEC is willing to buy that out. It's willing to pay that.
Oh yeah, they got the money for it.
Yeah. So, but from what I'm also hearing is Texas and Oklahoma is willing to, play it out till 2025. They're willing to honor the contract.
Yeah.
But I do think it's going to be some animosity.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. HD, you there? I don't know what happened.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. So West Virginia. They're saying West Virginia.
It's kind of like breaking in and out, that's why.
Okay, so West Virginia has a history with several ACC schools dating back to the days of the Big East, which I was saying earlier, including Pitt, Syracuse, Boston College, Miami, and Virginia Tech. So, yeah, like I said, man, West Virginia coming into the ACC would be a perfect fit. They already got rival games. They already got some history with some of the teams in there. And, with Virginia and Virginia Tech being on the coastal side, bringing in West Virginia on their side, that means they would play those Virginia teams every year. They would play Pitt every year. Pitt and West Virginia, they hate each other. So that'll be a heated rivalry game right there.
Hey, I wouldn't mind West Virginia.
Yeah, a lot of people will tune in and watch that.
Yeah.
So what I think West Virginia should do, they should literally try to preserve their spot now, try to get in right now. But moving on from West Virginia, they're talking about Cincinnati. Cincinnati, for the past couple of seasons or so, they've been pretty good too. They got a little buzz around them, and they possibly stronger than the team in the Group of 5 conference that they're in.
I think Florida State was supposed to open up with West Virginia last season, but then all the schedules got changed because of COVID.
Jalen Johnson, what's going on with you?
What's up, T2R? How you doing?
How you doing, man? What's your thoughts on Oklahoma and Texas, man? I see that you're an Alabama fan.
Yeah, bro. I don't even know, bro. I feel like Oklahoma and Texas, they deserve to leave, but I feel like they still gonna get their teeth kicked in anyway. So yeah, it's gonna be harder for them in the SEC. But I get it; they're doing it for the money. So I don't know.
I do believe if they can come on in there and cause some upsets and ruffle up a couple things in the SEC. I don't think all the SEC teams that's dominant now is going to stay, in that order. Like if you look at the SEC right now, you might say the top two teams would probably be Alabama and Georgia. And if you want to go to maybe top 4, you'll probably say Texas A&M and throw Florida in there, or even LSU. when you throw in Texas and Oklahoma now, that one
But do
might.
you? I don't see them. I don't see them beating like. I don't really see them being like. Well, no, they can beat Florida this year, or maybe like in a couple years. But who else? I don't see them beating Georgia. Like I don't know. It won't be as easy for them to like be in the championship or go to the playoffs. But no. Actually, if they do the playoff expansion, it will. I forgot about that. If
Did
they
you
do like the little playoff expansion thing, then they will be able to go on.
did you guys see the story that broke the late yesterday? Like not during last night, but late afternoon. That apparently now they're thinking of splitting up Oklahoma and Texas, having Texas go to the SEC, and then Oklahoma going to the Big Ten. To you guys, does that make any sense?
I
You
heard,
honestly,
I heard, I heard a rumor talking about Ohio State was coming to the SEC. I'm like people, like teams from the Big Ten was thinking about going to the SEC. I was like, what? I was
that
Nah,
makes
like,
no sense for Ohio.
with
Nah,
the
nah.
whole Texas. With the whole Texas and Oklahoma thing, it's going to be a lot of rumors flying around. But if it's not a credible source, don't even feed
No,
into it. 'Cause a lot of
this
people are
was
going to
coming
put
from
out clickbait stuff
this,
right
this
now.
was coming from like Jeremy Fowler and some guys who work for ESPN.
Maybe they put out saying that Oklahoma possibly a better fit for the Big Ten, but a lot of those people will take those stories and twist it or take out certain parts and make it sound like that just to get people to click on it.
For you guys, what do you think happens? Do you think that in order for other conferences do you think they either have to expand or maybe merge together and stuff like that
I,
to compete with
I
the
was gonna,
SEC?
hey Anthony, I was gonna jump in and tell you, yeah, I believe it's gonna be a merger. ACC and the Big Ten, I'm gonna say probably within the next 2 years is gonna end up being a merger because the fact that the SEC is trying to create this own super conference, this mini NFL, is gonna cause other
yeah,
conferences to not just try to pick and poach from each other. You're gonna have to
yeah,
have big conferences merge together.
yeah. I've seen on Instagram they was like it's basically gonna be like the AFC and the NFC or the NFL basically, like how
In
they
the end,
got two
that's
different.
what's gonna turn to the East and the West
Yeah,
and top 32 teams. I mean, but this is gonna
but
eliminate
but
NCAA
that'll
though.
be
NCAA will be gone by that point.
but that'll be
And actually,
sick. That'll be
if
sick if
I see happen,
Big Ten and
I
ACC got together.
I understand you guys see the merger, but this is what I see happening. I West Virginia, UCF, Notre Dame, and maybe a Texas team going to the ACC, adding like
It's
maybe
possible.
a Texas Tech or or Baylor. Do you guys think that makes sense for the ACC to actually add a Texas team to add more,
If they add
not
two Texas
revenue, but
teams,
more?
yes, I agree. If they could add two Texas teams to the ACC, it could happen. So a Baylor and a
No,
Texas Tech to the
no,
ACC.
because I already have no. But if Notre Dame comes, it doesn't make sense to add
Okay, that's what you're saying.
two Texas teams. Maybe adding one and West Virginia and UCF or something like that, or Cincinnati. Or do you think Cincinnati would
Yeah.
go to the the Big Ten? In your honest opinion,
I was gonna say I think right now with Notre Dame, I think they still are gonna play this independent stuff because they're able to make the playoffs without being in the conference.
Yeah,
So
either way, yeah.
either way, I still think Notre Dame says, you know what, we don't got to join nobody because we're still set up to still be able to make it to the college football playoffs every year. So why do I have to join the conference?
That's facts.
no,
Yeah.
they're gonna have
And
to
I
be
and T-
forced to. No, I disagree with you. I think with this whole situation with the SEC, I
Mm-hmm.
think Notre Dame is going to have to be forced to join a conference. But I think I agree with you. They're not going to join a conference right away because
No,
they have the contract with NBC. Is it
right.
CBS or NBC that they have the
NBC,
contract with?
NBC,
No,
NBC.
NBC.
Yeah,
there are
yeah.
rumors
and
that
people, yeah,
Notre Dame was talking about joining the ACC
Yeah,
possibly in 2023, but right now it's just rumors.
yeah. Right now it's rumors. Yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
I don't know why people talking about Clemson. like trying to go to the SEC or something, that wouldn't even make sense for them to leave. Like they're winning championships. Like in the ACC, they dominating. That don't even make sense to why
Yeah.
they would like leave.
The only way that makes sense if the SEC is really trying to get all these big powerful teams, so they can go ahead and just give the middle finger to the NCAA and create their own super college football type situation. Just to be honest,
That'd be lit though. You can't that'd be fire.
Does it make sense, bro? I know it doesn't seem like geographics matter. Do you think a team like Oregon would try to move over to the SEC to add more? What's it called?
SEC. I'm not sure. Maybe.
I don't.
You gotta speak more in the mic.
It'll take more years for them to compete too, just like Oklahoma and Texas. They'll be the same way.
Yeah, because you think
They'll,
about if you bring
come in.
Oregon in the SEC right now, right, and there's no other teams on the West Coast, it's gonna be tough for them, even when it comes to the recruiting battles, to still try to land kids in this demographic to go over there. That's still gonna be tough to land kids in the Southeast and go out west.
Yeah, especially with the NIL stuff.
The Texas teams make more sense than the Pac-12. Do you guys agree having the rest of the Texas teams and
in the
Oklahoma
Pac-12
State go to the Pac-12?
Yeah,
Texas
Tech and Baylor would fit perfectly for the Pac-12.
Mm-hmm. It would help that conference out too.
Where do you think Oklahoma State goes? Are they the odd man out in your opinion?
I would look at Oklahoma State,
Big Ten,
Oklahoma State,
Yeah,
Big
Big
Ten, Kansas State, Big Ten,
Iowa State, Big Ten. Yeah,
I think the Oklahoma versus Oklahoma game, those could still happen. You know, look at Florida State and Florida; they still play every year.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be on ESPN now. Maybe whenever they do go to the SEC or something. I think they just want to be like on prime time and all that stuff. Like I don't think
what
they want to
happens
do
with
like
the
early
Longhorn
games.
Network? Do you think Texas loses that?
Yep, they will. I was just reading it. Bro, to be honest with you, that play was an ESPN play. So the Longhorn Network goes away, and they end up becoming part of the SEC network under ESPN. So that the Longhorn Network is gone. And ESPN will now control pretty much almost everything. With those moves with Texas and Oklahoma going to the SEC, it's like now everything is pretty much all ESPN.
I don't get why Texas want to go behind Oklahoma. Like just stay in the Big 12 and you can just roll that conference by yourself. I don't get why they want to follow Oklahoma.
I think it's not just fine. I think it's not just fine.
I think it's more on the money. It's more on money. It's more to do with money. If Oklahoma, look at Oklahoma. Oklahoma runs the Big 12 right now. Them moving to the SEC makes no sense.
Yeah,
Money.
you're right.
Hey, Ian Keynes, they're part of ESPN, but the Longhorn Network will now be under the SEC network. You know what I'm saying? It won't be separated. It'll be now under the SEC brand for the whole SEC network. That's the whole thing they want to build.
It's crazy. I think it would have made more sense instead of Oklahoma and Texas going to the SEC, LSU going to the Big 12, to be honest. So they can...
You said LSU to the Big 12?
I don't know about that, bro.
That would make absolutely no sense to me.
That would send them down.
LSU is one of the major teams in the SEC. They just won a championship in 2019. They get dominant recruits.
That would do them
compete. Nope. They pretty much
do them.
The reason why I said the SEC LSU to the Big 12 is because honestly now it's unfair. To be honest, it's unfair.
That's on them. That's on them. That's on Big 12.
The SEC is not looking at trying to be fair for everybody else. They're trying to make money,
dominate.
Make big deals. I mean, if you got a Texas and an Oklahoma, two powerhouses, two big brands of college football wanting to join your conference, why not? Why not bring them in? Who cares about the rest of the teams in the world of college football? We're here to make money. We're here to put big games on TV to make ratings. We don't care. We don't care how the Big 12 suffers or whatever. Conferences are not worrying about other conferences.
They don't
You
care
know what?
nothing about Big
Who I
12
feel bad
Philly.
for actually?
Facts,
It's
Ian
Tennessee,
Keynes. Facts.
Vanderbilt.
I mean, look at the SEC for instance. If the SEC could have 2 teams in a 4-player playoffs,
Mm-hmm.
they would have no problem doing it. Whether it means kicking out a Big 12 team or kicking out a Pac-12 team or ACC team, they don't
Mhm.
care. Conferences do not care about each other. They only
Nope.
care about advancing their conference and the teams that's in their conference. So bringing in Texas and Oklahoma is just going to make the SEC much stronger and more money for them. So they're all in.
Well, what scares me, I feel bad for the middling teams in that conference, like Vanderbilt, Tennessee, South Carolina. Who else is in that conference?
Well, think about it this way. Think about it this way. Those teams that's at the bottom of the SEC, whether or not Texas and Oklahoma come in, they still going to be at the bottom of the SEC. Because
Yeah.
it's all comes down to who you putting in the league and stuff like that. Vanderbilt is going to always be at the bottom because they don't have top tier. They don't have top tier coaches. They don't have top tier
recruiting power.
Recruiting power. So they're going to be there at bottom. It's going to be hard for that to change whether Texas or Oklahoma is in the conference at all.
No, I'm saying for fundraising because now what's going to happen, all the money is going to be funneled to the top instead of being it divvied up. It can help the other teams at least fairly compete. Or you understand what I'm saying?
They don't care.
But see,
They don't care about helping other teams, bro. They don't care. It's about domination to them. So I mean, they don't really. I mean, they don't care about
you gotta look at the
helping
contract
other conferences.
networks. When you make a contract with the conference and the network, Vanderbilt is getting paid the same just as in Alabama. Those contracts are the same. If Vanderbilt decide that they don't want to be a part of the SEC, or if Alabama decided they don't want to be a part of the SEC, the payout is still the same. Look at Texas and Oklahoma. If they want to get out of the SEC, they want to get out of the Big 12 right now, they both have to pay $76 million.
$76 million.
Deals are for each team in the conference are the same amount.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
That's wild.
So you think if the ACC and the Big Ten merge, they basically cover all the East Coast from?
I believe so.
I don't think
that would be
that would be the only way you're gonna be able to be viable, bro. You're gonna have to merge a conference because I don't think this is it for the SEC. I don't think Texas and Oklahoma is the end. I believe at the end of next season, going into the offseason, we're going to hear 2 more teams that's going to join the SEC. Because you can't think about this. They said it's been going on for 6 months, right? So they've been over here trying to get teams to come over for like the last 6 months. 6 months during the season, going into the offseason. So you can't think that the SEC only talked to Texas and Oklahoma. They had to talk to multiple teams. It's just Texas and Oklahoma were the first ones to be like, you know what? Yeah, let's do this.
Yeah.
Who else did they talk to?
And they chose. I know why they really chose to let it come out during the media day because that was calculated. They knew what they were doing when they let it come out on SEC media day. They knew what they were doing. So yeah.
And then now you got the SEC commissioner. The SEC commissioner, when it was asking him questions about this, he was like, "Oh, because it was like, well, how would you handle realignment and all this stuff?" And he goes, "Look, it doesn't matter if we got 4 teams, 8 teams, 12 teams, 16 teams. It doesn't matter. We'll know. We'll figure it out over here." So he didn't confirm nor deny it, but come on, bro. That's why I'm thinking it's even more than Oklahoma and Texas. I believe it's going to be 2 more teams. That's going to come.
That will be crazy. Oh, you can talk.
How about another? I know they're down right now. How about adding another traditional powerhouse? I know they're not a powerhouse right now, but adding another traditional team like a name brand like USC to the bit.
They wouldn't do that. I don't think they would do
USC?
that.
No.
I don't think they would.
It all comes down to it got to make sense. It got to make sense.
Yeah, it got to make sense.
USC already dominates the Pac-12.
Geographically, Texas and Oklahoma make sense to the SEC. They're right there.
They're right there.
Look at them. They're right there. If you try
Do you
to
see
go
Miami
all the way out
comes
to
in on
California
and Florida
now, it
State
doesn't
moving
make
to
no
the
sense.
SEC? Or do you think
I'm
Man,
not.
Florida
I'm
would
not. I'm not
allow
sure about Florida State, Clemson, or Miami to the SEC. I'm not sure. And also, our TV contracts are through
they wouldn't.
2036, so I don't even know what our
They would.
buyouts will be right now.
They wouldn't last in the SEC. Like I'm tired of people saying these like crazy I don't know rumors. Like they wouldn't even. They wouldn't survive in the
But see,
SEC.
being
But you know what?
conference,
Who
everything
wouldn't
is
survive
not.
in the SEC? In the
Every,
SEC?
Miami,
all right, let me
No,
freaking
that's
FSU.
not true.
Like,
That's not
come
true,
let
on,
me
bro.
stop you
come
right
That's not
there.
true.
come on now,
No,
come
let
on.
me
Let's
speak.
be real,
Let
bro.
me speak.
All right, go,
Thing
go.
the thing with that is everything is not about football. Miami has a great baseball team. We have a lot of decent different teams. Like with this stuff with the conferences changing, that's where softball, all that comes to play.
Oh, yeah,
So when you think
yeah,
about it
yeah.
that way, like how you say like how Tennessee, y'all say Tennessee is the bottom of the barrel. They're not bottom of the barrel in basketball. Vanderbilt ain't either. They get 5-star recruits every year. They got that
Facts.
5-star recruit that's when they come in there this year. Like it's
Yeah, it's just
different.
not
It's different
football.
variables.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, that's
it's
facts.
like
Yeah, that's
it's just
facts.
like Duke and North Carolina, and well, North Carolina has started to make a name for themselves football wise. But when you look at them in the conference, they're more basketball teams.
Yeah.
Duke is
And
the top basketball team every single year.
also, you got to look at this. You got to look at it this way. You can't just think about who's going to survive. Okay, Alabama's the big bad man in the SEC, right? But you got to look at the SEC is not looking at like, oh, okay, well, it's just Alabama. No, they want to create their own mini NFL. So they want the
Yeah,
best
yeah, yeah,
teams to play against each other day in and day. Imagine that. Imagine your 90% of your schedule is tough, right?
yeah,
So it doesn't matter if you have 2
yeah,
losses or 3 losses. It's because you have the best college football teams in the country in your
yeah,
conference.
yeah. Make it
That's what
more
it's about.
interesting. Yeah, I feel you. Yeah,
Because that leads
Yeah,
to more
no, but I
ratings,
don't think
more
Florida would allow
viewers.
Miami or Florida State to come in, right?
They have no
Like
that
choice,
that,
Anthony.
Look
Texas
at
A&M
it
got no
this way,
choice to allow
Anthony.
Texas to come in.
Exactly. It's
They
not
got no
up to
choice.
Florida. If it makes sense money wise, views wise, rating wise, they would be more than happy to take them. Florida State and Miami is a huge brand.
National brands.
It's a huge
But
brand.
that's why
yeah,
the ACC would keep them. Everybody is not going to go to the SEC. You don't have
yeah. People
many
just
games. You
yeah,
don't have many games as a college football. Don't have that many games as an NFL team, so it's not gonna make sense. People gonna feel like they're left out because they're gonna be like, we didn't get to play Alabama this year. Who knows? Who knows? I don't feel like any conference will go over 16 teams.
But then when they go to strength of schedule, what do you do then? When everybody's in the SEC. And then Miami goes 11-1 and they're ranked 9th or 10th. And I'm not even talking about a 12-team playoff at that point. I'm talking about like
yeah.
in
That
the
won't
next 2
be.
years. What happens
Yeah, it won't make
then?
sense.
What happens when we're beating up on scrubs and SEC, all them boys in war for like, and you got 4 teams going to the playoffs from their conference alone, and we're sitting on the outside.
But that's what we're not gonna. We're gonna add teams to our conference too. But
Only if you merge Jedi. You got to merge Big Ten and ACC in order to
so how
compete with
many
what
teams?
SEC is going to build.
No, I don't think necessarily you have to do that.
You
If
just
you
have to
bring
add
in
a
a
few.
North Carolina, if you bring in a Notre Dame and you bring in a West Virginia, you'll have more caliber games in those.
Yeah, you will have Notre Dame. You will
But
have.
I don't think the Big Ten and the ACC is going to do a merger. I don't think so at all. I think
I
the
hope. I
SEC is
hope that
set
happens.
right now. I think they're set right now with Texas and Oklahoma. I don't think they're bringing in no more other teams. I think they're
You
just going
sure
to
about that, T2I? We
I
didn't think
hope
they
they
was gonna
merge.
bring. We didn't think they was gonna bring 2 teams in either. This was a blindside.
Yeah,
You
but
don't think you don't think they would
from
bring 2
my
more teams in?
No,
from
you
my from
have.
my perspective, I don't think they are. I think they're going to be at that 16. I could be wrong, could be right.
Okay.
Now in the future, we'll find out. But I don't think
Exactly.
they're going to bring anybody else in there. I think at 16, it's pretty tough to go past 16. Because how do you have those teams play each other without?
Maybe if you remove some of the bottom feeders, maybe if some of the bottom teams and
That's what I'm saying about that.
that will end up getting moved out of there.
That's what I'm saying. Like, okay, we can move Wake out and put UCF in, and then we can add West
Yeah,
Notre Dame, and then we can, and that's a good conference there. That's a good conference. if we consider in basketball, football, all the sports, that's an overall good conference. Everything is not about football. SEC might own football, but you're gonna still see a Clemson go in for the ACC side and probably win it all. It's like when it comes down to conference,
Yeah, that's why I say too.
it's way, way, way bigger than football. It's everything in consideration. It's for kids that's going to college.
What Jedi just said. To what Jedi just said, it makes perfect sense. You're not going to throw out a Vanderbilt or a Tennessee or any of those Missouri teams just because they're football-wise, they're terrible.
Mm-hmm.
You got to look at the overall what they bring to that conference in other sports also.
Right. I feel you.
Got a $3 donation. Got a $3 donation from Slim Shady Kane. CJ sitting in the concussion protocol. Man, CJ ain't even saying that.
Thanks.
CJ, what they do, bro? I ain't no use here.
Appreciate that, Slim Shady Canes.
I made a little bit of money.
Personally, I just feel like this is bigger than college football, bro. What they're trying to do. I just feel like the whole dissolving of conference. That's another thing. The Big 12. How's the Big 12 going to survive now without Oklahoma and Texas? Like, who do you bring there?
I don't feel like
they're not. They're gonna close. They got to do something else.
I think what you're gonna see this season, because they're playing that schedule out this season.
Right.
Like I said, Tennessee, not Tennessee. Like I said, Texas and Oklahoma said they're willing to play until 2025.
What happened?
But if they end up cutting that contract and the SEC end up making that payout because they want to bring them in earlier, I do believe those 8 teams in that Big 12 will dissolve.
I
think, like I said, West Virginia should be the first one to jump ship and try to get into the ACC as early as 2023.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you, T2. I don't even think they make it to the end of the TV contract, the Big 12. They don't make it to 2025.
I don't think so either.
That's
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying with the Big 12. I think West Virginia of all teams should be speaking to the ACC right now. 2023.
I agree.
Notre Dame is possibly going to come into the ACC and take up that 15th spot. So West Virginia, if they want to get in at number 16, I think they should be talking right now. Because you do have teams that could possibly come in with a Cincinnati, with some of the other names that they're throwing out there.
Yeah, this happens. Big 12 have 0% chance of staying. I think they're gonna get booted out. So.
I mean, once you take out the 2 powerhouse with Texas and Oklahoma, nobody else will care about that conference. Not to mention that their games come on most of the time at 12 o'clock.
Like early, yeah.
I don't think they'll have the TV ratings or anything like that to back up that conference.
But see, with that, so now you see Kansas State, Iowa State, they're gonna move up to the Big 10 with Ohio, and that's an overall good conference because they got basketball with Kansas State. Iowa State is decent at football. Like it's gonna balance out. And even with the Pac-12, you're gonna see Texas Tech and Baylor move over there. That's some basketball schools over there. Like it's gonna work out.
No, but the problem with the Pac-12 specifically, they're really strict on. They have to meet certain criteria to join their conference. So I don't think Baylor
but you also have to look at too. The Pac-12 has already said that they'll lower that standard.
Yeah.
The Pac-12 already said that they'll lower that standard. If push comes to shove, and that's what they have to do. They will lower the standard to let us.
I think they would go to the
come on in.
AAC. I think Texas Tech Baylor would go to the AAC. Do you guys see that happening?
Nah, not at all.
Hey, who's brushing their
big
teeth?
Money loss.
Going where? To the ACC?
The AAC.
Sound like somebody brushing their teeth.
T2, I said somebody brushing their teeth.
let's say Ohio State leaves a conference. Do you think it would like I
They
understand
won't.
geographically it makes sense for them to stay in the what is it called in
The Big
the
Ten.
Big Ten? But do you think they would ever maybe join the ACC
No,
with Clemson?
The
not at all.
only the, the
No.
only way if you have that merger with ACC and Big Ten. But if they was to leave the Big Ten, I think the SEC would be the only destination for them. Which because Ohio State and the SEC would go hand in hand. They'll
You
be
don't
able to
think it
recruit
makes
with
sense
them, and
for
they'll be
them
able to win and beat out
geographically?
Alabama and beat out everybody else in that conference as well. Especially if you give them the SEC title, they'll be able to get way more recruiting kids from the Southeast.
Now let me
And
let
they
me
So
ask
already
you
that's what
guys.
I'm
Let me
saying.
ask you guys this. Let's say the Big Ten decides that they want to reach out to Clemson and possibly another team in the ACC.
Mhm.
We're not going to say it's not possible for Clemson and some other team to move on because as you can see, Texas
Yep.
and Oklahoma, they're the top two teams in the Big 12, and they're moving over to the SEC.
Hey T2Y, you know that was a rumor that just happened like 2 days ago. Somebody from ESPN was talking about that the Big Ten was looking at Clemson and Florida State and UNC. Like there's a little rumor,
Yeah.
so I don't know. These people putting a lot of smoke out there.
Yeah, so just let's say they reach out and that does go down or whatever. Clemson and whatever team decides, okay, we're gonna
Say
go big.
Say UNC like in North Carolina.
Yeah. So let's say they decide, okay, yeah, we're gonna do that. Now, where
But
does that
why
leave
would
the
why would
ACC?
UNC leave the why would UNC leave the ACC when they have rivals like Duke in the same conference? I'm confused.
Yeah, that wouldn't even make sense for them to
That
leave.
won't make
Yeah,
no
that wouldn't make
Because
sense.
because the Big Ten is trying to get everybody on the what they're calling the I-95 side or something like that. They're trying to get everybody from the Carolinas and so on and so forth because they feel for them logistically it would work tremendous. You know what I'm saying? Like they would be able to bring in. That's why even Florida State because they're in the Panhandle, right? So they're right around that area as well.
How
So
about
it would
Miami?
work.
no
There was there was nothing mentioned from that report. There was nothing mentioned about Miami. It was North
Miami's not
Carolina.
leaving the ACC.
It was North Carolina, Florida State, Clemson, and I forgot there was another team that was mentioned. But the reason why it worked for them because it worked for them because of something about being along the I-95 or something like that. It would make logistic sense for the Big Ten to add those teams from the ACC. Logistically.
Yeah, every team can't just go to the ACC. Like it has to make sense. Like
It's a
people
rumor
just
as
bring it
well,
up.
but it was somebody from ESPN put it out, and they like there's a lot of smoke coming from everywhere, so we don't really know
but,
what's
but
true or
this
not. But
is but look, but this is what I'm saying. Like if what is it, the Pac-10 or whatever? Well, like what
the Big Ten.
the Big Ten or whatever,
Mhm.
they should start getting teams from they should start getting teams like Iowa State, Kansas, and Kansas State, and like teams like that because their conference is already breaking up. They're going to break apart. They need to get teams off of them.
But
So
Jedi, they want to build a super conference like the SEC, though. You got to think about that. They want a
they
super conference. If
are.
you're bringing a Clemson,
Kansas-
to add with Ohio State and the Michigans, bro, that's a super conference. The UNC, that's considered a super conference. You get what I'm saying?
but they have big schools already there. So when you
They have
add,
Ohio State.
they have Ohio
That's their
State,
biggest school.
and Michigan State. What they have a lot of big. We're not only talking about football. So if they add Kansas, that's a big basketball school. So you're gonna have Michigan in there who big on basketball. Michigan State, like them big Ohio's is still a big basketball school. Like if they get people that's right there, they will be perfectly fine. Everything is not about football.
Oh, DF said it was Georgia. I hear you. DF said it was Georgia Tech as well. Okay, so see, DF know what I'm talking about there. DF heard that same thing. So it's Georgia Tech, North Carolina, Clemson, and Florida State. Those are the four teams that the Big Ten was. The rumor is the Big Ten is
for them
looking at to bring over.
for them to join.
To join the Big Ten.
That would be crazy though.
But look,
That'd
you
be
see why
crazy.
they on Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech is trash at football, but right now their basketball team is skyrocketing right now. Big Ten, they're trying to prosper off of basketball money. They're gonna go after basketball schools because Georgia Tech is a rising basketball school right now. They have.
But that play, yeah, right. But guess what? That play for even with Florida State, North Carolina, those plays are their basketball as well.
Yeah,
Right? They could play basketball too.
that's what I'm
But
trying to say.
right, no, for basketball, but then for football as well, because now if you add those 4 teams in the Big Ten, it's no longer Ohio State, who's gonna win out of Ohio State and Michigan. Ohio State's going to the playoffs. No, you add a whole different dynamic to the football side of it, which now creates this super conference, whether you're looking at football or basketball. You get what I'm saying?
No, that's a question. Why don't they add Duke for basketball as well?
I don't know.
think
I mean, I'm not
It
sure. I
makes
guess
sense.
Duke football. I guess Duke football wise is not doing anything, as the other schools have both football and basketball.
So what happens with the? Do you think the ACC has to merge with the AAC then, or do they become a group of 5 conference then?
I'm gonna go. I know T2. I don't feel like it's gonna happen, but me personally, I feel like the ACC will have no choice but to do a merger with the Big Ten.
Oh yeah,
Personally.
yeah, for sure.
No choice.
For sure.
But how many teams? That's going to be way too many teams.
Everybody's not gonna make it, Jedi. Remember, you gotta understand something. College football, as we know, is gonna change.
So
It's
it
not gonna be the same thing like we know anymore. It's not gonna be 136 teams, and that's not gonna exist anymore, bro. It's not gonna happen. Like, this is really turning to a business, and that's where we head into, unfortunately.
Now, what you guys think of this comment? Miami should join the Big Ten.
Not at all.
I think they should, because they're gonna be left out if we don't. I'm just being honest, and we're not gonna survive independently.
I think
No, that's been my idea. If we go independent, right, we can schedule kids like LSU, Florida, Florida State, Notre Dame every year. Now that's 4 schools we can start rivals with, and then we just play like other big conference teams. Now, I feel like we can survive.
Who are you gonna get the TV deal if ESPN controls the market?
First of all, Miami's not going to leave the ACC because I think we got a contract with them all the way till 35. So the payout,
everybody does 2036. Everybody does.
So for the payout for
2036.
that would literally cripple the program.
See, that's what I'm saying. I think, let's say hypothetically Clemson leaves, North Carolina leaves, Florida State leaves. Do you think
Slim.
teams like Cincinnati and
Slim, I think your background, you got a lot of noise. Yeah.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Do you guys think teams like UCF, USF, like, let's say hypothetically the 4 teams you guys say leave to the Big Ten, Clemson, Florida State, Pittsburgh, and
Then we bring in teams like Houston, UCF. That's what the ACC gonna start bringing in, because it's gonna bring in money. Because Houston is right in Houston, and then you got UCF. So we're gonna start bringing in schools like that.
how about Cincinnati?
Nah, but I mean, if you're talking about losing big name schools and then bringing in a Houston and a UCF, that the caliber don't even match up.
It's not gonna work, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Don't even match up.
And that's what I'm saying for us. From speaking from Miami fans, this is either gonna go left for us or right. Because what we don't want to happen is we get left and we're stuck over here in ACC. And then I know some people are like, oh, well, we'll dominate, but that doesn't mean anything. You get what I'm saying? We can't.
Nowadays, it's not just based on a computer system. It's on schedule. It's on strength of schedule, and you have actual people making these decisions.
Hey, T2, highlight Redhead Kane comment, because that's exactly what's going to happen. And that's why a lot of teams are going to end up being left out. They are moving into the NFL, AFC, NFC, 2 big conference. That's exactly what's going to happen.
But they don't play that many.
I like the way that AR says join the SEC East. Miami and Clemson step in the water. I like the way he just exclude Florida State.
Well, here's the problem with that. I think you're right. I think it will eventually go to more of an AFC, NFC style.
Yeah, in the future, later.
I think you're 2 steps ahead. I think the step in the middle between that is going to be 4 16-team conferences.
Thank you. That's what I've been saying. Who just said that? That's what I've been saying the whole time.
Yeah, I'm speaking on the end game. I'm speaking on the next 5 years.
Yeah, I see it being like four super conference, 16 teams each. Yeah. That would make more sense.
because
I
they've been
don't
talking
think.
about
I
that.
think with the SEC, with them bringing the Oklahoma and Texas, I think that is it. I don't think they're going to make any more changes
Yeah.
That
or add
well,
any more teams.
that is it, because the SEC wasn't looking to expand. Texas and Oklahoma came to them.
Yeah, I don't think the SEC is going to go crazy and go get all the best teams like Clemson, Florida, Miami, Florida State, and everybody. I don't think that's
They
going to
can't
happen. I
manage.
think Texas and Oklahoma is it.
I think you'll have the ACC pick up Notre Dame and probably West Virginia, and you'll have both the Big Ten and the Pac-12 pick up a couple of teams from what's left of the Big 12, and the Big 12 will just disappear, and you'll have 4 power conferences now.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you don't see any. Wait, who said the 4 power conferences? So you don't think Miami goes to
No.
I think Miami is staying
They're
put right where they're at
Oh
in
no,
the
no,
ACC.
my mistake. You don't think the ACC goes to maybe teams in the AAC, which is a group of 5? They don't add group of 5 teams instead of adding West Virginia and stuff
No.
like that. Like
Well,
UCF.
Look at West Virginia and look at UCF or look at any group of 5 teams.
The
You would rather bring in a West Virginia to play teams like Virginia Tech, Miami, Pitt, Virginia, teams that are around there that creates that rivalry, that attention will be on those games. The people will tune in to watch those games.
Yeah.
Pitt fans and West Virginia fans, they hate the hell out of each other. Those games are going to be highly viewed. Where you would have a UCF come in, and other than playing Miami and Florida State, who else will watch the rest of their games?
Well, and here's the thing too. With somebody also said it's about money, and they're absolutely right. It is about money. The ACC's already got 2 teams in the state of Florida, so there's nothing for them to gain in the Florida market, especially as far as television goes. So they're going to be looking to get to a market that they're not in already. Notre Dame.
How about
that
Cincinnati?
bill. Maybe. I mean, if Cincinnati had proved to be a consistent group of 5 team, like say Boise State has, or like Central Florida has, maybe. But I mean, so far, I wouldn't quite put Cincinnati up there yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, but Slim, how does Notre
Realm of
Dame?
possibility.
Hey, I was gonna say, Slim, how does Notre Dame end up giving up that NBC contract to because I think for them to be fully in the ACC, they got to break away with NBC. So,
Well, that
so
NBC
how's that?
contract runs out in a few years anyway. And I mean, let's be honest. Chances are Notre Dame has probably looked for a way out of it, and they just can't get out of it because that NBC contract is chicken shit money compared to the ACC network, SEC network type money.
Right.
Or Big Ten Network. Because I think it would make sense for Notre Dame. I understand their other sports are in the ACC, but honestly, they should go to the Big Ten. I think it would make sense for them to be in the Big Ten, realistically, geographically, because they're closer to Ohio State, Michigan State, all the Big Ten teams. It would
But Anthony, you also have to look at it. The ACC owns Notre Dame and every other sports and stuff, so they still would have to have a buyout for all those other sports.
Yeah. Yeah, it's mainly that football contract that's holding them back with NBC.
And here's the thing, as far as people saying Miami, Clemson, maybe Florida State to the SEC, they can't.
Yeah, that would make no
it's not even that it doesn't make sense. With the original members of the ACC, the SEC, like take Florida for instance. Okay, Florida has a guarantee with the SEC that the SEC won't pick up another team in the state of Florida. They can't pick up Miami or FSU, even if they wanted to.
And see, and that's where Texas A&M is separate. Because Texas A&M never had that.
Now, all they got was a handshake deal that they wouldn't pick up Texas from the last SEC commissioner, not this one.
Not the current one.
Right.
So, all right. So do y'all? I like. So my idea for the playoffs. So if it's gonna be 4 big 16 conference this. Do y'all want to expand? Y'all want to expand the playoff or keep it a 4-game play?
hmm
What do y'all want to do? Like, what do y'all think about that?
Well, I mean, I already think the 14 playoffs a fucking disaster. But
All right, so let me tell you what I think. So I think we keep it like we keep the main 14 playoff, but in our conferences we have like it's gonna be 4 bubbles of 4 teams, and like at the end of the year, 4 of those, like out of each bubble, one of those teams will get picked and they'll play in like their own conference playoffs. So it'll be like 2 rounds. It'll be 4 teams from each conference, and them 4 teams will face off. Like it'll be like 2 and 2, and them 4 teams will face off. And like whoever get the championship of that conference will be one of the 4 teams in the playoff.
well, the only problem with that is the playoff committee's already met. The conference commissioners have already met.
Yeah.
They're gonna expand the playoff, and
Yeah.
it's probably gonna go to 12 teams.
Yeah, because it's more money, even though it shouldn't be 12 teams. It should be. I would in a perfect world, I would say the top 8, but obviously 12 is more financial for them. They're gonna
Well,
make
I mean,
way
And
more
then
money.
when you look at
No, this
Notre
is
Dame,
how-
from Notre Dame and
this is how
NBC
I
from
would
a
say
money
it.
standpoint too, says Notre Dame earned $7 million as a partial member, and its deal with NBC is 15 mil annually off NBC and ACC revenue. Notre Dame makes 22 million, while each ACC team basically making 29 million. So now it would definitely make sense for Notre Dame
To join the
to
conference.
join the conference instead of being with NBC.
Yeah.
As an
And that's
ACC team, they would be making 29 instead of making 22. So
well, and that 29's not even counting into when they put in all the money from all the bowl games into a pot and spread it out amongst all the teams either.
Yeah, it's probably more than
Okay.
that as well.
Okay, let's say Notre Dame, West Virginia, come and a third team comes to the 3 teams come to. Who would be the third team with Notre Dame and West Virginia that comes over to the ACC? Do we only add 2 teams?
We only had 2 because we already 14 teams. So that'd be 16.
Okay. Do we eliminate the divisions or realign the divisions? Have like Miami, Florida State.
I
think
West
perfectly.
Virginia.
I think perfectly Notre Dame would fit on the side with Clemson and Florida State, and West Virginia would fit on the side with Miami and the rest of the coastal teams. Think about it. Well, you want West Virginia to play Virginia Tech, Virginia, and Pitt every year. Those
And
are 3.
Miami.
And Miami, they have a history through the Big East. So you would definitely want those matchups every single season.
But for ratings though, I think they would put them on the coastal, bro. Because then if you put Miami and Notre Dame on the coastal,
think
that means
about
you
it.
would guaranteed
No,
to have
alright,
an ACC championship that's either going to be Miami, Notre Dame versus Clemson or Florida State,
but
or
look,
UNC
I-
even versus the other team.
Dame
I
threw
think
5
he's
look.
I think he's exactly right. I think they'll look at it Florida State and Clemson in the Atlantic, and
Yep.
they'll look at it Notre Dame and Miami.
Miami and yep, makes more money. You got to think about this from a money standpoint. What brings more numbers? What would bring more revenue? So we would have Notre Dame every year, but it wouldn't make sense though. Think about it. Think about going to Charlotte for the championship game, and it might be Notre Dame versus Clemson, or Notre Dame versus Florida State, or Miami versus Clemson. You know, you could mix and match either team, and it's going to be high ratings, and possibly could be playoff contention between both teams.
And you know what it is? Actually, I would prefer. I can't remember who was saying this. They would prefer pods instead of these divisions. Do you think pods in these conferences would make a lot of more sense than having these
I
divisions?
say we keep the 8 teams on the same side, and like later on down in the year when we do like what I would want to do, it's basically still the playoffs is just under the conference. So it's going to be basically 16 teams in the playoffs, but it's the first 2 games of the playoffs, the first 4 games of the playoffs are going to be under the conference name. Like you have 4 teams fighting for the SEC championship, 4 teams fighting for the ACC championship, 4 teams fighting for Big Ten and Pac-12. And then the 4 teams who went out of them that was fighting, now they move on to like the real 4. but it's basically still the playoffs because those teams are still getting a chance. Like it started off with 16 teams.
But what they're going to also look at is going to be too many games. And what if you have an Alabama that beats Auburn in the regular season, but when you do the playoff thing, they got to play each other again, kind of thing. It's going to be too much of a mess that way.
Yeah, I don't think the SEC would agree to that, Jedi. That's what I think T2Y is saying. Like the SEC, they're going to be complaining. They're going to have too many.
In a sense, that it'll be way too complicated doing it that way.
Like we moving to 12 teams.
Yeah, but you're looking at a 12-team playoffs after the regular season. This is regular playoffs afterwards, after the conference championships, after all that is said and done. But you're talking about a playoffs within conference already to actually get to the conference championship, to actually get to another playoffs. It's going to be too complicated and too much.
I would want to keep the playoffs only 4 games, though. 2 games. I only keep like the 4 teams that come out of conference. Them the only ones playing for the real championship. But they probably gonna move it to 12, like y'all saying. But like my idea, I would want to keep the same way how they do it, but in the conferences, it's like the same way.
Yeah, but I mean, when you look at it from a bigger standpoint, from a college football standpoint, if you have 4 super conferences and all 4 teams that win the conferences go to the playoffs, then you basically eliminate every other conference that's not in those 4. You eliminate every group of 5 from ever even having a chance to even go to a championship. Because if it's said and done, okay, you're gonna have a Pac-12 championship, SEC champion, you're gonna have a Big Ten champion, and the SEC champion. Those 4 will play every playoffs and every championship. Then teams like UCF, they have no reason to play football no more because they're not in one of those conferences. Memphis, Houston, Cincinnati, all those other teams, you just basically told them straight up, you will never win a championship. You will never have a chance to play unless you're a part of one of those big 16-team conferences, and that's not going to happen for them. They might as well go ahead and start their own league.
Yeah.
I feel like they should do that.
Well, in the end, that's what's going to happen, but not no time soon. But in the end, it's going to be their own league for real.
I mean, if you do it the way you're saying, Jedi, then basically they would have to do what the FCS does, have their own thing, have their own championship every year.
But you know what? Also know Jedi. You know what? I like your idea, but it's not going to work because you're going to have players going to be like, man, I ain't finna play this. I'm about to go in the draft. What am I over here playing some conference championship? More games. I got to worry about getting injured. You're going to end up losing superstars in those games.
Yep.
That's going to think about going to the draft. Like now, look what's happening now with the bowl games. These cats don't even care if it's not even if it's an NY6 bowl game. They don't even care.
This is why I'm doing that. This is why I'm doing the conference championship thing, is because nobody's watching bowl games like that because everybody opting out. If you put something on the line, then it'll make more people watch it. Like the views will be up. And look what we do though. We put the bowl names under like the conferences. Like you trying to get what I'm saying? Like I don't know.
I get what you're saying, but the thing is, are you gonna have the players play though? Like, you get what I'm trying to say? Like, are they gonna be like, you know what? Is it in my best interest to play this, or let me just chill because I'm gonna be a first round draft pick? Why risk injury for more games?
I mean, they could do that. You're just gonna have to throw the freshmen in.
But then that's not.
Here's the problem with that. Look how long it took them just to get from an 11-game schedule to a 12-game schedule, and from a 12-game schedule to a playoff system. It took
it took forever.
Yeah, I mean, for what Slim just said, look how far it took them to even get to the BCS, now to even get to the playoffs.
Yeah, true.
Now, as far as to your point of players sent out, they could end that tomorrow. There's a
Okay.
real easy way to end that.
I mean, at one point, you look at it, you had teams that was claiming championships because they didn't have a proper system. Then they go to the BCS. Then we start complaining about that. Now we go into playoffs. Now we want to expand it. It's going to be years and years of work. It's not going to happen overnight. We've been knowing the BCS for how long, and we've been asking for a playoff for how long, and they finally
Forever.
gave
I mean,
We've asked for playoffs probably over 10 years now, 15 years.
they doing all this stuff, but when views go down, trust me, they're gonna change it fast. They need that money. They're gonna need money when people start watching sports and all that. They're gonna need the money. They're gonna start making changes quick. I'm just
And
saying,
that's
the hardest way. What I'm trying to
You would think so, but the NFL's numbers have been down drastically for one reason or another, and they're not changing their tune.
No.
Both of these entities have kind of gotten to the point where they
I
losing.
think last year was
last
last year was the first year. Last year there was the first year that they actually had decent. They're still not great, but better than the last 5 years because of last year. So they're not changing. Yeah, I agree. They're not changing anything.
like that right now, though. And
My
that's
only
why
question,
to make it more entertaining. That's what I'm
my
trying to.
only question is going into the 12 team playoffs with the SEC expanding with Oklahoma and Texas. When it comes down to selection, what it's going to be? How many SEC teams are we going to see in that?
You
12
already know that answer, bro. Why do you even bring that question up, bro? You already know the answer, bro. Come on.
That's
Come
going to be
on,
the
bro.
question. What I
already know.
want to know is, are they going to the group of five? Let's say those conference championships. Are they going to at least give those guys 5 spots in there to actually have a chance at doing anything?
Which conference gets more ratings?
Well, I mean, they already said that the 4 highest ranked conference champs would get an automatic bid in.
Okay, so put in the Pac-12, the Big Ten, the ACC, and the SEC because the Big 12 I do think is dissolved. So put those 4 in. Are they going to put in those other 5 to make it 9 and then select 3 more to actually give those other group of 5 conference at
I
least
feel
a
like
chance?
my idea playing less games than that. And they playing meaningless games. If they gonna, so you gonna have what, Alabama play a scrub old team just to get whooped by 60? Who's gonna watch that? Nobody's gonna watch that. That's just.
Well, I mean, that's what they.
Okay, but isn't that what they said about? Isn't that what they said about UCF back when they played was it Auburn?
Mm-hmm.
When they went undefeated, everybody was like, "Okay, Auburn's gonna beat them 60."
Auburn's gonna smoke them.
They end up winning that game.
Yes, but I mean, every once in a while, one of those teams lucks up. Most of the time, they don't, though.
But at least give them the chance.
I don't agree. I think they would get smoked like they do most of the time. Every once in a while, they'll win one. See, here's going to be the problem with that. Do you actually think a UCF at their best, or Boise State when they were on their run, or Cincinnati from last year could roll through 3 to 4 top 10
that's
teams?
what I'm saying. Okay, they're gonna beat.
No.
They're gonna beat.
At the end of the day, Slim, college football, anything can happen. You got to think about it. Some of those big major teams that we know, like Alabama and all those, injuries happen.
But T2,
They could catch one of those teams, but at least give them the chance to.
Oh yeah, they'll catch one of them. I'm
catch one of them. With the playoff expansion, guess who they're gonna have to play next? Clemson. They beat them. Now they got to play somebody else. Now they got to play what?
But what does that do? What does that do for that program? Okay, let's say UCF come on in the first round in the playoff. They play Clemson. They lucked up and beat Clemson. Next round they get blown out by an Alabama.
Ohio State.
But you know what that does? That give kids an impression like, hey, I could go over there and help push them even more further. That could build their recruiting off that. Hey, you see what we did last year? We beat Clemson. Now let's come on in here and help us to get past that second round and stuff. They could build off of that.
Okay, if that actually worked, why isn't Boise one of the best teams in the country right now? They beat Oklahoma in New Year's Six Bowl.
Yeah, but it's not a playoff game.
It doesn't always work that way. As much as it sounds great and it would be a good story. I mean, look at UCF. UCF's on a downslide.
But
They're not what they
when you
were.
look at a Boise, you got to look at who's coaching them and who's recruiting for them. If they're not selling that pitch to the kids, like, hey, Miami is telling kids, hey, you come on in here and help us get to that next level. Make the crib great again. If Boise is not selling that, Boise State is not selling stuff like that, then that's shame on their recruiter for not taking advantage of beating Oklahoma.
Okay, I'm saying
That's because when Boise beats Oklahoma, Washington scoops up their head coach.
Okay, so there you go. That's what happened. They couldn't capitalize off of it because of that.
Well, I mean, that happens every time. Look, UCF, Scott Frost left.
It's money. It ain't gonna be able to happen because so they trying to recruit these 5 stars. You got Florida showing them a lot of love, and then you got Boise State showing them love. You really think they're gonna end up and go to Boise State? That's very rare. Very rare. And who's really out from Boise State? The recruit probably gonna be from Florida, so they're gonna probably want to stay home.
All I'm saying is give those teams a chance. You can't count them out if you never gave them a chance.
Yeah, you can, because we've seen it time and time again. Boise made it to
They
New
just
Year's
make
Six
they
Bowl and won one of them.
Like I said, give them a chance. Give them a chance.
But look, they could make their own separate thing. From our 4, we have our 4 Power 5. Then they'll have their 4 Power 5. They break down on conferences over there and have their 4 Power 5. And then they could build championships over there. And then at ACC or somebody, they might trade out a trash team for UCF or something later on down the line. But I don't see having all
you guys got to look at it from a logical standpoint. If what y'all saying applied to them, then what everybody else is saying about Miami now is that basically we'll never win another championship. We'll never have the chance to.
No. Because you can get 5.
I'm not following the logic at all, though, because Miami's in a downturn now the same way Georgia was in a downturn from 1984 until Mark Richt got there.
But my thing, Slim, what I'm saying is Miami is in a down, right? Nobody sees us winning the championship right now. It's basically the same thing y'all saying about these UCFs and all of them. Nobody sees them beating or moving along in the playoffs if they put them in there. So basically, it's just like the same as, Miami's down. Nobody sees us being dominant again.
Okay, but here's the problem. What UCF or what Boise or what any of those teams have to do is exactly what Miami did. They get their shot and then take advantage of it. Look at Cincinnati. They got their shot against Georgia and they blew it. UCF took advantage of one shot, blew another one. Boise State blew a couple of shots, took advantage of one.
But that don't mean you take away the shot completely.
No, you make they tell
give them incentive to play hard every season, to compete every season, because they know at the end they got a shot to win the championship just like everybody else does. Make it fair.
And I agree with you at least to a certain extent, and that's why it's probably best to basically have a non-Power 5 equivalent of a national title.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Like, make them separate. Make them have their own thing. They could build championships over there.
You got to look at it nationally. Nobody wants to play in a second fiddle championship.
You say that, but look at this past year, or not this past, the 2019 March Madness. The NIT had higher ratings than the NCAA tournament did.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, nobody cares about the NIT champion. Nobody can name them. You could sit here and say, hey, name the last 10 champions for college football, and they'll boom, 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 boom. Name the last 10 college football FCS champions. Nobody knows.
Imagine like all the HBCUs breaking off and doing their own conference championship instead of being like and doing their own conference playoff and all that. That would get a lot of ratings and a lot of support.
It would not compare to national. Look at the HBCs, the FCS schools right now. They don't get the attention that these national rating games that play for the national championship get.
Mm.
So if you were to break down the group of 5 and say, hey, you guys go play for like the second fiddle national championship, nobody would care.
Yeah.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares about the FCS champions.
Here's the problem with your theory though. As good as certain non-power 5 teams have gotten, like UCF and Boise, their fan bases didn't expand. You didn't end up with huge fan bases like Miami has, like Tennessee has, and all that kind of stuff. So I mean, there's also got to be that you're not just looking at the chance. There's got to be a fan base to be behind that team as well. And no matter what those teams do, they're kind of stuck with what their fan base is.
Yeah, but when you give them more of a shot of making it to bigger games, most of their fans probably will start showing up. And you gotta realize this is generation still grows. So with teams like that, over the couple of years, more kids are being born every day. More kids are watching these teams. If they start watching them win, they're going to become fans of them, and not just the fans of the teams that are around them that are, the big names.
Well, yeah. So Florida, they're gonna have to start going 0-12. Miami gonna have to start going 0-12. Florida FSU gonna have to start going 0-12. All them teams in Florida, they need to go 0-12.
And that's basically what would have to happen.
It doesn't really work. Look at a UCF game. Are their stands not full?
Yeah, I mean they have the largest population at any university in America, so of course it is.
So their stands are full.
They got like 75,000.
Those fans in there are not just Miami, Florida State, and Florida fans.
Well, actually, yeah, most of them are. How many UCF fans you see floating around YouTube outside of troll accounts?
But I'm talking about fan base wise, Slim. It's bigger than just YouTube.
Well, fan base wise,
there's look at Clemson for example. Clemson's winning, but they only got a handful of YouTubers, like 1 or 2 that I can name, maybe 2 or 3. Bobby Turkey and
because Clemson is not a national brand, bro. They're not national. They're not iconic yet, bro. They still got time to go.
Let Clemson keep winning the way they do. I guarantee you, if YouTube is still booming the way that it's booming now, Clemson will have about 30 damn YouTubers.
About 10 more years? Yeah, I agree. 10 more years, I agree.
I actually don't think so, because you don't have 30 Alabama YouTubers. You have like 4.
That's Alabama.
I mean,
it ain't too much you can say about them.
Miami is literally the only fan base with like 35 YouTubers.
You gotta look at Miami. You gotta look at Miami. Everybody in Miami has an opinion.
Well, hell, everybody in the damn world's got an opinion.
I mean, Alabama, they got their 4 YouTubers, and you either gonna agree with one out of the 3 because they all thinking the same thing you're thinking.
Yeah, but it's like when you win, like it ain't really no reason. It ain't no debate. Like y'all just winning. Like Alabama, they're just winning. Like
exactly.
Why would you make
programs that win up and down? You'll see the difference in fan base. Look at Florida State. They have a huge fan base on YouTube. Teams with fan bases on YouTube, because I've been doing YouTube, so I do research on them. The Florida Gators YouTube fan base don't exist,
and that's surprising, to be honest. I'm surprised.
You know
there's not a YouTuber out here for Florida.
Every team, including Alabama, goes through ups and downs. You couldn't pay somebody to be an Alabama fan from 1994 until Nick Saban got there, because they were hot garbage.
And that's exactly why I said give every team a chance. Because I mean, look at Alabama now. Give that UCF a chance. They might. I'm
But
not
you
saying
know
it
what though,
will happen,
T2,
but
Alabama
they could
least is in a
possibly.
Power 5 though. I mean, we're
Yeah.
talking about Group of 5, man. I mean that's a disparity, bro. Like even
Okay,
though
but
Alabama was trash, they was in the Power 5 though.
yeah. And
You know what I mean?
T2, look at this. So okay, they have a good coach, they have a good quarterback, right? They go a good year. They lose the Clemson or Alabama or whatever. All the little Power 5 teams, they got way more money. Oh, they gonna buy off the coach. Oh, the team that Florida, they gonna be trying to get the quarterback in the transfer portal. Like it's a lot of stuff to just make Power 5 teams stay on top. Like all them players not gonna stay if they say that, oh, I have a bigger opportunity to play in a bigger conference when I'm on TV every day. It ain't gonna work out no more.
Well, and perfect example. The best quarterback UCF ever had is Mackenzie Milton. Where is he at right now? He left UCF.
Florida State.
But you got to look at Mackenzie Milton. He's a different aspect because if he didn't get hurt at UCF, he would stay at UCF.
Yeah, well, you can't
And
say
UCF,
that.
and he actually wanted to come back to UCF, but he can't come back to UCF because look at the quarterback they have now in what's his name, Dylan. He would literally come in there and be second to him because you can't just replace him with Mackenzie Milton, who hasn't played for like 2 seasons, with a guy that's pretty much doing dominant things at quarterback for UCF.
Well, it's always been a rule in football: you don't lose your position due to injury.
Yeah, but you also, as a coach, got to think what's best for your team. Do I bring in a guy that hasn't taken a snap in 2 years, or do I have a guy that's been winning games and looks pretty decent already? I know what I'm getting out of him. I don't know what Mackenzie Milton is bringing to the table. Mackenzie Milton fills that role in at Florida State because Florida State does not have a quarterback that they could trust. He could go in there and compete with a Jordan Travis or a Trevor Purdy and all those other guys because they have done nothing to prove themselves.
I actually think Travis has proved himself. I think that kid showed a lot, and I was looking forward to
his record is 3-6 at Florida State right now. I don't think he's proven anything to me.
Okay, but is it all on the
now? Given some of those games Blackman did play.
Now wait a minute. I heard every excuse under the book. What was it in 2019 when old Checkdown decided to pull every stunt in the world? Oh, the offensive line is garbage. Yada yada yada. You keep it consistent. That offensive line at Florida State is hot trash too. So you can't put it all on Jordan.
I wasn't putting it all on Jordan. But what I'm saying is Jordan Travis has not done anything to prove that he is better than Mackenzie Milton or otherwise.
Now,
I think that matchup, I think if you were to pick between the UCF quarterback and Jordan Travis, you would go with the UCF quarterback.
No, I want to see what both of them can do in the same circumstances. Because you don't know what that UCF quarterback is going to do at Florida State behind that line either.
But like I said, Mackenzie Milton fits better wise competing against a Jordan Travis who hasn't proven anything yet. When you got a guy at UCF that's been winning games and been basically making all the throws that a quarterback can.
They're not winning like they were a few years ago. But I want to go back to your point that you said Mackenzie Milton wouldn't have transferred if he hadn't got hurt. Says who? I mean, Derek King decided to transfer. They're getting out of a non-Power 5 into the spotlight to try and make a name for themselves.
But you got to look at it, Slim. It's different in the stand that the King situation. King wasn't out for 2 years. You're talking about a Milton that hasn't played in 2 years.
Yeah, because he had to sit
and
out.
And we saw King play in 2019 for 4 games after his injury.
I'm not sure if I'm going to call that playing,
but okay. But he played 4 games nonetheless.
Okay. King got a waiver to play immediately last year. Mackenzie Milton didn't get a waiver to play immediately after he transferred. That's why he's been out for 2 years.
Okay, 2 years. So, nonetheless, whether he got the say so to play or not, the immediate or not, it's still 2 years. And as you can see with Milton, even if they gave him the waiver to play, he weren't going to play anyway because he's just now becoming, back to 100, as they say. So even if they gave him the immediate to play last season, he wasn't going to play anyway because he was still injured.
I don't think he was still injured. I think a lot of it. Now, you could be right. I think a lot of it is guys aren't really the same until a couple years after an injury like that. And his was probably one of the worst I've ever seen.
Yeah, so like I said, he fit perfectly at Florida State more than he would fit at UCF, even though, he was UCF dominant quarterback back when he did play. But being out 2 years, and plus the guy that's there now is doing as phenomenal as he does, you can't just bring McKenzie Milton in and start him over him. It won't work out. But you could bring McKenzie Milton into Florida State, give him the competition with a Jordan Travis, and start him over Jordan Travis if he ends up beating him out, which is not set in stone yet.
Oh no! If McKenzie Milton had stayed at UCF, he would have been named the starter, but they would have said that there's an open competition for him.
Yeah, but I don't think he would have beat out the guy. I don't think you can go and say, all right, he just came off injury. He beat out this guy that we've been seeing doing great things. I don't think they would want to go that route.
I mean, don't forget, McKenzie Milton was the starting quarterback for their undefeated season. So, I mean, he did great things too. McKenzie Milton's not a scrub at all.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think he'll scrub. I think he'll compete with any of them. But as far as UCF go, when you have a good quarterback going, I don't think for McKenzie Milton's purpose for his career, it would be best for him to go to UCF to compete with a guy that's doing phenomenal like that, versus going to Florida State where they have literally nobody who's proven. Mark, what's going on with you, boss?
Yeah, I just wanted to join in on the Milton and Travis conversation. I'm a Florida State fan. I got Milton starting, and we're gonna have packages for Travis. I got Milton starting though. I think. Now,
let me ask you this: do you think Milton is a better fit for Florida State than he would be for going back to a UCF?
I would say he has a better chance of starting at Florida State because, like you said, UCF quarterback that they have now, that dude he balling. He balling. So it would have been harder for him to get his starting job back at UCF instead of going to Florida State where, we haven't had the greatest QB play in a couple of years. So, that's what I think. But as far as offensive wise, I think he's a better passer. Travis is a better athlete.
But see, as a Miami fan, like who I feel like should start for Florida State, ain't about who better. Y'all don't really have a good offensive line, and like
our offensive line improved last year from the previous years.
Well, I know, but
we got all of them. All of our offensive linemen are returning.
I like Travis because it's like he bring the fire to the team. It's like the team wake up and they want to play. Like y'all look like y'all actually play football.
But most of that is off the athleticism from Travis. He's not sitting back in the
one who's starting.
Yeah, so you got to say it's not like he's just making the offense look better because he can escape with his legs, stuff like that. But
he was throwing some dimes against UNC.
Oh yeah, but then the second half we almost blew that game. We almost blew that game.
Y'all did it. Fire.
We look good, but man, we almost gave that game away. So it's like
I agree with this Florida State fan. I think it's going to be McKenzie Milton going to be the starter. I think they're going to have specially designed package.
Yeah, there's no way.
It'll be a lot like Chris Lee and Nick Tebow.
Yeah, or like how the Gators did with the Trask and Emory Jones. But I think Travis is a way better runner than Emory.
Man, Emily Jones ain't finna do nothing. He's finna run around with hairnet on, and
Oh yeah, man. I've been getting those Gator fans, man. They still think they're gonna have a good offense this year. I don't see that happening at all. Their whole offense is gone. You heard what Dan Mullen said after the Oklahoma game. He said that was their scout team. So okay, that's the same exact team you're returning this season. Those players that played against Oklahoma, that's the offense for this season. With a way lesser quarterback.
A little bit off subject though.
Yeah.
I seen a little video clip of the baby. Somebody threw a shoe at him on stage or whatever. They missed, but then I seen what's his name? Mark
Yeah, he said my bad.
He tweeted it. He was like, "My bad." And then some of his teammates got on him, and then one of them, I think he said a little too much, but he was like, "Yeah." After that game, he was in the locker room crying like a baby.
Oh man, he put his business out there like that. Yeah, he definitely cost him that game. He definitely cost him that game. He definitely did.
Emory Jones, he's just gonna be one of those quarterbacks that's just gonna have to go out there and literally prove himself. But right now, nobody, really stands behind him. Other than Dan Mullen and the Gators, nobody stands behind him.
I feel like he'll be an inconsistent quarterback. Like he'll have a good game, and then he won't be able to throw the ball the other game.
I don't see that offense doing too much of nothing this year. All of their production is gone. Really, if you think about it, their top receiver, I think, is Copeland coming back, and he was like the third or fourth option last year.
Yeah.
I just think that their offense is going to fall off just because of the quarterback. Their quarterback play is going to fall off a lot.
A lot of them basing this season off what they did again in the game against Alabama, which failing to realize that production is gone.
Yeah, all of it. Like I said, what Dan Mullen said after the Oklahoma game, he was like, "Oh, that wasn't our team. Our players played their last game against Alabama." Okay, well, that team you put out there against Oklahoma, those are the same players you have coming minus Kyle Trask and Kyle Pitts, even though he didn't play. But that's your offense this season. I don't see them being that good. I don't. But they play Alabama week 3, so we'll see.
that whole Alabama offense is gone too.
Yeah, but that's like the thing with Alabama. Okay, they lose a lot every year, but you got to think when as much as they blow people out, their second and third strings by the time they start, they've already got as much playing time as a starter. So it's not even like, oh, we got new people starting. No, they've already played as much as starters from other schools, if you get what I'm saying. So it's just this is them actually starting. They're not coming off the bench.
Not really, and I would point you to Alabama's defense in 2019. They lost 6 starters off that defense from 2018.
Oh yeah, that was one of the worst defenses.
33 points a game. So you lose too much talent at one time, it's gonna hurt you. Now I'm not saying Alabama should come out. They're back to having an elite defense, but their offense is not going to be anywhere near the same.
Ian Keynes, what's going on, boss?
Hey, what's up, brother? I'm just calling in from Germany. Been listening for like the last hour.
Germany.
Man, that's what's up. Germany in the house. I'm actually half German, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I can tell.
It ain't.
So what's going on, man? What's your thoughts?
So you guys are still on. The last thing I heard before I joined were the Dan Mullen excuses. You guys were talking about Emory Jones and them changing the offense up.
Yeah.
Did y'all listen to him during the SEC media days? He was trying to hype that man up like he was gonna be. Oh man, you got to go listen to that if you haven't. I was laughing.
I know a few people. I grew up in Miami and Gainesville, so I know a few people that are close to the program, and they were. Can't remember the kid's name. The kid from East Side in Gainesville. He's should be a redshirt freshman this year. They said he was showing Emory Jones up in practice big time.
So he might have a situation like
he might
last year.
Starter. Yeah.
where they have the wrong guy basically starting at quarterback, and then maybe mid-season or so, you'll see that other guy come in and pretty
You
much
must be
show
talking
up.
about Ant. Yeah, you must be talking about Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, he's like 6'5", 240 pounds, big guy.
Yeah, you
coming
talking
in of an
about
arm.
Ant.
Yeah. Yeah, that you're talking about TTY was that Florida State Franks. I'm glad they had him in that game. We almost won it because of that.
Now, I would love to see Frank beat the freaking Gators. I would love it.
Yeah, I wish. But no, they lost their top 5 pass catchers on their offense.
Yeah, that's what.
And their
man,
quarterback.
Their offense is going to drop off a lot this season.
Yeah, they have a tough schedule too.
Yeah.
They're playing what do they have? Alabama at home week 3.
Yeah, week 3. I don't think they really play. They play FAU, and I don't know the second team they play, but probably nobody really too important. So their first real test is going to be against Alabama.
They're playing South Florida. That's one of their other out of conference games.
Oh yeah, they got it.
Yeah,
That'll probably be a night game between them and Alabama.
They play FAU also too.
Yeah, week 1. Oh, Uncle Willie.
Yeah,
The Coach Pair.
FAU. What
He ain't the only one. Brian Hightower's down there too.
Man, I grew up by Perry. He went to my rival school. I beat him. My team, we beat him all 4 years in high school. He was from Ocala. That's where I'm from, Ocala, Florida. I played for North Marion. My teammate, he played for the Gators, Freddie Flame. He played for the Seahawks now.
I think Sergeant Deontay trolling, but he said he got FAU winning that game by 3.
Hey, you never know.
I mean, if FAU got Philly put the bottle down, maybe.
Hey, you know if Dan Mullen comes out before the game making excuses that they're probably going to lose.
Man, that man I don't know what's up with him, man.
He's strange. He's
weird.
I don't know who's a bigger clown between him and Dabo Sweeney.
I would say Dan Mullen. At least Dabo's won championships.
I don't know, man. Sweeney eating his words right now.
Actually, Sweeney comes in 3rd place because a lot of people forget, and I don't see how, nobody cries in college football.
What about trying to think, maybe clown.
Oh, Slim, you got to say that again because your audio.
Yeah, I didn't catch what he said.
Oh, I said I don't see how everybody forgets that the biggest crier in college football, Lyle Longscott, got his ass parked in Tuscaloosa, Alabama.
They talking about Nick Saban.
That been crying about playing new games, crying about not making it to the playoffs, crying about getting into the playoffs, crying about this, crying about that. His pussy hurts today.
He feel like he should get a special type of treatment, you know.
Hey, I'll tell you what though, I saw Florida State's schedule. I actually sat down and looked at it last night. That's a brutal schedule. I think they said it was the second hardest in the country.
Okay, the first half. Besides, I feel like they got it. We got to do good the first half of the season.
Well, you got to hope to go 4-1.
The second half shows us no favors at all. It shows us no favors at all.
They put Florida State. They got North Carolina, Miami. Those are choices at the Coastal, and then you got Notre Dame, Clemson, Florida. I think Florida game's in Gainesville, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Pretty
Yeah,
sure
it is. It is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's at Florida.
But we'll see. You never know. Somebody like Mackenzie Milton could maybe turn it around.
I actually think North Carolina's the most rated team in the country right now.
Yeah, so in Florida State, Notre Dame's a loss. North Carolina's a loss. Clemson's a
I wouldn't
loss.
completely agree with
The
that.
Gators a loss.
Notre Dame. I mean, I know Notre Dame's recruited on a higher level than Florida State the past few seasons, but
I
they
wouldn't.
lost 9 out of 11 starters. They got to come to Doak. It's gonna be a night game, only game on TV. You know.
I wouldn't underestimate NC State either.
No, NC
They got
State's one of
good
those
defense.
teams. Every 4 or 5 years,
that's why I don't like playing at Raleigh, man, because they always give Florida State a game. It's always a game there. Going to there and Boston College.
Hey, Wake Forest too. That offense could put up some points. We'll see. I think they actually have a pretty brutal schedule.
actually, Boston College is going to be a really good team.
Yeah. I don't think anybody likes playing at Boston College for whatever reason. These guys up there are crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, but Florida State, their first half of the season, they gotta start out strong. That ain't gonna
they better be 4-1.
Yeah, it won't do them no favors at all.
No.
Well, so I guess everybody in here is just picking Notre Dame to just walk in and take a win, huh?
Yep, pretty much.
I'm not.
I agree to that.
I agree with that.
I'm actually not. I think Notre Dame is actually not a very good team.
They lost a lot, man. They lost 9 out of 11 starters. I mean, they've been recruiting better, but that's a lot of production to try and get back rolling again. I think that quarterback, he hasn't played since 2019, just like Milton. They got a transfer from I think Wisconsin or something like that. Jack Cohen or whatever. He hasn't played. He didn't play all last year. He hadn't played since 2019.
Now, if I was Florida State, I wouldn't take NC State lightly.
Nope.
They are like literally, they're rating them way better than you guys are. This is from as you guys see, Inside Pack Sports, whatever. They're basically looking at the ACC, and this is a preseason order of finish. They got Clemson finishing number 1. They got NC State, then they got Boston College, Louisville, Wake Forest, and then they got Florida State down at number 6 in that division. So they literally got y'all finishing almost at the bottom of the barrier, except for Syracuse.
Hey, I can't argue with that, man. We ain't looked too good the last few seasons. Can't argue.
Then they got Miami finishing first in Coastal, North Carolina second, Pitt, Virginia Tech, Georgia Tech, and Duke finishing last.
See, that's the last thing I want to see, because whoever they pick to win the Coastal is not who's going to win. Every year.
So that's the order of finish that they got it going.
See, the issue I see with Florida State, I don't think that you take a program that had such a poor culture problem and you they brought in like 20 transfers, and that's just going to fix it. I think you have to build it through recruiting and build that culture over.
Yeah, but he's trying to get the product on the field to look halfway decent for this season to keep that recruiting class together that we have. Because if we go out and have another 3-6 season, that class we got now, a majority of them are going to leave. They're not staying to see us go 3-6 again. They're not staying for that. I don't care what they say. They're not staying for that. The only one that'll probably stay is Travis Hunter. He'll probably be the only one out of them to stay, but
well, he's been committed for like a year and a half now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't see us keeping a top 10 class if we go out and have another 3-6 season. Now, if we go out and have like a 7-5, something like that, then I think we can keep that class together.
Yeah. I'm not saying that that's not the right move. I'm saying that I don't see them beating a team like Notre Dame right off the get-go by bringing in 20 transfers and you expect them to plug in there.
A majority of those transfers were starters from the schools that they left. It wasn't like they left because they weren't playing, that type of deal. That's how it is with most transfers.
I believe that.
They got a couple guys from Tennessee and South Carolina. because those guys literally they didn't leave because Tennessee
Yeah, they
sucked
were
or whatever.
starters.
They
Yeah,
left basically because the programs are messed up because of coaching and scandals.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is that I think that they're going to be a lot better. I just think that, well, we got to see how good Notre Dame is too. But I don't think
that's the thing that I'm stuck on. Like, I know we brought in a lot of transfers and all, but Notre Dame, they also lost a lot. Like, they don't have, that's not the same team that they had last season. That's
they
not
do
the
have a
same team
very
that they had.
experienced
See,
quarterback.
that game is tough
Yeah, but he also hasn't played. The last time he played, he had a 2,000-yard rusher on the team. You don't have to do much passing when you got a 2,000-yard rusher on your team. And if you go back and watch, they really didn't. They ran the ball a majority of the time.
So,
but
Notre Dame's their strength is not their offense. They're supposed to have a really good defense.
Yeah, defense.
What is their safety? Yeah. What's his name? He's projected first rounder easily.
Hamilton. Kyle Hamilton.
Yeah,
Hamilton.
He's like James Williams size right now. He's like 6'4", 6'5".
I mean, maybe you're seeing something out of Notre Dame.
I'm not a Notre Dame believer. I'm just not a.
What I'm saying is, I haven't seen anything out of their defense that's going to make me think their defense can stop anything.
As bad as Florida State was last year, they were actually leading Notre Dame in the first quarter. They dropped like 17 points on them. It's just
they beat North Carolina
State, man,
too.
It's like they'll start off good, and then they just forget what they're doing. Like, I don't know, they forget everything about football. Like, they forget they're out there playing the game or something. It's crazy.
I mean, personally, that would be a game that I would probably leave alone. Like, with the spread, I'd be like, you know what, I mean, the spread's probably going to be
favored by like 10 points right now or something like that.
Okay. It's a
spread 8.5. Spread 8.5 Notre Dame.
Really?
I can see it moving up. Maybe.
So a neutral side would be what, 12, 11.5? I mean, that's respectable, I think, especially after the season they had. I mean, it'll be interesting.
They beat them by 16 last season. By 16, but
I think it'll be interesting to see that Mike Norvell actually puts a full season.
Not a weird ass off season like last year where you had players had to be working out in front of their house and crap. Nobody could be on campus or something like that. We'll see.
That's why I think that Miami can be really scary too, because their offense was good. They didn't put it all together, and they still put up, I think, 50 points, or at least 45 plus, at least 4 or 5 times last year. And they didn't. And Rhett Lashley didn't have an off season to implement that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you saw, the wide receivers didn't click until at least the second half of the season, and then they started going off. But then, I mean.
Okay, so I want to ask y'all this. Since everybody in here really is picking Notre Dame. If FSU somehow wins that game, what's your win total now with them losing? And then how many wins does that change if they beat Notre Dame?
Well, I think it would depend on seeing the season out with how Notre Dame is, because Notre Dame's probably going to be ranked number 12, 13, 14.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll be
before the season starts. You see teams like that, and they come in big. They lost a lot of people. They lose, and everybody gets really hyped up, and then that team ends up winning 5 or 6 games. I mean, a couple years ago, Notre Dame won like 3 or 4 games.
I don't see them falling off that bad, though.
Yeah, no.
They may win like 9 or 10 this season.
I think if FSU upsetted Notre Dame, that they would start 5-0, but then they play. The one I thought was crazy is I think they play UMass or something, and that's their bye week. So they take the schedule.
No, we had the bye week before UMass.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and then after UMass we have to play Clemson.
So as you can see, the schedule is right there. So he's saying that if you beat Notre Dame, what it'll be like. If you come out there and you beat Notre Dame, you possibly could beat everybody
we
else.
We can easily go into the North Carolina game undefeated if they were somehow to beat Notre Dame, because that would give them so much momentum and I don't feel like any of those other teams before North Carolina is better than Notre Dame if we somehow beat them. Jacksonville
Yes.
State's definitely
Hey,
Yeah. So
not.
if you beat Notre
Wake
Dame,
Forest
you
not.
possibly could go 5-0 before possibly being challenged with North Carolina.
Yeah,
yeah,
I think you beat UMass. That's hands down. Clemson, I think you lose that straight up. North
yeah. I'm
Carolina
not even
State,
worried about that.
that one could be going either way. But I think you could beat
I'm
North
like,
Carolina
I'm in
State, and I
South
think North
Carolina
Carolina
now. I'm
State
like
could beat
30 minutes
y'all.
from Clemson.
I know you lose to Miami. You'll possibly have a good game with Boston College, but that could go either way too. And I think as bad as Florida's is going to be this year, I think they're still a level ahead of you guys. So I do think Florida beat y'all.
I think
I want to know. I want to know what Sam Howell has done in the past 2 years for anybody to hype him up. He's had average numbers the past 2 years.
yeah, I think it's
Average
maybe
numbers.
what his potential is.
Average numbers explain that.
Sam Howell's had average numbers the past 2 years, and actually his numbers were a little better because they relied on the running game.
Nah,
I
I
mean,
disagree with
yeah,
that.
I think
Hey,
every season so far
roll your window up, man.
they've been projecting Sam Howell to be this Heisman Trophy winner, but he hasn't proven anything to me.
So what's his? I always get the linebacker and that wide receiver. So you have Chaz Surratt. What was the other one?
I don't even remember the brother's name.
The wide receiver.
don't
He
think-
bailed Sam Howell out so many times.
Yami Brown?
Yeah.
No, he's gone now. He just left this last season.
Newsom?
Yeah, Newsom, Daz Newsom. He was one of those ones that if it's 3rd and 4, he's almost guaranteed he's going to get it. He would just cut zone defense apart. But they did lose a lot of people. But I mean, I guess this is the year that you'll see Sam Howell's good or not, because he's leaving after this year unless he has him off the season.
Oh yeah, he's gone. Yeah, he's gone.
North Carolina.
Oh, you're starting to cut out.
I was saying North Carolina. The one place North Carolina has an advantage over the top team is that Mac Brown is the head coach. He's got a lot of experience, and Mac Brown's a good coach.
I got a question for the Miami fans in here. If I know King's probably going to start versus Alabama, but if he's not available to start, how confident are you with either Garcia or I don't know the other quarterback? How confident are you in them to get the job done?
I don't think you throw a freshman quarterback out there and beat Alabama.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Van Dyke's a redshirt sophomore.
He's a redshirt freshman.
Freshman, yeah.
Yeah, but last year didn't even really count, so I guess he's technically.
Yeah, nobody lost a year. Yeah.
I mean, out of the three, I think Van Dyke's the best passer. Garcia's got better running ability. My personal preference.
So those games that I mean, it's a hypothetical. You're saying if King was out, but the games of quarterbacks that notoriously have beaten Nick Saban in Alabama were mobile quarterbacks.
Either mobile quarterback or quarterback that spread that secondary.
Yeah, that's right.
That's always been the Achilles heel of Nick Saban defenses is the secondary.
Yeah. I mean, Joe Kelly's son beat him. He was athletic as could be. Johnny Manziel, obviously, I mean, you had a ton of those guys beat him. Well, Mississippi State, when they had, what's his name?
Dak.
Yeah, Dak. But I think that's something that a lot of people aren't talking about. their defense is supposed to be extraordinary this year. That's a strong point of their team, but I don't know.
I think you're right. I think Nick Saban's tendencies that can beat them. And a mobile dual threat quarterback is one of them.
Yeah, I think he has to go back to like how he was in Houston mobile to be effective against Alabama.
That's gonna be hard coming off a leg injury like that.
Hey, people, did you see that there's an athlete that just won a gold medal that tore their Achilles 3 months ago? I just saw that today. I think it's we think back into the old days where an ACL injury would take you out for 2 years, but medicine's made its way.
Yeah, but that's gymnastics. They ain't running out there cutting and getting tackled and making tackles. No, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah. No, I get that.
And I mean, perfect example. Look at those. Even here in recent years, look at those good running backs that have come out of Georgia. I mean, a lot of them, the ones that have gotten hurt, even here recently, they're not the same until a couple of years after recovering from that injury.
Now, Florida Trucker.
What up?
Florida Trucker, you're a Gator fan, right?
Yo.
You said, yeah?
Yeah, you know it.
Oh,
okay. So with Texas and Oklahoma coming in, how does it feel to possibly be the fifth best in the conference now?
Now look, Texas. Now when Oklahoma, we only practiced twice before that game, right? And y'all saw who we lost.
Yeah. Don't bring me the excuses, Dan Mullen.
Sound like Dan Mullen,
game, bro. Peep game.
You sound like Dan Mullen.
I already knew we was gonna lose the game, but hell, I didn't think it was gonna be that bad. But come on, man, that's last year, bro. We on this year, man. We on it this year, bro.
So if Oklahoma was in the conference right now, and y'all play them this year, not looking at last year, what you think gonna happen?
Hey, we're talking about. Hey, you talking about hypothetical, man? We talking about. Hey, 2021.
He knows better than that. Oklahoma.
They gonna get whooped again.
How's Miami gonna stop Bama on the ground, bro?
Oh, okay.
Now you want to change it up. We're not talking about that game.
I'm not even
talking about 17 and a half, bro.
I'm not even talking
spread.
I'm not even talking hype. I'm talking facts, not hypothetical. At best, Florida's the third best team in the East.
So who better than us? I know you're gonna say Georgia. So who the second team?
Missouri. And you're probably going
to say Missouri. Sure, dog.
Hey, so you're confident in Emory Jones? That's what you're telling me.
Yeah.
It sound too confident.
What you
Let me
mean?
tell you something. Crack's a hell of a drug, bro. For real.
Nah.
Hey, I mean,
chill out.
Wait, so are y'all confident in Key? Are y'all confident in Key? Making throws?
Yeah.
Exactly. Come on, man.
I'm just saying, like,
what was it? His completion percentage last year was 66%.
King is not gonna throw, bro. The best pass y'all got on y'all team right now is probably Garcia. And Dyke is terrible.
King is not finna be running like that. We're gonna need.
And he is not about to be throwing either. He's not about to be throwing
let
it
me
either.
talk. Hey, Tucker, let me talk, Tucker. Come on, let me talk.
My bad, Jit. My bad.
See,
Speak your mind.
King, he ain't gonna be as mobile as he was a year ago. He's not gonna be running like that. And if he's not gonna be running like that, he's gonna have to have a very strong, accurate arm. He's gonna be able to have to throw that thing 40+ yards down the field.
Were Florida fans confident in Tim Tebow throwing downfield?
So you believe Derrick King is gonna be an accurate passer?
No, that's what I'm scared of. I'm scared that's gonna be a wide open man, and Derrick King is gonna miss him.
Hey, another thing, y'all.
Scared.
Another thing too. Losing Brevin Jordan was big. Y'all talking about us losing Kyle Pitts? Brevin Jordan was that man. I ain't gonna lie.
Y'all lost your whole offense.
That's a big loss, bro. That's a big loss for y'all.
Florida lost their whole offense.
But you guys seen Mallory play last season. Mallory will step up.
Mallory has more skill than Brevin, though.
Florida lost their whole offense.
Mallory has the potential to be better than what Jordan is.
I'm not arguing.
Yeah, I agree with that. What was that? What was that game last year? They started out and he had like a 250-yard catches right before he scored a touchdown.
Here's another fact. Mallory is better than Jordan, and he stays hurt a lot less than Jordan.
Jordan is just more athletic, and he has his reputation from high school.
I mean, even Jordan said it himself. Mallory has the potential to be better than he was.
Yeah. Think about it. You take an offense coordinator like Rhett Lashley, and you have your first full off season where you can actually have a training camp and a fall camp, and you lost one starter on the offense.
I remember Brevin Jones was better than Pitts last all season, man. I remember y'all saying that.
Who said that?
Yeah, maybe
Nobody said that.
Everybody said it. Everybody in the city of Miami said it. Everybody in the city of Miami said it.
Thank you, T2Y. Thank you, bro.
Well, I'll put it this way. Kyle Pitts is a better wide receiver than Brevin Jordan is. Yeah, absolutely. Kyle Pitts is not a tight end.
Yeah.
Man, Kyle Pitts is a hybrid.
What's Mallory?
Hey, so this to the Florida fan. Where's your offense coming from this season?
We want to run the ball, bro. We got some good young wide receivers. We got some good young wide receivers. We got to run the rock, man.
That haven't played.
Ballman, Pierce.
Where is
I feel like Florida gonna be decent.
Where is Lorenzo?
We're gonna be all right, bro. We're gonna be okay.
Where is Lorenzo Lingard on y'all depth chart right now?
He's number 4.
Probably third.
I looked it up. He's
third. So who's the third bet then, man? Who's the third bet?
I think he would be fourth on Miami.
Bowman been hurt.
Year.
Bowman got hurt, so we don't know what he's gonna do. Bowman was hurt this spring. He did play good when he did.
I think had Lorenzo stayed at Miami last season, he would have been backing up Harris, which he would have got a lot of snaps to prove himself.
Well, they did simplify
instead of going to Florida to be
but the crazy thing is Lorenzo is bouncing back from his injury pretty good. He's gonna get a chance to play this year. He's gonna get a chance.
But that's what I'm saying. Don't leave Miami to go to Florida and be number 6 when he could have been number 2 at Miami.
I think he'd have been better than Cam.
That's the decision he made.
I don't understand how he thinks.
Yeah, Lorenzo had the potential to be better than Cam.
Their offense is gone from last season.
Now I don't feel like Lorenzo do though. Like Cam really be in the gym, bro.
That man's a beast in that gym, bro. That man's a beast. That man's a physical specimen. No homo. But he gonna get a chance, man. He gonna get a chance to play.
I feel like this year Cam gonna go crazy. This year Cam gonna go crazy.
Hey,
Cam and Lorenzo are two different kinds of running back.
You see Thad Franklin at 240?
Nah.
Thad Franklin's 6 foot 240. He's a 18-year-old freshman.
He a real freshman or he a recruit?
From what I'm hearing with
he's just out of high school.
Like a senior.
Now, from what I'm hearing with Tad though, he's pretty much last on the running back depth chart.
Yeah, no, I get that, but that cowbell on third or fourth down type of running back that we haven't had, or even put him in there just as I know we're running a spread.
Lingard back on our roster, right? To me, he's not better than Rooster and Chaney. To me,
I'm gonna disagree with you there. I think
I disagree with that. Hey, I disagree with that.
Well, the issue with Lingard was never
if Lingard had stayed, Lingard would have picked up the experience. Plus, you got to look at Lingard for who he was before he got hurt, too.
Yeah. Now, see, here's the thing. If Lingard had stayed, you would have never seen Chaney or Knighton play last year because it would have been Cam and Lingard.
Exactly.
We possibly wouldn't have had Chaney and Knighton. Maybe Chaney, but I don't think we get Knighton. If we had still Lingard.
That's the thing too. So when you're recruiting them, it depends on who else you have on your depth chart. You're right; they may not have come with both Cam and Lorenzo Lingard there.
So under Manny and Mark Richt, it's been notorious to where if they feel like a player is inexperienced or they don't understand the playbook well enough, they don't see the field. And Lingard, that was his biggest issue. It was never his physical ability on the field because he blew everybody away.
Well, not if what Manny said is to be believed. What Manny said is they were playing rather safe than sorry with that knee injury because he tore all 3 ligaments in his knee.
Yep, that's what I heard too.
Like that. Lingard
I heard
thought he was ready, and he wanted to go ahead and play.
Yeah, I heard Miami was trying to preserve him, but he wanted to play regardless. So he started reaching. He started pretty much talking out, like, "Hey, begging to play." He was pretty much begging to play.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that.
And he didn't start that until his daddy got on social media and started doing it.
Yep.
You remember that?
Because I remember us talking about this.
Yeah.
So, what do you guys think about what I just said about the starting the more experienced players all the time? It's like seniority, like the fact that we never saw that. I don't even remember seeing Restrepo on the field last year unless it was a punt return.
But
Okay,
you gonna put Restrepo over Hartley? Hartley played good last year.
No, I didn't say that.
All right. No, that's my point.
This what I say.
I'm talking about Restrepo's he's in the slot. I'm talking about second string. Like I would assume last year he was probably like fourth.
Restrepo was dropping pass last year, wasn't it?
I do agree with starting more experienced players, but I want to see rotation of offensive players like we see of defensive players.
Yeah.
And that's how you can really see who's going to be the better player, or if it is like it normally is, and the more experienced player is better, it gets the inexperienced player some experience in game.
Yeah, you're also going to see a lot of players in different packages, so you can tell what fits who and what.
Exactly.
That'd be nice.
You have some corners that fit better in a nickel or a dime as opposed to a man coverage.
I mean, what do you think it was? 20% or of the playbook was opened up last year?
Yeah,
because it was the first year there was no off season.
Yeah, they had no practice.
It had to be over 20.
I don't think so. Not last
year.
year.
If you look at our offense last year, that shit was mellow. We didn't see too much.
Hold up. I said that game after game after game, and you crucified them.
No, what I said was the offense opened up a lot more when Perry came in, because Perry was able to throw the ball deep a lot more than King would.
That's because Perry can actually see over the offensive line.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying with Alabama. What are we gonna do? Like, y'all, it's like okay. King, he got knee surgery and stuff, but they ain't put 3 inches in his knees. Like, how is he gonna see over the Alabama line at that? Like,
that's why you see him run. That's why you see him throw on the run like he do so much, because he's got to get from behind the offensive line.
So do you feel like so you comfortable with him throwing on the run?
If he can't throw on the run, he's not going to start the game.
Yeah. Now
they're not putting him out there if he can't run.
He's got to spread the ball around more than he did last year. He focused in on throwing the running backs and tight end a lot last year.
So one of the things they said last year,
not going to work. That's not.
They said,
well, see, that's not offense. That's individual decision making. He made a decision to throw it to the tight ends and the running backs.
So one of the things was at spring ball, they had him out there trying to call plays on the sideline, just adjusting to whatever the defense was showing, and that was something that he wasn't really able to do last year.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Y'all think he's better than Stetson Bennett? Stetson Bennett was beating him for 2 quarters. So I mean, y'all got a chance if you think he's better than Stetson Bennett.
Hell yeah, he's better than Stetson Bennett.
Okay, so you got a chance. All he has to do is be good for 4 quarters instead of 2, and you get the win.
He's got a point. He's got a point. I gotta give him that.
I feel like it's a possible chance. Well, it ain't all right. Alabama, we don't see them lose every year, but we're lucky to play them first game. A whole new team. The team is gonna be good, but it's a whole new team. They could slip up a close game.
Actually, you do see Alabama lose pretty much every year. Alabama loses a game pretty much every year. They've only got 2 undefeated seasons in this whole run.
Yeah, they lost 2 out of the last 3 years to Auburn. A lot of people don't know that.
Yep. Ole Miss has been their kryptonite for years, with Hugh Freeze and with Lane Kiffin.
Well, they lost the
See,
LSU.
what a lot of
game.
people are basing this whole "we're gonna lose to them" thing is based on their openers for the last 15 years or so.
Right.
They won their opener, so a lot of
Nah,
people.
that's only part of it though. That's only part of it though.
But see, the Miami fans coming, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be screaming.
I'll be in
Okay,
section
but look
106.
at LSU. Look at LSU when they ran the table. What they do their first game?
Lost.
They were trash.
Yeah, but they had. We mean first game was last season or 2019?
They didn't lose.
Last season.
Oh, you talking about
Oh.
that opener against Texas?
That's
in
different.
2019.
That's different though.
No, that's
They-
different. That ain't Joe Burrow, man.
Yeah, thanks.
They had Joe
Burrow.
Burrow.
You look at LSU. Look at LSU 2019. They won the
Yeah,
championship.
that's
And
T2Y.
then
Me
going
and
into the
T2Y on the same
draft,
page. Exactly.
then they went
Yeah, but
almost.
Coach
They
O's not
lost.
safe.
How many? Didn't they almost break a record of players getting drafted
And that was
Right.
from that
Joe Burrow that year
2019
too.
team? So now look at Alabama. Last year they won the championship. They had damn near 6 players in the first round this time. Plus
Right.
more got lost to the draft. So
Right.
But this
Right.
is how I feel. I
I
feel
don't
like
think they're gonna be that same team you saw in
They're
2020.
not going to be. Just like LSU wasn't the same team last year.
yeah.
No, Alabama's not going to be the same team, but LSU isn't stacked like Alabama is. If you think Alabama's just going to fall off the map, you're nuts.
But we heard the same thing from LSU. We don't.
Well, wasn't it-
we don't rebuild. We
Alabama got a
reload.
They sit out
reputation.
last year.
Yeah, but how many titles has Alabama won?
Yeah,
and
Alabama got a reputation.
consistently on top.
I feel like the key to the game is gonna be if our defensive line come out there and wreak havoc on the young quarterback and rattle his mind early, make him throw a couple picks.
You're gonna have to hit him.
Well,
You're gonna have to
yeah,
put your helmet in his chest. That's what you're gonna have to do to Alabama
Yeah,
to
we gonna have
shake
to
him
hit
up.
him back.
Manny Diaz has to have his most creative game ever on defense.
I think it's gonna come down to our defensive ends. How
I know
much
you.
pressure-
Yeah.
how
Yeah.
much
I know you
pressure
guys
can we
remember
get
that.
off? Can we
Well,
not over pursue like we did in the game against North Carolina?
Yeah.
Wait, is
You gotta
McLeod
contain
playing?
that quarterback. Yeah.
They have somebody else coaching them now. There's different position coaches all over the place, but
That's
Yeah,
every
their
I know you
D-line
remember
coach, Coach Simpson,
2017.
he
And
used
our
to coach for the
quarterbacks?
Falcons. He was the Falcons D-line coach last year.
yeah.
Yeah, but I mean that's every year at Alabama though that they're swapping out coaches.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
our
they got
cornerbacks,
Kulowski from us.
our cornerbacks, they just gonna
Kugalowski
step
or
up.
whatever it is. But I know you guys remember in 2017, everyone was Miami was undefeated, and everybody was laughing, saying that Notre Dame was going to kill Miami, and that game was won on defense. I mean, the offense was good, but that was.
I rewatched that game a couple days ago. I gotta admit, man, that game against Notre Dame, our offense was terrible.
Yeah, that's what I'm
We
saying.
beat them 40. We beat them 41-8, but our offense was terrible.
Yeah.
Not
Defense-
really. Our
defense
offense
won that
was
whole
almost
game.
in that. The defense only scored once in that game. That was that pick six. That,
Yeah, but
It's not about
if-
scoring.
if you-
don't have
if
to
you
score on
watch-
defense.
If you watch that game again, you will see how bad that offense was. Trust me.
well, I'm also comparing to the rest of that season. That was a good offensive game. As compared to the
When
rest.
I rewatched that game, I'm like, man, we killed them, but we didn't kill them from an offensive standpoint. The points that we put up on offense was basically because the defense put us in great position. And every time when we didn't score, when we had to prove something on offense, defense came out and stopped Notre Dame each time.
Do me a
think
favor.
the
Look
only
at that
two
Bama.
times
Look at
that
that
they-
Bama Georgia game from last year. Look at the batted passes and the turnovers we had. If we don't have those batted passes and the turnovers, we win that game. I'm telling you, man, they're not invincible. They're not what everybody is saying. Screw the past. Screw the past 12 years. That doesn't matter when you line up on September 4th. If you go out there, you play sound football, you don't turn it over, you can beat them.
Oh, he's
Yeah, that's
absolutely
another thing. We just can't get rattled. Like, I don't care if we have a bad drive, our first drive. Let's not let that be the whole move for the rest of the game. Like, you still got to be fired up.
We got to
And I also think it's the perfect time to test Alabama because they lost so much on offense. That offense, even reloading it with talented players, which are absolutely, it's not going to be game one. It's not.
You have to double team Michi. The receiver number 8, you have to have one underneath and one over the top. You're gonna have to do that. You're gonna have bracket coverage on him the whole game, and then they have a decent tight end as well. But they're gonna come out and they're gonna try to just line up 2 tight ends and run straight at y'all. Probably like the first series, maybe the second series. They're gonna test to see if y'all D-line and linebackers can stop the run. That's exactly what they're gonna do.
So
They're gonna run it. They're gonna run it down Miami throat. Oh, they're
They're
gonna
gonna
run
try
it.
to. Yeah,
And I realize I realize I'm kind of comparing NFL, but take Tampa's game plan for shutting down Kansas City and apply that to Alabama's offense, and you should win the game.
Yeah. One
Like
thing
you
I
said,
don't.
double team me like they did Tyreek Hill, and put your best cover corner on their tight end, like they did Travis Kelce.
So who y'all think our best corner is?
Stevenson.
Tyreek Stevenson. Yeah.
Stevenson?
Yep, from Georgia.
Oh, yeah.
From Georgia, exactly.
Who do you think the best corner is?
Al Blades Jr. is by far the best corner on that team.
Al Blades probably isn't going to start.
Yeah, this season he might not even
He's
start
probably,
at all.
Yes, Al Blades.
4th or 5th.
Al Blades might start on Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hey, if you're saying that, you need to go back and watch some tape.
No, Al Blades is a great corner. Let's get that.
He's a great corner, but I don't think he's starting this season.
The only
he can't
reason he
be no
was out
great
was
corner.
because
He's
of
gonna
his
start.
heart condition.
So you're gonna have Couch in the slot and Ivy and
Tyreek.
Stevenson.
Yep.
So y'all got
Yeah.
Ivy
Well,
over Blades?
Stevenson playing on that
Y'all got
side.
Ivy over Blades?
Yeah, Stevenson playing on the outside. That's why he went to Miami.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
We didn't want to put him on the outside. We wanted to put him in the slot.
Yeah, I
Ivy's probably the
I think
worst.
it's
He
gonna
made
be
some
Ivy and
plays. He
Stevenson.
made some plays, but he messed up
Yeah.
a few times too.
Yeah, that's why we kept him in the slot. This is a Georgia fan. We kept him in the slot, and he made one of the best plays of the year against Cincinnati, playing in the slot.
You got to
Yeah,
think
but he got
about
cooked against Florida.
Right. Exactly.
Him and
Exactly.
I don't understand how he went.
A lot of people got cooked against them, because we got 3 DBs in the NFL this year.
Nah,
So
Yeah,
it's
you're-
not
well,
like
you're double
we had some
teaming the tight
chumps on
end
the
and shit.
outside,
I mean,
but
what do you-
we felt
Nah,
like his
so-
best position was in the slot, but he left because he wanted to play on the outside.
All
We'll
I
see what
know
they
is
do.
whoever just threw out Ivy's name needs to go back and watch the game because it's the worst.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. Y'all got Ivy over Blades? Ivy over Blades?
I don't think Blake is
I
gonna
don't know how
start
to play the
over.
ball when it's in the
Hey,
air.
I'm telling you, come game time, you will see Stevenson and you will see Ivy on the other side. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah,
And
Ivy's gonna start.
Stevenson,
You know what?
Stevenson is
about
good at
Couch?
safety too. A lot of people don't know that. He's a good safety too.
I agree with
Y'all also got to keep in mind that Al Blades is coming off of a very tough heart condition.
Yeah.
I agree Stevenson is one of the best, but every team we go against would love to see Ivy on the field every single play.
He can't
'Cause they
run
know
with
they're-
nobody. He's slow. And
No,
he
I don't know how to put the ball in the air.
Yeah.
Ball in the air, he dead. It's
He
dead.
can't turn his head or nothing, bruh.
Man, not even that. Does anybody remember the Georgia Tech game where he just sat there with his thumb up his ass while
Oh,
the
yeah,
punter
that's no.
threw a
That's
passing
the
touchdown
last
right over
time.
his
That was
Are you talking about
bro.
Stevenson?
No, that
No,
was Ivy.
Ivy.
No.
Fake
Oh,
punting.
Ivy?
Fake
So
punting.
you gotta think about that. So they're talking about the difference in somebody like T-Rob being there and being able to coach them is, for one, those backs never knew how to look back at the ball. They're always just
except for Al
chasing-
Blades. Al Blades turned around on every ball and either batted it down or intercepted it.
But
Yeah.
I mean, you're
So
supposed to know how to look back at a ball when you in high school.
Yeah, they
You're
teach
not
you that
gonna
in
get
middle school.
recruited.
When the
sounds
receiver's
easy
eyes
until you
get
come up
big, you
against
turn back
people
and
that are
find the
way
That's
ball.
faster.
They
not
teach you that.
coaching.
Now,
teach you
now,
that.
go, now go back.
That is-
Go back to the bowl game against Oklahoma State. Al Blades was the only one to turn his head around. That's why he swatted down so many balls.
Couch. No
That's why he
Couch.
almost accepted it.
Slim, come on. You know Couch was doing it too, though.
I'm not saying Couch is bad at
Couch
all.
was not turning around. Couch was turning around that game. Couch was the one getting all them pads in the field, wasn't he?
He was turning
Yeah, but
around.
they only calling pass interference on him because he played aggressive.
Yeah, he was turning
And if
around.
you look
Coming
back
back
at half
around
of
the
those,
corner.
if you look back at half of those replays when they called pass interference, they could have took those back. Those were most of those calls should not have been made.
So you're gonna get some on September 4th. I'm just letting y'all know. You're gonna get some PIs on September 4th.
Oh, I'm sure.
And,
So
and
what do
that's
you guys
why I'm
think
not
about the safeties being coached by T-Rob? Is as much potential as there
T-Rob is
is in our
certified,
safety.
man. T-Rob is certified. Coming from a Florida fan, T-Rob is certified. T-Rob
Yeah, I mean, if
T-Rob is
T-Rob
about to
coached
improve
him,
your
I'd be-
secondary. Let's just say that. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
So you got Bubba Bolden,
If you want to see
Gervin
wanna
Hall,
see
you have
what
James Williams, Kamar Kitchens. But we don't have Javonte Williams. But
here's
now let me say this: if you want to see what T-Rob is, what you're gonna get from T-Rob, just go back and watch South Carolina's J.C. Horn. Just watch how he plays, and you'll get a kind of tendency of what the corners at Miami is gonna be playing like.
Yeah, that's how he was developed.
That's how he's
Man press. Man
Well,
press. They're gonna be turning around from the ball and all. T-Rob is a hell of a coach.
Here's
Yeah.
the
Good
problem
coach,
with
man.
saying that. Here's the problem with saying that. You picked out one individual player. South Carolina has had some of the worst defenses in the history of the SEC, and T-Rob coached them.
Yeah, but T-Rob didn't coach. Didn't focus on every single position on that
I
defense.
disagree. Nah, T-Rob made what's the African? He got the African last name, the big 6'4" corner. Look what he did against Georgia. You know what I'm saying? And look at
I mean,
Horn.
J.C. Horn, he shut
And South
down
Carolina-
Pitts, man. He shut down Pitts.
I'm
So
not
what,
shut down no pitch. You sound crazy as hell.
He shut down Pitts, bro.
He
Go
did-
back and
no,
watch
he
the
did
game.
not. You go back and watch. He did not shut down.
When he
no,
was matched up
Mustang, bro.
against Pitts,
He gave up
Pitts
like two
only had 2
touchdowns to
catches
Pitts.
on him. Pitts only
Bro, he
had 2
gave up
catches on him.
I'm not taking it away at all, J.C. Horn, but here's my point. T-Rob was the defensive coordinator, and nobody was looking at South Carolina's defense going, I'm worried about them.
well, you got to think about the difference in what they're going up against. I understand that the
South Carolina does
schemes
not have
and
the
stuff.
defensive talent to what's the word, to make a big impact on defense in the SEC.
You got
not the last
you
few
got to
years
think
with the way
about
they
who his
recruit.
head coach
Yeah.
was too.
You can
He won
coach them
4
up at
games
South
in
Carolina
Georgia.
the best way you can, but if the opposing team talent is way better, then it is
I
what it
mean,
is.
yeah, if a program develops a cornerback to be a first round corner, I mean, it's obviously the coaching that's helped them get to the first round.
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
just a player.
Yeah. You have what's his name? Not was it, yeah, it was Muschamp. He won
Yeah,
4 games
Muschamp,
at
yeah.
Florida. And then he goes
Yeah.
and they thought he was okay at South Carolina for like a year or two. And
Yeah.
then the program just collapses and you're like, oh, well, T-Rob was his defensive coordinator. Think about what Manny Diaz was the defense coordinator at Texas, and they gave up fucking God knows what. And I'm sure his defense coordinator was terrible at that point. But I'm sure it had a lot to do with the culture and who the head coach was. and
Just like the
everything at
North
time.
Carolina game last year. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah. So they say that about certain coaches. Like Mac Brown has obviously proved that he still knows how to coach. But there's some times where you lose a locker room and you're just beyond the times of that place and you just need to relocate because there's not much you can do to save that team.
Now Montre say y'all corners are not J.C. Horn though, and the corners that we have are not going up against teams like Alabama and all them all the time. We're going up against sorry ass teams like Florida State all the time. So we don't have to have J.C.
So outside of Alabama and Florida, who was putting in wide receivers and tight ends in the NFL last year from the SEC? Jamar Chase sat out. He didn't even play.
Repeat that.
What?
question
So
again?
what I'm saying is that outside of Alabama and Florida, which SEC teams were putting in elite wide receivers and tight ends last year?
Ole Miss.
None of them left.
LSU got some young talent.
So did
Ole Miss.
J.C. Horn play against Ole Miss?
I don't know.
I
I don't think so.
play last year?
Marche sat out. Did you? So Alabama played South Carolina last year, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it was South Carolina and Florida.
Florida.
Outside of that, who
And Georgia. Well,
Mississippi.
Well, you got
What's up?
Pickens. You got Pickens at Georgia, but he was
Yeah,
only a
Pickens.
sophomore. Yeah, he's got a couple more years. Pickens got a couple more years, but he's an NFL wide
Pickens is
receiver.
gone. Yeah, he gone. Pickens gone.
So
Pickens is going to lead.
No.
Hang on.
He tore his ACL. He
Hang
tore
on.
his ACL.
I can't let that hang. What has George Pickens done to prove a damn thing outside of getting a fight with Georgia Tech?
hey, so you saw? Did you not see those?
Look at his stats as a freshman, Shady.
Did you see the
Look,
stats?
they're
of
not
JC
mind-blowing.
Horn versus. I think he what was he the only one to hold Devontae Smith under 100 yards all year?
Yeah.
And it was like 40 yards.
Yeah. JC
So I don't
Horn
know.
is that dude, man. He is that dude. I ain't gonna lie. But yeah, Pickens and Jackson. I mean, we haven't had 1,000-yard receivers since like 2006. So compared to Georgia fans, Pickens is that dude because we haven't had any
Pickens is
receivers
the dude.
compared to him.
Well, Georgia's always been a big offensive line
And running back team.
running back.
Yeah.
Georgia,
Yeah, we really haven't had any elite receivers, but we
I
got
think
them
they
this
would have
year.
competed better
I got
with
25-star
10
running
years ago.
backs.
Yeah, well, we got some 5-star receivers this year too.
You
A lot of
almost
people
had it
don't
with
know
Justin
that.
Fields, but they fucked that up.
No,
honestly,
it wasn't the program. It was the environment around him. A lot of people don't know that.
That's I mean,
honestly, Georgia's
that's what I
like
said. But they also sat him on the bench the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, he's a freshman quarterback, man. I mean, he's coming right out of high school. You know what I'm saying? A lot of coaches are like, look, he's got to pay dues
So Sergeant,
before, you know what I'm saying, he comes in there and starts.
Sergeant, I got a question.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about the Clemson and Georgia game? How do you feel about that?
We're going to blow them out. And a lot of people forget, Fromm took that team to a national championship. So you're gonna take your quarterback who took a team to the national championship and just say, "Hey, get out the way, Fields is here." You know what I'm saying? You can't do that, man.
Hey, Alabama did it, and they won a national championship.
Hang on.
That Georgia
team's
team
not as good as they were in 2017. Not even
Exactly.
No.
Not even close.
We're not
Not
as
even
good as
close.
them. No.
Not even close.
Defensively, we're not as good. No. Offensively, we're better, but defensively, we're not as good. No.
I don't think there's going to be a blowout either way in this game. I got
No,
Clemson.
there's no way. That's got to be like a 3-point game.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
see, y'all don't know the roster though. Y'all haven't looked at the roster.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I don't think Clemson gonna be that good this year.
Y'all
Hey, you
haven't
don't
looked
think-
at the
you
roster,
don't think-
man.
You don't think to the Georgia fan, you don't think the Georgia defense gonna fall off a little bit?
No, not at all.
Hey, hold
Explain.
up. So you're
Explain
saying
that.
that you looked at Clemson's roster and you don't think they're going to be good?
Nope.
I don't. Their quarterback.
Oh
One
my
of the
God!
best, hold on. One of
Let
the
me see
best
if you
players
can
in the
roster.
nation last
Oh,
year
man.
was a true freshman.
No,
Clemson.
nobody in their offensive line can block Jordan Davis. That's 6'6", 340.
Hold on. Oh, okay.
Okay, and who on your
Clemson's thing
offensive
has never
line,
been that they've been a good offensive line.
who on Georgia's offensive line can block any of Clemson's front seven?
Our whole offensive line, nobody left. That's what you don't understand. We only lost a
gotta
center
look up.
and a tackle. We got everybody coming back from last year on
Y'all
the
offensive
offensive
line
line.
fell back from the years previously, man. Y'all offensive line is
No,
not really
our
like it was
offensive
in
line actually
2019
got
and before.
better because that offensive
How?
line had a lead on Alabama for 2 quarters with Stetson Bennett
You
at
talking
quarterback.
about one
So
game,
obviously, that offensive line is good.
bro? Y'all offensive
Hold on.
line is not 2020. Georgia offensive
is
line
that
is not
kid's
the
name?
same as 2019.
The offensive
Come on,
line
man.
put up 24 points on the number 1 team in the nation that went undefeated. What are you talking about?
So look, we dropped what 30, 40 some points. So what? Our offensive line still ain't
That's
better
what
than
I'm
Georgia.
saying.
So what you saying? So what are
What's
you
that
saying?
defensive tackle's name from Clemson, the freshman?
I'm not worried about our offensive line at all.
He's like a
You need to
he's
worry
like
about
a
that defense, same
young
as Miami.
Aaron Donald on that team.
No, I'm not worried about our defense either. The only thing I'm worried about really is our cornerbacks. We got young quarterbacks, but we got All-American safety from West Virginia, We got an All-American corner from Clemson. Like, we're going to be okay on defense. We got one of the best deep lines in the nation, and we got fast pass rushers and linebackers. So I'm not worried about Clemson at all.
Well, hey, all-season champion Georgia. It sounds good. It sounds so good, don't it?
It's going to look good September 4th. It's going to look real good September 4th.
It sounds good, man. It sounds good, man.
All I gotta say is when Stetson Bennett is taking snaps at the end of the game, don't say I didn't tell you so.
Nah, Stetson Bennett's not going to take any snaps the whole year, man.
Yeah, he will. Because Kirby gonna put him right back in. Because Kirby hadn't seen a good quarterback, even if.
Nah. JT Daniels threw 400 yards the last 4 games of the season. All that
that
stuff.
kid's name? Freshman. He's probably in the 90s.
Who?
Nah, JT Daniels good.
I'm trying to
Y'all
think of his
tripping.
name. That defense.
Yeah, JT Daniels is undefeated, bro.
Dude, I'm not saying JT Daniels is a bad quarterback, but JT Daniels is a statue in the pocket, and when he gets his other leg broke, and Stetson Bennett is taking.
Nah, he's not going to get his other leg broke. He's got a 6'7" tight end. He's got a 6'5" wide receiver. He's got 2 NFL running backs on the squad. Like, this offense this year is probably the best offense to come through Georgia in the last 15 years.
And that's fine, but that wide receiver and that tight end are not going to stop Nick Roll from turning him into a pretzel.
Man, I'm not worried about neck roll, man.
Hey, who was the guy up at the top right? Hunter or something? That might be him.
Hey, what's that coordinator from Clemson? Man, that man about to sit in the house.
No, he's O-line. Sorry. Never mind.
I
say JT Daniels. What?
Dude, JT Daniels looks like a creeper for real. Dude looks
But
like
JT Daniels is that dude, man. This is the same kid who flew receivers and running backs and tight ends out to California to work with him over the summer. I'm telling y'all, he is that dude, man.
That's what's up, man.
I'm not taking anything away from his talent. I think he is a good quarterback.
Yeah, he is that dude, man.
Kid.
I think he's a statue in the pocket. I think he's going to get folded in half, but he's not going to finish.
Nah, he's not going to get folded in half, man. We have way too many weapons, man.
Hey, overall, that's going to be a really good game, though, Clemson and
I ain't gonna lie, that's gonna be a good.
That's gonna be a good game.
It's the same secondary that gave up six touchdowns the last time we saw them play. Come on, man. Y'all tripping, bro.
Right here is gonna be the main reason Clemson beat Georgia.
Clemson beat Georgia last time. I forgot who Georgia had, but I had them all that year.
Nah, they didn't beat us. The last time we played, they didn't beat us, bro. They didn't beat us. You gotta look it up. They didn't beat us the last time we played.
What's the spread on that game?
3.5.
1.5? You said
3.5.
3.5, yeah, 3.5, 4 points. Yeah.
I might take Georgia on that one.
Now I do have a question though. Since you were just singing the praises of Pickens, what are you going to do without him? That's the guy.
His name is Eric Gilbert. He's 6'5", 240, play receiver, man.
I mean,
Gatorade, number 1 player in the nation coming out of high school.
I don't care about coming out of high school. There's plenty of them that don't do shit in college that are great coming out of high school.
Hey, so what do you think about Florida this year?
We're gonna stomp them, man. I'm not worried about them.
You said that last year, man.
A lot of people don't. I mean, we said it the 3 years before too. We said it the 3 years before last year too. But a lot of people don't look at Darnell Washington too. Darnell, man, 6'7", 265.
That 1 year when what's name was out the door.
Y'all
ain't stopped us since what's name?
That secondary can't cover Eric. They can't cover Arian Smith that warrants a 10-1-100. They can't cover Darnell Washington. I'm not worried about them. I'm not worried.
Bro, you naming all these players, bro. Bro,
it ain't gonna know.
It ain't gonna be that easy.
You gonna know. You gonna know come Halloween. You gonna know who all these players are.
Nah, I doubt it, my man. 1980.
That's what I'm saying, man. Just look at the roster, man. Just Google.
You can't look at paper and determine it. bro.
It took y'all 1,100 days to beat us. It took y'all 1,100 days to beat us, but I'm not gonna talk about that. But just Google
Hey, y'all
the
count them days. Hey, y'all
the
count them
Georgia
days, bro. Y'all count the days.
Just
Count the
Google.
years, bro. 1980s, bro. This man count the days. He know the exact days, bro.
Just Google the Georgia roster,
Y'all need
man.
to
Just
stop
Google the
that.
Georgia roster.
Y'all
I
need to
don't
stop
really
that,
gotta
bro.
say much. Just Google the
Y'all
roster.
need to stop that. Please stop that.
Well, here,
I know it
Stop
hurt.
that,
I know
man.
it hurt, but it's the facts.
here's your problem at the end of the day, though. Here's your problem at the end of the day. As good as Georgia's roster may be, and I think Georgia does have a good roster, Georgia has got to prove it. It's the master of situation.
Yeah. It's happened. It's happened, but nobody knows what the future holds, so we'll see. You know what I'm saying? That's the good thing about college football.
Now, if you want
the
to break
good
it
thing
down
about Google, you can always search stuff. So I just asked them how many days it's been since Georgia won their last national championship. It's been 14,789 days.
God damn.
Hey, that's how many yards JT Daniels gonna throw for this year.
That's crazy.
Now, if you want to break it down by position group, I would actually say Georgia's probably got a better offense than Clemson, but Clemson has a better defense than Georgia.
No, man. No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Go back and watch that Clemson Ohio State game. Come on, man.
Okay,
No
go back.
defense at all.
Last year was young.
Hang on, where was Georgia's defense in that Florida game? Oh yeah, Todd Grantham happened that defense. Come on, bro. Georgia's defense.
That was
the
what Traskin. What's the name? That was the best offense to ever come through Florida besides Tebow.
I don't know about that. Steve Spurrier.
Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers that offense put up against Alabama last year. What are you talking about?
Steve Spurrier, pimp. Steve Spurrier crucified Georgia. How old are you, man?
Man, it doesn't matter how old I am, bro. We don't beat y'all 3 out of 4 years. I could be 100 years old.
And y'all ain't won a championship since the 80s. Come on, bro.
Bro, y'all can't beat
Everybody's won a championship before y'all, bro.
Hey, put some money on the game. Since you so confident, put some money on the game.
We'll get there.
Let me ask both of y'all.
We'll get there, bro. We'll get there.
Let me ask both of y'all this: with Texas and Oklahoma coming in, where does Georgia and Florida fall in the top rank?
We don't fall at all.
What about Florida?
Right now,
might get rid of.
We don't fall at all.
Wait a minute.
So, where does Florida fall?
It's easy to say that. You can't predict 2025. Come on, man.
I haven't seen these teams play, so we don't fall at all. We haven't seen none of these teams play. So we don't fall at all.
Hang on, so as of today, as of right now, as we're having this conversation, Oklahoma is a better team than Georgia is.
No, they're not.
Yes,
they're
they
not.
are. Their offense and
we're
time.
going to find out in January, though. We'll find out in January.
Right now.
We'll find out in January. We'll find out in January.
Oklahoma, y'all in the New Year's Six Bowl or regular bowl. Y'all not getting the playoffs, man.
Yeah, because the last time we heard Oklahoma was better than us, we beat them. So we'll find out in January.
I don't say Oklahoma was better than y'all. Never once did that come out of my mouth.
We're going to find out in January. When we play them in the playoffs, we'll find out.
Oklahoma is a legit national title contender this year.
Oh man, dog for life. I'm not arguing with an FSU fan. I'm not going to do it. FSU is a fucking joke.
Yeah, I would never argue with an FSU fan. I don't know though. McKenzie might change things, but I mean, after that 52-10, I'm just like, yeah, I'm done. I'm just done.
So who y'all say win it all this year? Like, what's y'all team to win it all this year?
I'm rocking with my dogs.
I'm rocking with my team until proven otherwise.
Exactly. I'm rocking with my dogs, bro. I don't see us losing nobody.
If I had to put money on it right now, I'd say the national title game. That's if you make me put money right now.
You got to repeat that, Slim. You got to repeat that because you went out. Your audio went out. You got to repeat that.
I said if you want me to put money on it right now, the national title game is going to be Oklahoma and Clemson.
Oklahoma and
Clemson.
Clemson.
Clemson's not going to be there.
Now, but before you start, I do think Georgia Georgia's a talented team, but that goes back to what I said a minute ago. You got to show me.
I mean, yeah. I mean, anything can happen in between the white lines, but I'm willing to put up whatever somebody money amount they want to put on that game. I'm willing to match it.
Now, as far as Clemson, people are thinking Clemson will fall off. Y'all not remember when whatever the hell his fucking name is, I don't give a shit. When that dude come in the Notre Dame game, offense wasn't their problem. He threw for over 400 yards. I think Clemson's offense is going to be better than what people think. I think the defense is one of the best in the country.
We'll find out September 4th, but I said we beat them by at least 14, maybe 21.
No.
Oh man. Oh my God.
I'm that confident.
I've said it once. Crack is a hell of a drug, sir.
I mean, put your money where your mouth is if you disagree.
So I'm asking again.
I'll take. I'll take. How many points you gonna give me, big dog? You gonna give me 21?
So
I'm saying win. I'm saying win or loss. I'm saying win or loss. If you're so confident in Clemson, I'm saying win or loss.
No. You just said twice to blow them out.
No, I'm saying win or loss right now. I'm not saying points. I'm saying win or loss. If y'all think Clemson is just this good, we can exchange cash games. It don't matter to me.
No, I'm saying
so give me points.
What's up? I'm saying they're fairly evenly matched teams. That's why.
Okay. I got you, Slim. I got you.
I'm not expecting a blowout either way. I think it's going to be a one-score game.
But he said it's going to be a blowout. But now you're saying he only.
14 points is not a blowout, but I'm expecting at least 14 points.
21 points is a blowout. You said that too.
You said that exactly.
Yeah.
So what? So how many points you gonna give people that's betting you then?
I'm not gonna give nobody no points that bets me. It's the first game of the year. I'm just saying win or loss. If you that confident in them, if you that confident in them to beat my dogs, I'm saying put your money up. That's all I'm saying.
So how many points you gonna? What's the points? What you gonna give Georgia?
I'm saying win or loss. You keep saying points. I'm saying win or loss.
Now I will say this. I will say this. Georgia can lose that game and still make it to the playoffs. No problem.
Exactly.
We can lose it and still win the SEC. Yeah, that's not an issue. But I don't think they got anything for us, man. I've watched their videos when they're practicing. I've seen their watch them, man. They got their own little, YouTube videos, YouTube channel, man. They don't have nothing for us, man. I'm sorry.
So you looking at YouTube videos determining? Come on.
All right.
YouTube videos don't tell nothing, bro.
I'm watching them behind the scenes. They practice and interview their players behind the scenes. See, a lot of people don't do that. A lot of people are confident just by off of what they see on the field. I'm confident behind the scenes and on the field.
I hear you, man. I ain't gonna argue with you. I hear you. You got
it. Here's my problem with that, though, and it's the same problem that I have with people that talk about Alabama fixing to fall off the map. Georgia's made it to one playoff, and they've got it stuck in their head that they're an elite team. Clemson has made it to the playoff every year but one.
Every year, but once. Come on, man.
Bro, if Georgia played in the ACC, we would make it to the playoff every year but once.
Okay,
Clemson there.
No, hang on a second. Please tell me the tough schedule that you have to run through in the SEC to beat Vandy, Tennessee, Kentucky, Arkansas, South Carolina. Tell me how hard that schedule really is.
I'm not even talking about the schedule. I'm talking about the ACC championship.
But you just talked about Clemson's got an easy path to the championship.
Yeah, it's been easy. You play basketball teams and then you gotta win one game in Charlotte to get to the playoff. Come on, man.
Okay, and who exactly does Georgia have to run through that's hard?
Bruh, we play in the SEC championship against the toughest division in college football, the SEC West.
Florida and Bama last year. That was their roadblocks last year.
The two teams we lost in the SEC championship went undefeated. Those are two of the best teams in college football history. What are you talking about?
Y'all still
So,
lost. 1980, bro. Come on, man. Stop
so
it.
basically,
Come on, man.
basically, the SEC
Y'all like,
Alabama.
y'all act like it's just the easy. It's just so easy to win the SEC championship.
Oh, I ain't saying that. I'm in the SEC, bro. But what I'm saying, you saying that Georgia will go to the ACC and just smooth sail through that. That was Clemson, that, bro.
Hang
Bruh,
on.
this is the same team we beat 42 times. If y'all don't beat Florida State 42 times, wouldn't y'all think it's an easy game against them? Wouldn't y'all be confident if you don't beat a team 42 out of 54 times?
Hang on a second. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's an easy path in the SEC. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, we don't respect Clemson. Y'all are scared of Clemson. We don't respect them at all.
Who is the tough team in the SEC other than Alabama? Name them.
LSU.
Florida
LSU.
last year. And Florida last year.
Yeah.
Let's see. Florida's gone 4-8 twice in the last 6 years, and LSU just won 3 games in a season. Where is your tough schedule?
Bruh, look at the history of LSU. Look at the history of Alabama. Look at the history of Florida. These aren't chump programs.
Actually, Florida is a chump program.
Hey, you got us twisted. Miami is a trash can, man. Hey, man, that's what I'm saying, bro. You need to stop that, bro. You need to stop that.
Okay, hey, we'll roll with that, Slim. We'll roll with that.
You ain't did nothing.
Now let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
That, bro. Please.
Let me ask you a question.
We'll roll with that, man. We'll roll with that.
Come on, man.
With Texas and Oklahoma joining the SEC, like I said, where do Florida fall with the top teams now?
You talking about something in 2025? That don't
man.
even matter. What Miami gonna do?
Hey,
We
hang
don't
on.
matter.
Let me defend.
Spread. Come on, man. Stop that. Don't
Hey,
throw that
T2Y,
out.
we don't know yet because I don't know how
Miami
good
ain't no
Texas
nothing,
and
bro.
Oklahoma is, so I don't know.
That.
Hang on. I'll defend that statement. Florida has only ever been good twice in their history. When Steve Spurrier became the coach in the 90s, and they only managed one national title out of it. And then when Urban Meyer came in 10 years later. So stop.
You said, no. How are we going to be good twice if we won 3 championships? Where you go to school at, bro? Stop.
Because
bro.
Texas and Oklahoma, we don't know how good they are because we haven't seen them play in the SEC team. So that's where I stand.
But no one knows how good anyone gonna be in 2025.
Yeah.
Come on, man. I gotta stop that projecting the future. And then you gotta talk about we only been good 3 times. Come on, man. Stop it.
Hey, get out your feelings, man. Calm down.
Nah, bro. Add up. Nah.
Hang on. I'm not projecting the future. I'm going off what they've done, and Florida's a scrub ass program.
And what has Miami done since 2000, bro? What has Miami done since 2000? Explain that, man. Explain that to me, Bill.
And this is some quality entertainment.
For real.
Hey, I co-sign that. I co-sign that, Slim. I co-sign that.
Hang on. I want to hear what he said. Explain what?
Explain. What has Miami done since what? The pass interference, bro. What's the meaningful games y'all won, bro? Y'all still talking about 2017 Notre Dame, bro. Stop it, man. Come on, man. Let's be real, bro.
Hang on. Let me answer that question. What did Florida do before 1990? Oh, that's right. Not yet.
What has Miami done 10 years after that? And since 2000?
Hey, so
there was a dominant team.
Bro,
don't talk about the 2000s.
Listen, bro. Hey, check this out. Y'all have not won a conference championship since y'all left the Big East. Think about it.
Hey, guess what? We still got more conference titles than Florida does.
In the Big East.
Don't talk about the 2000s.
In the Big East.
Yeah, I'm chilling, man. I'm just chilling.
Hey, so what do you guys think about? What do you guys think about how Donna Shalala took over the university in 2001, 2002, and she pulled all the funding from the athletic department?
Yeah,
she left right before Mark Richt got hired.
Yeah,
and that's when Miami started making a turnaround.
Yep. Funny how that works.
So she the reason why Miami ain't won a conference title.
No. What I'm saying is that she was she was there when they pulled all this funding from the athletic department, and what did they do? They just destroyed the Orange Bowl. They couldn't figure out a stadium issue, so they went to Hard Rock at the time, which Hard Rock now
everything
really
changed. Everything changed. He's not using that as an excuse. He's just stating the facts that everything changed.
No, hey, so what year? So what year did Neville Shapiro got knocked off?
I didn't
That's when
hear
everything
you.
changed. When Neville Shapiro got in trouble, what year was
My
that?
thing is, we know what happened at Miami, but what's Florida's excuse?
Florida's won 4 games twice in the last 10 years.
Last 6 years.
6 years, not 10.
Hey, we had a butt teeth coach, bro, that couldn't coach. Hey, it is what it is.
Okay.
I'm gonna argue that. What can I argue about that? What can I say about that? Come on, man.
That's the same exact thing that happened to Miami.
But that's 2 years though. But that's 2 years.
You know what? As bad as Miami's, as bad as people say Miami's been, we haven't won only 4 games in the season.
Y'all in the ACC.
Yeah,
Okay,
Florida lost
y'all
to
in the
Georgia
SEC.
State. They were a new football program.
We've never lost to a
Y'all are
D2 team.
it don't matter, bro. None of that stuff don't matter, bro. We talking about 21 years, bro. Y'all ain't did nothing.
I
bro.
mean,
Come on,
altogether,
man.
we're only talking about the past, so I don't know what the point
21
is.
years. 21 years. Well, let's see. Miami beat Florida in the Sugar Bowl in 2000. Won the Natty in 2001. Played for the Natty in 2002.
Yeah, that's what I said. Don't talk about the 2000s, man.
Hang on.
In what sense?
Hang on. Won another New Year's Six against Florida.
Bruh,
in
that was
2000.
their heyday. Their heyday was in the 2000s, bro.
Everything.
Come on,
early
now.
2000s you talking about, man. 20 years ago, man. That's my
21
point.
So
Y'all
you know
haven't
that-
won a conference. Listen, y'all haven't won a conference since y'all joined the ACC, but y'all big bad Miami. Come on, bro. That's what I'm saying.
You just got to think,
I don't
man.
think-
You
I don't
got
think
when you make
anybody's
those
saying
statements, you got to think about it before you make those statements. Like you don't want to say Miami between like 96 and 2006. Like that was their heyday right there.
So let us the reason why y'all fell off, or was it the conference switch? Which one is it?
I really do. Like if you really look into it, when she took over the university, they pulled all the funding from the athletic department.
Yeah,
You can't
things change,
win
man.
without money nowadays.
Well,
Things
she's not
change,
the only
bro.
reason. She's not the only reason. Like I said,
No, I
bad
agree. The
hires.
Neville Shapiro thing and all the.
But no, not even that. Bad coaching hires. They never should have hired.
Who
Larry
are you
Coker.
gonna hire when you're only offering a head coach $900,000 a year?
Right.
Because your
Right.
athletic department isn't getting any money.
Yeah.
If they
And then
change
y'all
that,
had
with
the
Pete West,
violations. Y'all got put on punishment for all that. You know what I'm saying? It's just, a lot of stuff came in.
Hang on. That wasn't until years later. They fired Larry Coker in 2006.
Yeah.
That whole Neville Shapiro thing didn't come out until 2011.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is that.
But I'm saying that goes into a factor to say the reason why y'all haven't won in the ACC is because of those sanctions, man. A lot of stuff goes into factor, bro.
Oh, it does. But like I said, I think it actually started with the hiring of Larry Coker.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it goes into players probably feel entitled and they think they're better than they are.
No,
Going off
I think you
history.
just have a rich tradition, so the fans expect that same tradition to translate to the players, and it just doesn't. You know what I'm saying? It takes time. Like you got to build up a program. You know, under Coach Manny. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people had all these expectations for Kirby. The same thing, man. And Kirby's only been there, 5, 6, 7 years, man. So. You can't just throw all these sanctions. Kirby's only 45 years old. You know what I'm saying? You can't throw all these expectations on a guy that hasn't had time to, number one, build a program, number two, bring in recruits, number three, establish a culture. You know what I'm saying? It takes time for
I disagree with that.
stuff to happen.
I disagree with that, bro. Look at the way Kirby recruits.
Well,
Okay, so hold on. So we got a guy here that say Clemson is Miami daddy. First of all, Clemson is 6-6 against Miami. Clemson just became relevant yesterday.
State the facts.
They just became relevant yesterday. They just started winning in the ACC yesterday. Florida State just took their foot out their ass yesterday. So
That's
for
true.
you, sir,
shut your stupid ass up.
I mean, put yourself in my shoes. If you were 42, 18, and 4 against a team, would you honestly respect them?
We don't want to put ourselves in Georgia's shoes, bro. Stop.
I'm just saying.
Don't do that.
I'm just saying.
Don't do that.
I
Don't
think
do that.
If you were 42-18-4 against the team, would you honestly respect them?
If they're Clemson right now, yeah, because look at what they've done.
Nah, I just don't, man.
Facts, bro. That
I just
really
don't,
is.
man. I just don't.
I think you got to respect them because Georgia won the national championship in 1980. Clemson won it in 1981. Clemson won it in 16 and 18. Georgia is yet to be found.
I mean, regardless of your record against them, is Clemson an elite program right now? Yes, they are. That's
yes,
just
they
a
are.
fact.
Yeah. I'll give them that. But I've looked at the roster. I don't think they have anything for us, man.
Nothing.
I think you're being a little too biased.
All right.
I'm just saying, I think you're being a little too biased.
I'll give him the quarterback, 6'5", 240, cannon arm. I'll give him that. But if you YouTube Brooks Austin, he broke down that quarterback to the T, man. He did like an hour video on DJ Pineapple, man. That guy misses wide open receivers constantly.
Well, he was a
But
true
you know what,
freshman.
though?
We gotta get
Man,
him.
true freshman played a few games.
But you know what, though? Here's the thing. Was Clemson a more or less talented team than Alabama was in 2016? It's not always just the talent you have on your roster.
Right.
And especially based on the fact that he's only been a coach for 5 years and some of the very public bonehead decisions he's made, you can't argue that Dabo is a better head coach today than Kirby Smart.
He's got more
How old
experience.
is Dabo right now?
He's got more experience. He's got more experience, and he hasn't made the dumb decisions that Kirby's made. But looking at our offensive coordinator, looking at the guys we got, if he stays away from the offense, we'll be just fine.
But that's the thing. If Dabo knows to stay the hell away from what he doesn't know, and it's proven that. So that's why I'm saying right now, Dabo is a better coach today.
Dabo's a way better coach than Kirby. I agree with that.
Yeah, but Kirby's got more time, to prove him wrong. So we'll see what happens.
Oh, no doubt about that. I'm not saying Kirby's going to turn out to be a terrible coach. I mean, shit, his record in his first 5 years is better than Nick Saban's in his first 5 years.
Yeah.
His first 5 seasons, same as Mark Richt at Georgia.
I think he's got to hire a really good offensive coordinator and start getting that.
It's not the same as
if
Mark Richt
Alabama
at
hadn't
Georgia.
changed their offense, they wouldn't be winning games like they are now.
You said it.
No. And well, Nick Saban learned he had to get with the time. He couldn't win national titles 20-17 anymore.
Yeah.
But the program Nick Saban walked into wasn't that good compared to the
Georgia's
program that Kirby
downfall.
Smart walked into. You know what I'm saying?
Now,
Georgia was all right. Alabama wasn't that good.
Actually,
That
you're
first
at
year Nick Saban was there. That was terrible.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Kirby did really walk into a pretty set situation where he didn't have to worry about fixing the culture like say
he
Randy
walked into a program that didn't have a quarterback. Now we actually have a quarterback. That's why we're so confident. We've come so close without having a quarterback at all, and now we actually have a competent quarterback. So that's why our confidence is high.
And they had Justin Fields.
But I mean, that's why I can't trust no guy like Kirby Smart picking no quarterback. Because I mean, look how he picked Fromm over.
He did not pick Fromm over Fields for the 1,000th time.
So what did he do there?
Your freshman quarterback, who was Fromm, took the team to the national championship.
No, the defense took the team to the national championship.
But yes, the defense did.
In the
But
running
who played
game.
quarterback? Who played running back? You know what I'm saying? Who called the plays? Who commanded the offense?
Didn't Kirby have
takes y'all to the national championship? Do y'all think some other freshman quarterback just gonna come in and knock him out the way? Come on, fellas.
Didn't Kirby have Justin Fields playing special teams?
No, he did not have him playing special teams. That's a rumor.
Justin Fields came in and ran a damn punt. Yes, he did.
He put him in the SEC championship on a fake punt, and everybody knew it was a fake punt.
So
is that special teams or is that not special
That's bonehead coaching. That's bonehead coaching.
Y'all acted like Fields on a scout team playing freaking gunner or something, man. You can't make statements like that, man.
So
Well,
what
that's
do you
bonehead
think?
coaching.
What do you think happens with Georgia this year? Do you think they beat Bama in the SEC championship?
Yes.
I'm not convinced Bama's going to make it to the SEC championship.
Me
If they
neither.
beat
Me
Bama.
neither.
I think Texas
Nope.
A&M might win the
Yeah,
West.
I think we play either Texas A&M or we might play Ole Miss.
I think
I
it's either
wouldn't
going to
sleep
be
on Ole
Texas
Miss.
A&M or
I don't think they'll
So,
win.
so you don't think Florida can make it to the SEC championship?
No,
No, he
Good.
doesn't. Stop. Come on, man. No, he doesn't. Stop that, bro.
I just don't.
Wow.
I don't believe in Emory Jones.
Well, here's the problem with Florida making it. They've got to get Emory to quit running after that damn bookie with the hairnet and slippers on and actually get on the field, do some running.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Was Emory Jones really at any point in the game last year when it was crucial? I know that he would pull Kyle Trask out, and then he'd end up
Yeah, but
putting
to
him
run the
back
ball,
in
he
because
threw
Emory
a few
Jones
passes.
would kill a
He threw a
drive.
few passes. He threw a few passes, but not like the Georgia game. He played in the Georgia game 2 years ago. Nah, not really. Not when it mattered. He'll come in and run a couple plays. Do
Now,
QB runs, but nothing to make you think like I can't get mad at y'all for saying that he ain't gonna do nothing. You know what I'm saying? Because he ain't really did nothing with it count. See, I ain't never argued with that.
So you telling me Emory Jones just came in to hand the ball off?
But when he's been in, he's been all right, bro. He's been all right. If it weren't for a couple of drops, everybody be able to say, "Oh, he can throw the ball." He dropped some
Hey, I can say the same thing about Derrick King.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for a few drops, you know what I'm saying, people be looking at him differently.
There was shit. I remember.
Nah,
one
it was
game last
times. It was
year.
times he wasn't even getting close to the receivers. That's at the beginning of the season.
It was times when King put the ball right on people's hands and they dropped it, bro.
Mark Pope like 10 times.
Yeah, I say Mark Pope.
Harley
No,
Harley had the drops in the beginning of the season.
At the beginning of the season, yeah, he did.
If y'all don't have some big drops against the Gumps, if y'all catch the ball against the Gumps and don't turn it over, I'm telling you, you got a chance, man.
Man, them boys
I
don't
think
got no
that,
chance, man. The defense ain't good enough. The defense is not the same as Georgia last year. Miami's not gonna have a good pass rush because who's the starting defensive end? Is that Bob?
It's probably going to be Harvey and Johnson.
Oh, y'all got David
listen,
Johnson. He all right.
I think it's going to be more of a rotational thing.
He all right, but he ain't no Phillips, Russo, and the other dudes.
You know, people were saying Phillips was washed up last year
Exactly.
at the beginning of the season. Look what he did.
That dude's
Phillips played all right. I ain't gonna
If
hate
one
Phillips
thing
straight.
that has been proven under like Manny Diaz and him being a defensive coordinator and everything is he'll get the most out of a defensive lineman.
Because every year they have a dominant pass rush. Every year everybody says, "Oh, those players are gone," and then every year he ends up.
All you gotta do is just look back at the stats for tackles for loss. Miami's always in the top.
Yeah.
Nah,
Yeah,
y'all not gonna take a step back, man. It's a given, man. Y'all not gonna take a step back. Definitely on the end.
They're definitely gonna get tested.
But they're taking a step forward in the
Bryce Young can run, so he definitely gonna get tested.
And I know Florida definitely taking a mild step back with that quarterback.
But not on that defensive line. Our defensive line.
I think it was. But hang on though. We very well may take a step back on the edge, and they did that in 2018. But what happened? You had Gerald Willis step up in the middle, and they were still able to get effective pass rush. You're going to end up with the same thing. Even if the ends take a step back, you'll have somebody like Silvera break out in the middle and open up those holes for the pass rush.
Nah, that's not the same kind of level as Willis, bro. He gonna have to show that. He gonna have to show it.
Silvera had
no
shown
Gerald Willis.
Okay.
I disagree with that. We can agree to disagree, though. We ain't got to argue. We can agree to disagree.
So you can never nowadays you can never underestimate that a freshman can come in and be dominant. I mean that kid from Clemson last year was one of the best defensive players in the country as a true freshman. So somebody like Leonard Taylor in there, I mean, you never know.
I mean, you can go against that because those guys are very few.
They're very what?
I said those are
Those might help you a little bit better than
So back to the question I was asking. Florida, Georgia, Alabama, all them with Texas and Oklahoma coming in because I don't think it's gonna last till 2025.
No.
Well, y'all see Florida and Georgia in the future being ranked in those whole SEC thing, whatever.
I don't know because I think it's going to be 2000.
I think Texas is one of those programs that if they get in there and they get on the recruiting trail to recruit Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, and Florida, and even South Carolina, that they can be a pretty scary team. If they get the right coaching team in there, I mean, they already make more money than any team in college football. And their brand's huge. If they get the right coach in there, I think that I don't know. I guess it depends. Like Nick Saban's only going to coach for so long.
Texas and Sarkisian, they're going to recruit. They got a good coach. They're going to be good on offense. I just don't know how their defense will be.
I'm talking about in maybe like 5 to 7 years time frame.
I mean, they'll be Texas and Oklahoma. They'll be in the SEC in 2 years.
No, I get that. I'm talking about how good they could be in 5 to 7 years. Because when do you ever you hardly ever see these top Florida, top Georgia kids that are Texas is in my top 3. But they're going to get it being in the SEC.
Yeah, and the same way around too. You're going to have some Texas and some Oklahoma kids coming to Georgia and Florida too.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think that I don't know. The whole landscape's going to change. And as soon as ESPN announced that, they said CBS is losing the contract in like 2023, I think.
Yeah.
And with ESPN gaining that, they said it was going to up the average to like 120, 130 million per team.
Yeah.
That they were going to be giving out, which is absurd. Like I was saying that earlier, as a team like Vanderbilt is going to get $130 million a year from just the SEC network, which is crazy because those games that are normally played at 3:30 in the afternoon, that are the top SEC games, are now going to be the 8 p.m. games on ESPN, and they're going to knock back teams like the Big Ten and the ACC unless they fucking change something.
Put Oklahoma in the East, put Texas in the West. I want to play Oklahoma every year.
Yeah.
I want to play Oklahoma every year. I want to play, out of conference games against Notre Dame and other.
I think out of conference games might be coming close to the end. If these conferences get much bigger, you can't. And especially if they're doing
depending on your schedule. Yeah.
Now I can say this too for the ACC network gonna have to step it up because I know there's a lot of people in a lot of regions that can't even get ACC network.
Right.
With the SEC doing this, ACC network better step their game up, or they're gonna be missing out on a lot of money. A lot of people gonna be tuning in to the SEC games because they can't even watch the ACC.
Well, they need to step up their hosts too. Like, I think it's like Packer and Durham are the top ones, and most people can't even tell you who that is. But people that don't even watch football look at Paul Feinbaum and they're like,
I want to interact with their fan bases. I want to play Oklahoma and Texas every year. I really do.
The SEC network was really in the same situation when it first started too. So.
Yeah, it's gonna take you some time to get it going. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I do think they need to do more advertising because just recently I found out I got ACC Network through my Roku TV Live, which I never knew I had for a while.
Really? Wow.
It's on Roku TV Live for free, and a lot of people don't even know it. I didn't know it until recently.
ACC is more of a basketball conference. SEC is more of a football conference. So that's why it's going to take time for the networks to, you know what I'm saying, catch up to each other.
Yeah. I mean, the intention wasn't for it to be. It's just that, well, Florida State had that spurt for a while. Miami's been down for a while. It was supposed to always be Florida State and Miami, and that was their angle. And then they added Virginia Tech, and that was fresh off a couple years after Michael Vick.
Mike Vick. Yep. 2000, 99, 2000. Yep.
I remember. I think it was the 2004. I think it was 2004, 2005. Miami played away at Blacksburg, and it was like the biggest game of the year. And they ended up upsetting them, and then they turned around and lost to, what was it, Georgia Tech in Atlanta? And
because that was
got them out of the national championship.
That's when Michael Vick's brother was there as quarterback.
Yeah, Marcus Vick.
Yeah, because Virginia Tech and Miami joined the ACC the same year.
Right, and y'all always been rivals.
Yeah, they pulled them both over from the Big East.
That's back in the Beamer days when they played Beamer ball.
Yeah.
Which people look at it now and the joke the Big East became, but there was a time when Rutgers and Syracuse were consistent top 25 teams every year.
Oh, Syracuse was a top 10 team.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where McNabb went. People forget McNabb went to Syracuse.
Yeah, no.
Yes,
I lived just north of Syracuse a couple of years ago.
Uh-huh.
I went to that stadium, and I was like, man, they got it. Like they have to have a dome because it snows so much there. It's awful. And
but Syracuse be giving Clemson hell, boy.
Yeah.
Dude, I still have nightmares about Miami playing Syracuse and Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
Good God. Like around 95, 96. Good Lord.
I do think it was brought up earlier. I do think Notre Dame is a must-add for the ACC.
Yeah.
If they want to even stick
bro.
with the whole.
Come on, man. This is Notre Dame, man. You know they scared. Y'all know they scared, bro. After what happened to them last year, you know they scared, man.
So
here's the thing. This is what I think is going to happen. I think we're going to end up going to 4 16-team conferences, and I think the playoff committee is going to end up coming out and saying, unless you're in a conference, you're not getting in the playoffs. And they're going to.
Well, so the excuse always for Notre Dame was their NBC deal. But now that the SEC network and the Big Ten network, and then behind them is probably the ACC network, are getting bigger than their TV deals, they're going to want to. I don't even know what Notre Dame was pulling in with that. It was probably
about 20 million.
Yeah. So now that those TV deals are taking over, they're going to have to join one. That was why they did. The NBC deal.
But I mean, you look at Notre Dame; they got embarrassed against Clemson. Then they got even more embarrassed against the Gumps. Come on, man! Like they're gonna be like, you know what? We don't want to join the ACC.
I don't think the embarrassment. It's about money, man. It's not about what happens on the field. You know that.
I said, and even earlier, when you look at what Notre Dame make with NBC now versus what the ACC makes, the ACC is making more than they do, so it makes more sense for them to join now too.
Yeah,
Dude,
I mean, 10 years ago, they made more than probably all the programs on TV deals.
I mean, I think Notre Dame needs to join a conference for one big reason. Since, what is it, 1990? It was either 90 or 91. Notre Dame has only won one game in the month of January.
Wait. Somebody need to Google that. I don't believe
What did you say?
Since either 1990 or 1991, Notre Dame has only won one game in the month of January.
Somebody Google that. Man.
That's playoff, New Year's Six, DCF.
Somebody in the chat Google that, man. We need verification. We need verification.
Jesus. That's probably true.
Goodness. I mean, they got all them championships. I mean, Notre
Because
Dame,
after
they
Lou
got
Holtz,
the
they
most.
fell off in the 90s for a little while.
Yeah. Yale, is it Yale, Notre Dame? They got all the championships, but man, if that's the truth, man, that's just embarrassing.
What's crazy is they still recruit as well as they do, being up there by Chicago, and they're getting offensive linemen from like IMG Academy and stuff.
Yeah, because if you get a degree from Notre Dame and you in one of these fraternities up there in secret societies and skulls and crossbones and everything up there, man, you set for life, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
you're not lying.
You want to know another embarrassing fact? Florida hasn't played a non-conference road game outside of the state of Florida since
92?
Yeah,
Repeat
I
that.
knew that.
Repeat
Uncle
that.
Uncle Lou reminds us of that all the time.
Repeat that.
So look at LSU. Week 1 is playing at UCLA, and
Repeat that,
not
man.
only are they
Kill that.
playing
Talk
with
about
UCLA,
out of conference road games. Talk about out of conference road games.
We just played Michigan a few years ago.
at a conference road games outside
the state of
road
Florida.
game outside of the state of Florida.
No,
You didn't
we
play.
played Michigan a few years ago to open the season.
That was
You
a
played
bowl
them
game.
in Texas.
That was a bowl
I mean,
game.
that
So
false.
you
No,
play
we
a
played them
true-
at the beginning of the season when
Yeah, that
CJ
was
Henderson
the
was
kickoff
freshman.
classic. What we're saying
That makes
is
that
that
false.
you play a true road game at a conference at that team's stadium. Miami, used to go to like Washington and play games.
Yeah.
Well, what conference was y'all in when y'all played Washington?
How far did you say it date back, Slim?
I think it was 92.
90 or 91. Which one?
I'm gonna say quad.
That was before
I
they
think it was
quit
91.
playing Miami. They were like, no, we're good.
I think it's 91 because they won in 90 in the Orange Bowl. So they
Then
lost.
that new athletic director, I can't remember his name, took over, and they did. So just imagine them going to go play at Oklahoma or at Oregon. I mean, Ohio State played at Oregon. Oregon's going to go play at Ohio State. Florida doesn't do that.
God damn. From 95 all the way to 2007, they lost every single bowl game.
Damn.
Okay, I need to amend my statement. I just looked it up. Notre Dame has won one game in the month of January since 1989.
Damn.
There you go. There you go. That's what I said. We need verification. We need a
I'm
verification
sorry,
on
I
that.
was wrong. I take credit. I apologize.
But I still think Florida hasn't scheduled a non-conference game out of state since, and the
They're not
schedule's
going
out to
to.
like
They're not going to.
2030 right now.
No, they actually have some scheduled now for like 6-7 weeks.
Who?
Florida.
Who? No, I'm saying who do they have?
I think they've got one
Damn,
set
we
up.
got Texas. We got
Yeah.
UCF now.
Do y'all go to Texas? You go to
No,
Texas?
UCF.
Yeah, home and
and
home.
State.
Home and home. It's a home and home.
What's
It's somebody else
the
too, but slipping my mind. I couldn't tell you. I
Hang
ain't
on.
focused on that far.
Hold on. What year are they playing Texas?
I
I'm
think
looking it
24,
up right now.
25, 22, 32, something like that. I don't know. I don't know, bro. Real talk. I don't know.
I didn't hear
Focus on
about that one.
21.
Wait, who's
I think
scheduled to time out?
Miami just secured a home and home with Texas A&M.
We talking about Florida playing a non-conference team in their house outside the state of Florida.
Oh, that ain't happening.
No. And their athletic director changed a few years ago. You thought it was going to change, and then they were like, "Oh, we'll schedule."
We got a couple of
Miami
games.
again.
We got a couple of games, man. Texas. We got a few more other people. That's so far. I don't know. I don't remember the year. I remember Texas, but we could play a few. I think UCF we agreed on that recently. But
I'm gonna look it up.
what does that matter? What does that matter though?
Hang on. In 2023, Florida is going to Utah.
There you go. There you go, Utah. There you go.
And 2027, they're going to Cal.
Jesus Christ.
2031, they're going to Texas. In
10 years.
2029, They're going to Colorado.
Oh my God, they'll probably lose.
Now, I'll
Blame it
give
on
them
the
this much.
altitude. Dan Mullen will be like, the altitude's too high. We can't win here.
I'll give them this much. In 24 and 25, they're doing a home and home with Miami. So I'll give them that much credit.
Yeah, well, in state, whatever.
It's,
So that
it's
means
too, there's too many drinks at the concession stand.
So
That's
that
why
means
we
we got
lost.
Miami and Florida State. So that means what, 2024, 2025? That means we got Miami and Florida State. So y'all don't want us to have no cupcakes. Everybody can't get one cupcake.
No,
Don't everybody get a home up game?
I don't want Miami to have any cupcakes.
So Miami
everybody get a
scheduled
warm-up
Michigan
game,
State years ago when Michigan State was the top 10 program. That's why this future scheduling shit is fucking bullshit, because now Michigan State sucks.
Well,
So
luckily,
Miami would have had Bama and Michigan State this year.
Well, in 2024, we got Texas A&M and Florida.
There you go.
So Miami's not running away from it.
Hey, we don't play nothing but Pop-Tarts this year. That's why I'm saying 15
I mean,
and 0.
what is so the last few years, I was at the LSU game with Miami in Dallas, the Florida game in Orlando. What did they open up with last year? Oh, it was a weak team. It was at home. But
In
3 out of 4
2018, they
years,
opened up with LSU.
yeah, 3 out of 4 years have been SEC teams.
Yeah.
Win at least one of them.
When Clemson loses 3 games this year, I'm gonna tell you, I told you so.
And when
They
Georgia
might.
don't win
I hope they do.
championship, I'm gonna tell you, I told you so. And
I don't know that quarterback.
he's sleeping on Clemson, man.
His first.
It don't
start,
even matter if Clemson loses that game. As long as they run the table in the ACC, they're gonna get a playoff spot.
I don't think they're gonna run the table though. That's the problem.
So who's gonna beat them out? Since they automatically lost to Georgia, who else gonna beat
So
them?
they avoid Miami and North Carolina.
Not they ain't avoid Miami. Stop that. They'll welcome that game
At
every
the end
year.
of the year, we'll see. I'm talking about a regular season.
Y'all ain't about to win the what's that, Atlantic, Coastal, whichever one. Y'all ain't about to win that.
They're gonna win the Coastal. Nah, they're gonna win. I'll give them the
North
Coastal
Carolina?
this year. They got a squad, bro. I'll give them
Miami?
the Coastal this year. Yeah, I'm
Miami?
gonna give them the Coastal this year. No, I'm gonna give it to them this year. They got a squad,
You can
man.
give it
A
to
lot
them
of
all you
people
want.
sleeping on them.
And you sleeping on Clemson.
Crab in a barrel mentality. Gators can't win the East, so they don't want Miami to win the Coastal.
Nah, it ain't that, bro. It ain't that, bro. It ain't that. Stop it.
I think Kentucky's got that number again.
Watch when we win
Kentucky
the
has
Coastal.
the number again. They beat us
Kick
one
that
time
back.
in 34 years, and they got our number. Come on, man. You got to come a little better than that.
What Florida's scared of is Miami winning and them being dethroned, because for the couple of years they've been saying, "Oh, Florida's the best team in Florida right now." So they don't want to see us win.
We have been the best team in Florida. We beat y'all in 19. We won the state that year. Y'all would have beat us last year, bro.
That
We
game
would have
in
put up about
19.
50-60.
That game in 19. That was what was that call in that game?
Hold on, you say y'all would have put up what?
Yeah, we put about 50 and 60 on that defense, man.
Okay.
What?
This
Put up
year?
numbers. In 2020. In 2020.
What?
I want y'all,
You
bro.
mean
Check it out.
What do you think
the same
Miami
Florida
would have put up on
team-
that?
What was
the same
Miami's
Florida
best
team
win?
that could barely
What
put
was
up
Miami's
24 on
best
Miami?
win? What was the best win Miami had last season?
You
The
talking
best
about
period
the
win.
same? You talking about the same Florida team that could only put up 24 points on Miami?
He's talking about last year.
That's in
not the year
2019,
before.
talking about
Last year, y'all, you think that would have been a way bigger? Come on, man.
Well, what are you talking about? Against Todd Grantham's defense, Derek King would have threw for 3,000 yards in that game by
We
himself.
would have beat the brakes
So
off
we
Florida
went
last year.
I would not be the brace. Come on, man.
A freshman
Y'all lost to-
quarterback.
Listen.
Y'all lost to an
Check this
LSU
out.
team that didn't have a team.
LSU NC's probably would have beat y'all. We got
They
y'all
lost
late.
by a shoe. They lost
We
by
got
a
y'all
shoe.
late.
We would have dog walked y'all lizards, man.
No,
They
you
lost by a
wouldn't.
shoe, man.
The
Congrats.
best team.
They lost
the
by a
best
shoe.
game. The best
Lost.
game offensively I had was Florida State, right? Name
No,
some other
I don't
good,
think so.
Name some good offensive performances y'all had other than the Florida State game.
Louisville.
NC State.
That ain't nothing to brag about.
Pitt.
Hey, Pitt. What was the score of that Pitt game?
Okay, and tell me one elite defense that the Florida Gators ran the score up on. One.
Look what we
He's
did to
gonna say
Georgia.
Bama.
We gave Bama the best game. Look what we did to Georgia. That's
Bama
enough
Bama's
right
not an
there.
elite defense.
That is
Look,
enough
he
right
said,
there.
look what we did to
That's
Georgia.
Florida's
We
excuse
had-
for the Florida's excuse for the whole season.
Hang
We
on.
gave
Hang on.
Bama a
That
big
is
game.
enough. That is enough, bro. That is enough right there.
Wait a minute.
Look what we did to Georgia.
So no. So Miami defense is better than Georgia. I need y'all to stand on that one.
Hey, that's their press line. Look what we did to Georgia last year.
Hey, so
Now, look,
what did
hey,
they do
Georgia
against
fans,
Oklahoma?
Georgia
Ooh,
fans.
Alabama didn't beat us too bad. That's y'all
Georgia
success
fans.
of a season.
Wait a minute.
Georgia fan. I need you. Hey, Georgia
Oh,
fan. I'm
man.
asking one question.
Nah,
Hey,
you made a statement. You beat Stetson Bennett and DeJuan Mathis. Congratulations.
Hey, what did
minute.
what did Florida's elite offense do against Oklahoma's elite defense?
Exactly.
Look how many players
Exactly.
we was missing. You I almost called you.
Hey, I
Man, Florida players was on the sideline confused as hell. I swear to God, I heard somebody say Boomer Sooner on the sideline.
I thought the Big 12 was like Swiss cheese.
Hey, players missing. That's a Dan Mullen excuse. That's a Dan Mullen excuse. Look how many players we missing.
Miami would not have beat no Florida last year, bro. Y'all smoking.
Man,
Hey,
we would have beat y'all.
y'all like Miami with some world beaters.
We would have beat y'all so bad it would have started snowing in Gainesville.
Man, the Deer State coach yourself out of whatever bad. Y'all need to
I'm
stop that,
telling you,
bro.
we would have beat y'all so
need to
bad
stop
it would have
that.
started snowing in Gainesville.
Hey, congrats, man. Y'all beat a quarterback coming off of brain cancer and you beat a 4-string walk-on. Congratulations.
No.
I got a question.
That's
Hey, I
Georgia fans. Stop that, bro. Stop that, pimp. Y'all world beaters, bro. Y'all about to block. I need to
All
stop
right,
that,
so-
bro.
so-
Bro, y'all need to stop that, bro. Straight up.
Hang
Y'all gotta
on,
stop
bro.
that foolishness, man.
Nobody, hang on. Ain't nobody calling Miami world beaters. But you just said that Florida ran up the score on Alabama. The same
Bro, we
defense.
had one of the best offenses in the
Hang
country
on.
last year, did we not?
Hang on. Stop.
One of the
Let
worst
Gail
defenses.
finish talking. You are talking about running up a score on Alabama's defense. The same defense that
didn't say
Stetson
run up a
Bennett
score. I
put
said we got
30
the best
points
game.
on in 2 quarters of football.
I did not say run up the score. Don't put words in my mouth, Phil. Don't
Stop
put words in
it.
my mouth, dog. Listen, bro.
You brought up
Hey, man,
Alabama.
no. Y'all gotta stop that, bro. Miami did not have no good season last year. Who Miami beat that was worth a damn, bro?
Stop it.
Y'all answer that. Who Miami beat that was worth a damn, bro? Y'all need to
Hey,
stop that, bro.
you beat a 4-foot quarterback. Congratulations.
Hey, so
And who Miami beat last season? That was worth something. I'll wait, bro.
God almighty.
Now when
The games
Florida
that
playing the
mattered,
big games last season, what happened? They lost.
the games that mattered last year.
Lost to
Miami did.
Texas
Y'all had
A&M.
two
That
games.
was a big
Y'all
game.
had 2 games that mattered. Y'all got blew out in both. Y'all beat Florida.
Bruh,
Come
you
on,
have
man.
no.
Y'all need to stop that, man. Y'all need to
barely
stop that,
escaped
bro.
with a win on a
Y'all gotta
Tennessee
stop
team
that,
that
man.
didn't have a team.
Y'all gotta
Hey,
stop
that's
that,
why I
man.
love Florida fans. At least we
Man, you
beat
gotta stop
Georgia.
You gotta stop that. Now look,
Hey,
look. It's funny that you laughing
Sergeant.
about that. It's funny that you laughing about
Sergeant,
that.
what has everybody said about the past 5 years, Sergeant? That Oklahoma is a half a football team. Great.
Yeah,
Florida Gators are half a football team.
Yeah.
Y'all need to
You
stop
are
that, bro.
the
Y'all ridiculous, bro.
Florida-
Y'all ridiculous.
Florida
Hey, no,
in
man, look, no,
2020
hey, let me,
is the SEC equivalent of Oklahoma.
hey, no. Hey,
I
let me
know
cut
want you
into
to
y'all.
take a
Let me
good
cut-
look at this score
Hey.
right here.
Hey, let me cut into y'all, bro. Let me cut into y'all. Put some of y'all Matthews on this Bama game then. And I take the 17.5. What's up?
Hey, at least they beat Georgia, man.
how
At least
much
they
are you gonna
beat
put
Georgia.
on it?
What's up, man? And
How much
1980,
are you
you
gonna
need
put
to
on
stop
it?
too, bro. What
Hey, at least y'all beat Georgia, though, man.
You call it. You
At
call
least
it.
y'all beat Georgia,
How
man.
much?
call
How
it.
much are you
You
gonna
call
put
it,
on
bro.
week 3, Bama versus Florida?
Hey,
We ain't
I've
talking about
got.
that.
I
We're talking
want
about
to
Georgia,
ask.
Miami, since Miami's so great, Bill.
I want to ask
this.
unbiased. I want to ask an unbiased opinion. So I'm gonna ask Sergeant: is 29 a bigger number than 27?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is 5 a bigger number than 3?
Yes.
Is 9 a bigger number than 8?
Yes.
Miami owns the state of Florida. More
There you
natties,
go.
more conference
Miami
championships,
on the
and
state of
home
Florida,
winning
Miami
record.
in the Big East. Come on, listen, bro. Put your money where your mouth is, man. What's up? I'm giving you the 17.5. What's up?
Miami
You get money? You getting money, pimp? Let's do it. Let's do it. What's up? You call it.
Hey, at least they beat Georgia, man.
T2Y, I got you too. You want it on the game? Let's do it.
I already got my bet. My bet is right here in the conversation with you.
Put your money where your mouth is, pimp.
I already got money on that game. The dude on the line right now with you.
Yeah, we got 150 on the Miami Bama game, and we got 150 on the Georgia Clemson game.
And I got another $100 on Miami against Uncle Lou.
And you can ask T2Y this, and T2Y can verify this. I haven't once said that Miami's going to beat Alabama, and told him I ain't putting no money on that game.
All right,
No.
Well, T2Y, what's up, man? I just dropped 200 on the game. I just dropped 200 on the game yesterday, bro.
I ain't got no more game, man. Who?
Come on, man.
Put money. AR is right there. Put money that Florida gonna beat Georgia this year. How about you do that?
Hey, we gonna do that. We gotta wait how the season go. I ain't say no to that.
Yeah, see, he gotta wait. He gotta wait.
Why you gotta wait? Why you gotta wait?
Hey, he gotta wait.
Hey, shit happens, bro. My bad. I cuss pimp.
He gotta wait to see what Georgia look like. He gotta wait to see what we look like. Yeah.
Bro, what game is that?
You see the confidence they are? He got so much confidence in Alabama, but he ain't got it in Florida.
No. See, y'all going away from the original point. Y'all saying
He got confidence in the gun, but not his own team. That's
he got confidence that Alabama could beat Florida. He got confidence that Alabama could beat Miami, but he ain't got no confidence that his own Florida game could beat Georgia Bulldogs.
I'm talking about Miami.
Hey, he ain't gotta wait and see with Miami go. He gotta wait and see with Zone.
Bro, that's game 7, game 8, bro. Come on, man. Stop it.
So what do you think Miami's record is going to be at the end of the
Georgia,
regular
bro.
season?
All right, since he want to make a bet, Florida Tucker, I'm putting 100 on Georgia to beat y'all. Match that bet, and I'll match your Alabama bet.
Look, 100, yeah, we'll match that. How much you want, Sergeant? You want 100 too?
Nah, I want 300
Florida,
on the Georgia Florida. I want 300 on the Georgia Florida.
All right, fuck it. My bad. Let's do it.
I got a legit question. I got a legit question. Miami went 8-2 during the regular season last year. Won 8 games, lost 2. They're returning 19 out of 22 starters. So what is your basis for saying Miami's going to lose 5-6 games?
Who said that?
Hey, T2Y. Hey, T2Y, take my Cash App down. It's $AR10 for you, and take his Cash App down.
I'm driving right now. No, we'll get that, bro. We'll get
What's
that.
your Cash App? You ain't got to drive.
Put the Cash App in the chat. Y'all can write them down, man.
You driving,
Hey, you
bro.
about to get off? Hey, no, I can't do that, bro. Hey, you about to get?
Hey,
you about to
every
get
truck
off in the next 10
driver.
minutes, are you?
Hey, I just drove from Little Rock to Memphis on here, so don't tell me talk about truck driver can't be on the phone. Come on now.
Man, I got a camera in my truck.
It takes
can't
2
do that.
seconds to give him your Cash App. So give him your Cash App. All you got to do is tell him your Cash App.
I'm gonna drop it in the link. Let me pull over, bro.
You don't have to drop it in the link. Just tell it to him.
Man, I don't know my Cash App like that, bro.
Hey, well, I mean, if you put the Cash App out, what's the worst gonna happen? Somebody send you some money?
Bro, you ain't listen to what I'm saying. I don't know my Cash. I've been deleting my Cash App, bro. Come on, man. I got it now. Listen, bro. I'm gonna drop it in there, bro. Y'all need to stop that, man. So we got 100. I got 300 with Sergeant, 300 with Sergeant, and 100 with T2 on the Georgia, and 100 on what's his name? 100 on Miami, Florida game. Miami.
So you about to be short $500.
No, I'm not.
Now see, if it was Miami, Florida, I'll be collecting right now.
Miami, Florida, nah, I know you wouldn't, bro. Stop it.
Man, we're gonna be. When the next time we play?
Miami would beat the brakes off of Florida this year.
When the next time we play them? 2024, ain't it?
Yep, 2024 and 2025. 2024.
Oh, first game of the season too.
2024 is at Gainesville. 2025 is at Miami.
I'm going to that game in Gainesville.
The Gainesville game, I'm definitely going. Hopefully they don't set it on fire like they did last season.
Hey, do you, Truck? You remember the last time Miami went into Gainesville? What was that? The Tebow game?
Yeah, we
I
bet
got
all that
100
year.
on Florida State over Notre Dame.
I know Miami's beat Florida 11 out of
Hold
the
on, you
past.
said what? Who said that?
Yeah, who did say that?
100 on Florida State over Notre Dame.
Who the fuck said that?
Monkey said that.
I'll take that bet like 10
I'll
times.
take that bet right now too.
Are you betting the spread or just over?
Was that
Straight up.
Jay? He done bumped his head again.
Nah, he just betting on the win. I'll take
He's
Notre
betting on the
Dame.
win? Oh, yeah, I'll take that bet.
Straight up.
Now,
At 727.21, man. I just earned $300.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I might put money on my.
Oh my goodness, man.
So,
Straight up.
what
Who
would you
I'm
bet
betting
on
with? Who I'm
the
betting with?
Miami Florida State game?
That's hilarious, man. That boy was
I mean,
confident in his dunks.
Miami
but
put
wasn't
in
confident in
Coach
Florida.
Perry in what, the third quarter? And it was, oh no, we scored a little bit in the fourth quarter, but it was like a 40-7 game in the third quarter.
Who I'm locked in with?
He definitely locked in with me.
Who else? Somebody else said they want to bet too.
I got no faith in Notre Dame. So I ain't
You're
taking
talking about Florida State, Notre Dame.
Yeah.
I got no faith in Notre Dame.
I'll bet 100 on that. You can. So you're
So
betting
who
on a
bet
straight up
that?
win, not even the
Yeah,
spread.
straight up win. Yeah, straight up win.
Yeah, I'll bet that.
All right.
I got
Who is that? So I can put this down in my phone.
Ian Canes.
I got T2Y. And who else?
Ian Canes. You can mark it
Well, I'm
down.
pretty sure you ain't gonna. This video will stay up. So
Yeah. 727.21. Yeah, we got it.
Hey, who want to bet me $5 that FAU beat Florida? Hey, Florida Choker, you want to take that bet?
Hey, if Lane
I got
Kiffin was there,
$5. I got $5 that say FAU win that game.
if Lane Kiffin was there, I'd take it.
Willie Taggart and Nicosi Perry gonna handle that.
Hey, he might. Probably got a better quarterback.
Well, y'all bet that
than
then, man.
FAU's
Y'all
team.
talking ridiculous, bro. I dropped it in the chat. Y'all see it?
Looking, let me see.
I dropped the stream in y'all chat.
Oh, you put it in the private. You got to put it in the regular.
Man, I don't know how to do that, man. I'm technology illiterate, bro.
I got you.
FSU beating Notre Dame. All right.
All right, so I just put his cash app in the chat. So y'all know when the game's over, y'all can send him a cash request.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna send a request come Halloween. I can't wait.
I got 200 on Florida State.
All I know is that
Hey, who is saying that?
I keep it. Remember now.
I got 2 bets.
Remember you told me 17.5. You betting on that spread. So if Alabama beat us by 14, don't hit me up now.
Oh yeah, Miami will cover that. I got Miami to cover
So
that.
hey, so what we going on the Georgia game? We going spread or straight up?
I'm
Nah, we're going straight up.
We don't even
We're
know
going
what the
straight
spread is.
So I gotta go. All right, cool.
Yeah, you gotta go straight up, man. That's the October game.
I'm just trying to clarify all bets because I don't want y'all to show.
Hey, you right. Hey, so what we doing on the Georgia game? Straight up.
If Florida's like
Straight up.
1 and 4,
I'm picking Georgia to beat
spread's
y'all
probably
straight up. I ain't going by the points or nothing. I'm just saying Georgia gonna win that game.
Nah,
He's trying to backpedal and get the points in there.
Let me get the points, bro. Let me get the points.
Nah, Georgia's good.
I can't tell you the points because I don't know the points. Nobody.
Yeah, that's in the future, bro. I'm just saying, whatever the spread come out, let me get that. And that's
Nah, the spread come out don't matter. It's straight up, bro.
But I'm saying if the spread come out, when the game coming around,
Spread's probably going to be like 17.5 points.
I gotta do the spread.
Now he's trying to get the spread. See, at first he wasn't confident. First he was like, I need to see. Now he's trying to get the spread.
I want spread, bro.
Why would they bet?
But why I gotta take the spread on the damn Miami game, bro?
Put it like this: we locked in for the Alabama game. If the Georgia one come around and the spread
Y'all
2
second the
big or
day,
whatever,
bro.
we don't have to worry about that one.
Why would they give points
All right,
to
I
a
need
team
T2.
that's not theirs?
T2. All right. I'm gonna take that with T2. What's up, Georgia fan? You
Hey,
gonna let
you
me get the points or what?
backpedaling, bro. Don't be backpedaling,
I
man. You
ain't
said
backpedaling
300
nothing, bro.
straight up,
Hey,
man.
don't,
You don't play corner. You don't play
Listen,
corner
bro.
or safety. Stop
Listen,
backpedaling.
bro. Listen, bro. Check this out, pimp.
You're not Marco
I'm gonna tell you
Wilson.
something right now. You gonna give me, hey, I'm gonna tell you something right now on the channel, bro. You gonna give me the points, so I'm a buck, bro.
You not Marco Wilson,
You
bro.
gonna give me the points, so I'm a buck.
Hey,
Points
this
a buck, bro.
sound like Henry Jones.
You're not Marco
buck.
Wilson, bro. Stop trying to backpedal.
Points or buck. You gonna give me the points or not?
Why you want the points now? We already said straight up.
No, I ain't say nothing, bro.
Because you know
Give me
y'all
the
gonna
points,
lose.
bro.
That's why you want the points.
Nah. Y'all make me take points. Y'all make me take points.
Nah.
Y'all gonna make me do
You
it
know
straight
you
up.
gonna lose,
And then
man.
the spread. Bro, I'll buck you,
You
bro.
know
You gonna give me the
lose,
points.
man.
It ain't no bet, bro. Stop that.
Yeah, see? Now you
Ain't no
backpedaling.
C. It ain't no
It's
C.
cover 3. It's cover 3, man.
No
You
C.
backpedaling. Don't
Ain't
let
no C.
nobody
Give me
get behind
points.
you.
Hey, Georgia world beaters, bro. Y'all got Eric Gilbert. Y'all got all this talent.
Nah, we
Bro,
not world
hey,
beaters, bro. We
give me the
constantly
points, bro.
beat y'all.
Then give me points, bro. Or you getting bucked. How many times you send a request?
Rose
Then
say
I'll
you
drop
got
my
a
love if you do
buck.
that.
Yeah, he got the buck. Yeah, he got the buck. Exactly.
You gonna get bucked, bro. You gonna give me points. Boy, ain't
I'm not
bro.
giving you
Simple as that.
nothing but a straight up win. You either take it or lose it.
Oh, well, you bucked then, bro. You already know what time it is.
Exactly.
Resend. Why y'all gonna make me take points on the Bama and Miami game, but you want to go straight up? You so
That's
confident in
him. We
Georgia,
two
bro.
different
Tighten
people,
up.
player.
Tighten
We two
up, bro.
different people.
It don't matter. You right. We are two different people. You damn right.
Yeah, you know you gonna lose. That's why you want
No, that's what I'm
points.
saying. No, I ain't saying no. I ain't saying we gonna lose.
You didn't need points
I
if
ain't
your
say that
team
last
gonna
year.
win.
I ain't say that
Yeah,
last
you
year.
don't need
You saw
points
we
if your
won.
team gonna win.
I always bet straight up. I don't do that point. I bet straight up.
You don't need points if you know your team gonna win. I don't need points. It can
I
be
lost
1
money.
or 65. It don't matter.
I lost money last year betting points on Florida State over North Carolina. I lost money by betting on them to win. I had them to win between 7 and 12. I would have won $500 because I put down like 20, and we ended up winning by like 5 points.
If you
That's
bet
why I
on
just bet
Florida
straight
State
up.
last year, I know you lost 6 bets.
Oh no, just North Carolina game. Just North Carolina game.
What'd you bet on the Miami game?
No, I didn't bet on that. I bet on North Carolina game.
Lose by what? 40? 42?
Yeah, the score prediction is what, 52-17?
It's 52
I
to
didn't
10.
bet with that. I didn't bet on that.
Luckily they forfeited against Clemson and they didn't play Florida. I guess so.
Florida, SEC, they went all SEC. They can't do nothing about that. They went all
Yeah,
SEC.
that's
They
true.
didn't even do a plus
I'm just
game
saying
last year.
they're probably lucky they did. I'll admit it. Florida was good offense last year. They would have torn Florida State apart.
I'd actually put money on Florida State.
No, you wouldn't. It's easy to say that now. Stop that, man. Y'all be flogging on here, bro.
I got my money.
Hey,
I got my money on Florida first game.
Florida State beat North
I got
Carolina.
200 on them.
That's why they play the game.
Be flogging. Hey, what T2
Hey.
you gonna let me get some UNC Miami action? What y'all gonna
Say
do?
what?
What you got Miami beating UNC, North Carolina?
You want to bet straight up or you want to wait for the points?
You
He
call
want
it.
the points. He want the points.
Nah, I let him call it, bro. I let him call it.
Well, if that's the case, the Georgia and the UNC game, I'll bet you both on straight up.
Yeah.
He want the points.
I'm
Like I
saying
said.
I do not want. I
Yeah,
asked
bet
him
him
to
on the
call it. He
Miami
said
game
points.
too.
Because if I'm gonna take Miami straight up on North Carolina, I'm gonna need you to take your Gators straight up on Georgia.
Not gonna happen. See,
Gotta
yep,
make it fair now.
Crickets.
I'm looking at
Play the
something, man. Y'all
Jeopardy
chill,
music.
man. Y'all chill.
Play the
Hold
Jeopardy
on, bro. I'm
music,
looking at something right
I'm
now.
trying to think how much money he want to lose.
Hey,
I'm
play
trying to
the
think how
Jeopardy
much money
music, man.
he want to lose.
Oh, bro.
Hey, TCY, you gotta make that your
Mark,
next soundbite, man. The Jeopardy
hey
music.
Mark, if you want, you can bet that Florida State Miami game too.
Hey, that's a little
Nah, don't do that.
longer down the line.
Don't do that, bro.
There's actually a way Florida could win it. Now all they got to do is they got to send Megan Mullen up there to start spreading that coronavirus again.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
You
Hey,
got
chill, bro. I'm looking at something right now, bro. I'm looking at all 3 point spreads. Hold up.
You got the
I need to stop
Alabama
that, bro.
fans
Y'all
in
be
here
vlogging,
saying
bro.
"Lucky if you buck."
Oh, yeah. Hey, they know what time it is. If you Florida, you know what time it is. Ran off on the plug.
Oh my
Y'all
goodness.
gotta try to pin the stack the dick on me. Come on, man. Y'all better stop that, bro.
Trying to think how
Hurricane
much
Williams
money
said
he
he
want to
picking a
lose.
spread before he buck.
Hey,
Hold on, man.
so who's the Florida difference maker this year on the team?
Emory Jones.
Emory.
Oh, come on.
Emory's that dude. That's Tebow Jr. right there.
Hey, I saw on no shit. I saw 2
I'll take
different headlines.
James Blackman over Emory Jones.
So they said best
Yeah, boy,
Gator
smoke.
quarterback ever ? And Emory Jones' picture was under it. And it was like,
Who
get the
said
fuck out.
that, pimp? Who
Oh,
said
wait,
that?
serious?
I'll take
All you got to look at is the fact that Emory Jones wasn't good enough to leave
James Blackman over Emory Jones.
I'll take
Yeah, it's
Stetson
easy for you to
Bennett
say
over
that
Emory
now.
Jones. I'll take Stetson
It's
Bennett
easy
over
for all
Emory
y'all to
Jones.
say that now. It's easy for y'all to say that now, man.
Why you
Hey, I
confident?
bet the best quarterback in
Man,
week
y'all be
2
on here
is
flogging, bro.
Kofi Perry.
Y'all on here
Emory
flogging.
Jones for Heisman.
You think?
I'll
On
take
here
T.T.
flogging
Watt
for
Who do you
over
think the
Emory
best
Jones.
quarterback in week 2 is?
Man, y'all so cap.
Hey, you see, ask T.T. Watt. I was trying to recruit him at quarterback last year. Ask him.
Hey, that's all I heard. Hey, that's all I heard from Lance and Jasper that they have crackhead
I'll
Florida.
take Alex Hornibrook.
Jones for Heisman. That's all he kept saying.
Who?
I'll take Alex Hornibrook.
Lance and Jasper. But yeah, I was trying to get T2Y in Athens last year, man. Play quarterback for us. Didn't work though.
Like I said,
I don't need no points when I bet. I bet straight up. Get that.
All right, so I think he gave up on the betting thing. What else?
Oh, I ain't give up nothing, man. Chill out, bro. I'm stack the dick, man. When y'all gonna watch the game, man? Hey, I'm gonna pop up, man. I know some of y'all I ain't talking about game. We ain't going to Atlanta. I'm straight
Which
on that.
which game?
But all the rest of the games we getting on. Hey, Georgia fan, where you gonna be at Florida? You going to the game?
So you got another Florida player talking trash to Georgia. And Brenton Cox. That should be interesting. Talking trash before the game.
Lorenzo Lingard for the Heisman.
You see that? You see that, Sarge?
What did it say?
See what the Gators talking about?
Man, that's funny, man.
He said, "Stop talking about what Georgia reporter said. They obviously pulling every string they can to knock me off my." And Georgia and Florida, this shit gonna be interesting.
I don't know. I don't think that game's gonna be close.
No,
Hey,
it's
the
not gonna be
spread.
close.
Hey, no. All right, look, I'm glad you said that. I guess what the state is on Florida, Georgia, right? Guess what the spread is?
They don't know the spread. That's shit's like
I'm
this.
looking at the spread.
They
That's
don't
what
have a
I'm telling y'all
spread
to
right now.
guess. Yeah, they do.
Yeah, there ain't no spreads
spread.
out for games.
Vegas isn't dumb enough to put out a spread that early.
DraftKings got a spread right now. I'm looking right at it.
Man,
I'm asking
don't
y'all for a
nobody care
reason.
about those DraftKings, man.
They
DraftKings
won't
is a
honor that
bookie, you
shit. They'll
dumb
take your
What's
money.
wrong with you,
They'll
man?
change the
Tighten up,
spread.
bro.
Nobody cares about
Tighten up.
DraftKings, man.
Man, DraftKings is the bookie, you dummy. Tighten up,
So
man.
what's
What's the spread? So what's
DraftKings?
the spread,
What's
bro?
the spread
You're
right now?
walking away from the point. 6.5.
Oh my goodness.
So
I'll
Georgia,
take
Georgia
Georgia on
gonna
that
be
They
one.
got
Georgia gonna beat Florida by 6.5.
It'll be 15 in a month and a half.
I would take DraftKings right now for Georgia.
yeah, you can't
You
go
said
off
it's
them
gonna be
spreads
15?
right now because come game
That's
time,
what
them
I'm saying.
spreads gonna
Come
It'll
change.
game time,
change.
it's gonna move. It's gonna
Yeah,
move.
it's gonna be 15. It's
Yeah,
gonna
so
be
if
15.
I bet you at 6.5 and come game time, Georgia might be a 20-point favorite. I'm gonna be pissed.
Yeah.
He said he gonna be pissed.
Yeah, it's gonna be
So I had to
15.
laugh at
It's
that
gonna
one,
be
Phil.
15
My
and a
bad.
half before October
I
comes.
don't
It'll
know
be
about
like
that.
15 and a half.
Well, give me 15 points.
Come
See how
on,
you
man.
walked
I'm
into
not
that?
stupid,
You
bro.
see how you
Georgia
walked
right
into
now.
that?
Maybe don't.
You see how you walked into that? You see how you walked into
I
that
ain't walking
15?
into nothing. I told you straight up from the beginning. Then you start backpedaling. You start Marco Wilson
I
on me,
ain't
man.
backpedaling, dog.
He said Marco Wilson.
You saying one thing, bro. You saying
Yeah,
15. So you
man,
you
you
ain't gonna
keep
talk
messing
to
with
me.
Florida. You keep
man.
messing with
You
Florida
ain't gonna
truck. They
talk
gonna throw a
to me
punch
at 15,
your
bro.
ass.
You ain't gonna finesse me,
How,
bro. You
how
ain't
Hey,
gonna
much
finesse
did
me,
you
hey,
bet
bro.
on
hey,
LSU
You ain't
last
gonna do
year?
that.
he
You're
said
not gonna do
straight
that,
up
dog.
Florida's a shoe-in to win.
I'm on the points, bro.
Yeah, they're gonna win by shoot.
We're
If
talking
they
about
beat us,
money
they'll win
here,
by
bro.
shoot.
We're talking about money.
If you
Bro,
win,
you
you
said
win by
15. Give me
shoot.
the 15. Give me
And
the 15.
all I'm saying is, I think Georgia gonna beat them so bad at halftime. All they fans is gonna turn off the TV and go play Candy Crush.
Yeah.
That sound good.
I think Mullen
That
will have
sound
an
good. Y'all looking
excuse.
right down the
He'll
barrel of
say
Alabama,
COVID.
man. Y'all looking right
Mullen will
down
say
the barrel of
COVID, or
Alabama,
like
bro.
they didn't sell enough. They didn't sell enough Coca-Cola at the concession stand, so that's why they lost.
Well, y'all capping, boy. What's the day? July what? Y'all capping good right now. Y'all capping so good.
Mullen would be like,
It's like,
"Hey
what,
man,
30-something days? Hey, you
I
capping so
couldn't get
good,
no peanut
my
M&Ms
boy.
at the
Hey, bro,
concession
you
stand."
capping
So that's
good, my
why
boy.
we lost.
Hey, you capping good, my boy.
The
We gonna, hey,
crowd,
I'm
the
gonna holler at
crowd
you, though, when
came
the
out.
game gets closer, though.
Bro,
I'm gonna let you
hey,
do something right now, dog.
it's the
The
got it.
crowd was
off-season,
feeling
bro.
like, man.
Everybody's
Y'all boys
undefeated.
got it, man.
Everybody's talking shit.
Y'all boys got it. We're gonna focus one game at a time.
See, this you
What's up
haven't
with the
been
Bama
before,
Miami
man.
game?
This is what we do.
One week,
SCTY, man.
Nah,
We've been doing
bro.
this.
let me ask you
One week
this,
at a
Florida
time.
Trucker.
Y'all see y'all trying to stack it. Y'all trying to stack it. We're
Now,
gonna go
Florida
1 week at a
Trucker.
time. One game at a time. Y'all see how y'all trying to do.
Florida Trucker, let me ask you this. What y'all gonna do at full capacity? Because you know you're gonna have 100% crowd. You know,
What if
Jim,
the
Dan
crowd
Mullen will
be
probably
loud?
Dan
continue to
Mullen was
wow.
complaining about 25% loud crowd noise. What you gonna do at 100%?
Hunchback of Gainesville.
I mean, what I can't figure out is dudes complaining because folks shit. The team is undefeated in the offseason. Of course, they're talking.
Yeah. See, he knew. Shady, he knew, man. We've been doing this for like, how long you had this channel? Like 2 years, TQI? We've been doing this for 2 years, man.
It's always the off-season trash talk.
Yeah. He knew to the game. He knew to the game.
The problem is he ain't, because he was around when I was talking straight mad cash shit about the game on Uncle Lou's channel all season going in 2019.
Yeah.
Bro,
I'm
hey,
always talking. I don't care how bad my team is.
Hey,
You ain't really got to talk trash about the Gators. They trashed themselves.
Hey, I'll tell you how
Y'all better
bad
stop
they are.
making that man mad.
Hey, I'll tell you how bad they are. Somebody else had to show me this. I didn't see it. I had to see it to believe it. Them folks got so mad at me talking shit about them on Uncle Lou's channel. They made message boards talking about how mad they were at me.
Oh my goodness. Shady, for real?
Dude, hey, I didn't believe it till somebody else showed me.
Man,
Damn, Shady.
They love them some Mullen, man. And I ain't talking about the head coach.
You know what, though? I'll
Mrs. Mullen.
I feel like I've accomplished something in my life where there's
Even though Mullen's, I mean, they love him. Even though he's never done anything, they still love him, man. Never done nothing as a head coach. They still love that, man. It's all good.
Yeah, he has.
He's the quarterback whisperer.
He won a division one time.
He's gonna make Emory Jones great.
Oh, yeah. He coached Tim Tebow. I forgot. But as a head coach, he's never done nothing. Yeah, I mean, as a head coach, he's never done nothing.
He coached the preacher, the drug dealers, and the murderers, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Fans.
Exactly.
You can't fans. Y'all keep capping, dog. Y'all know what time it is. Well, y'all know what y'all looking down the barrel over in Atlanta.
Bro, that
Y'all had
ain't
fun this offseason, bro.
bro.
Y'all
Bro,
had
that
y'all
ain't
fun. Talk that y'all say, bro.
See, that's what y'all fail to realize, man. We're not any other team in the SEC that's afraid of Alabama.
Y'all not no team. Y'all ain't no good team in the ACC. Come on, man.
Bro, ain't nobody capping them facts. Dan Mullen coached a preacher, a murderer, and drug dealer. Them
Who
facts.
cares? We won with it. Who cares?
That's
We
a
won
fact,
with it.
bro.
I think he coached a
Well,
race.
Them the same,
Hey, well, we got a Morley.
them the same
Miami winner.
fans that say Miami cheat when they win championships, though.
Dan
Yeah.
Bowler was talking
Well,
about
Miami ain't
Miami
won no championship
cheating
since when?
in the
20 years.
the SEC media days.
But keep that same energy. We still won. We still won. That's the same energy.
All I want Florida fans to remember is 29-27. We own the state of Florida. Type on it.
And we'll catch up soon, bro. It's
We
all
got
good.
the overall record.
We gotta wait a while. We gotta wait a while, but we gonna catch up on that.
We got the
I
overall
wonder
record.
between Miami and Florida, who canceled that annual rivalry. I wonder who canceled it.
Florida.
And I wonder why they canceled it.
I couldn't take
We kept whooping that ass.
And you know what they do every time we play? We want that Seminole War Canoe if we win. They want the trophy when they win, but they don't want to keep the series going.
That's funny.
It makes sense.
Hey, I want you to remember something else.
Damn, a trophy. We want the dubs. We beat y'all last time we played, bro.
11
You
out
only
of
as good as
13.
the last game y'all played, bro.
You know, if Florida didn't stop playing Miami, they would have never won a national championship.
11 out of 13, sir. Miami is
Damn.
one of 11.
Hey, we beat y'all.
11 out of 13.
We beat y'all last time we won championship. We beat Miami this season.
The only reason they beat Miami that game was a muff punt by Jeff Thomas. That was it.
Hey,
I'm not talking about that game. I'm talking about last time we won championship.
I give you another fact. I give you another fact.
If y'all never stopped playing us, y'all would have never won a championship. The first one y'all won.
To say all that right now, dog. It's easy for all y'all to say. Man, y'all can say whatever y'all want to say right now.
Y'all done beat them 11 out of 13 times. Is that facts? Can we verify that?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Hey, verify this. The University of Florida.
85 was the last time they won before 2008.
Damn.
The University of Florida has only beat Miami 2 times since 1985.
Damn.
Beat y'all last time we played, bro.
They quit fucking playing.
You're only as good as your last game, bro.
They tried to quit
You're only
playing,
as good as your
and then
last game,
the NCAA scheduled the Sugar Bowl.
I appreciate that, Shady. That made my day right
All
there.
right, time out. You heard what he just said. You only as good as your last game. Your last game, you lost 55-20.
Okay. Hey, let's look at the last. Hang on.
Florida State. You love going to Florida State, bro.
Let's look at the last
Florida
game.
State out of this, bro.
Let's look at the last game Florida played.
Hang on. No. Let's look at the last time we played.
That's Oklahoma, bro. Stop it, pimp. Y'all can get that on right now. The season, 30-something days away, bro? That's when things really gonna turn up. You did? We can get into some real conversation now. Right now, we just rapping.
Man,
right now, we just rapping.
All right, yeah, let him explain why Florida is because it seems like you think they're gonna be good this season. So why you think that?
And then he said you're only as good as your last game.
I ain't got to
Why do
you,
you
bro.
think Florida's gonna be good?
The season coming up soon, bro. Time will tell, dog. You understand? Time will tell on everything, bro. Time will tell Miami's world beaters. Time will tell of Georgia world beaters. Looking forward to both games, bro. I ain't got to explain that. Who was talking? Who's that talking? Ask me a question.
I said you made the statement you're only as good as your last game. So what did y'all do your last game?
We got smoke. I'm talking about against Miami, bro. You talking about the Oklahoma game. We was talking about Miami and Florida, bro. Miami's supposed to smoke us when we played last year.
That was 2 years ago.
Y'all keep veering off from the point. You keep veering off from the point.
You don't have nothing to say. They don't beat y'all
Bro, you keep
13 times. What do you have to say?
Bro, come on, dog. I ain't won the championship since 1980. Explain that.
Now,
Explain that, bro.
Hang on.
Ain't no team perfect, bro. Ain't no team perfect, bro. Everybody's won the championship before Georgia's won one, bro. Come on, man. We gonna keep going back and forth. We gonna keep going back and forth. We gonna keep going back and forth, bro. We gonna keep going back and forth, bro.
Yeah.
We gonna keep going back and forth.
Florida Trucker, hang on. Before I was somebody called me, so I had to hop out for just a second. You said the last time Miami and Florida played, a top 5 Florida team beat an unranked Miami team by 4. 4. You want to hold that up on high as a good win? Really?
Come on,
There's
man.
no
Not
conversation,
a
man.
good
Y'all
win.
beat them
They
11 out
found
Ain't no
out that
consolation prize
they
for a win,
found
bro.
out
A win is a
that
win, bro.
Florida.
A win is a
Florida lose.
win, bro, ain't it? A win is a
no,
win, bro.
no.
Cause look, if we would have lost, it'd have been unranked team beat
You
a
won
ranked
that
Florida
game.
team.
You
We
won
can't
that game by
win, bro.
4.
I can't
You won
win
that
with
game
y'all,
by
bro.
4.
I can't
You
win
won
with
that
y'all
game by
boys,
4.
man.
You won
Can't
that
win with
game
y'all.
by 4, but guess what? You dropped in the rankings after winning by 4 because they had y'all overrated. They had
Hey.
y'all going in that game. I think y'all was a 2-touchdown favorite, and you won by 4.
4 on a last-second field goal.
Y'all done beat
Oh,
them
well, we
11
won.
out of 13 times.
Oh,
There's
well,
no
we won.
conversation. There's no
Oh, well, we
reason to
won.
argue. There's no reason, man. Just sweep it under the rug. 11 out of 13. Come on, man. Just sweep it under the rug.
And
I
that's
mean,
exactly
Nah,
why they don't schedule
yeah, bro,
us.
y'all got it, bro. Y'all boys got it, man. Y'all got it, man. Y'all got it. Y'all got it.
Hey,
Y'all got
James
it.
Blackman over
Y'all
Emory
got
Jones.
it, dog. Hey, y'all got it, man. Y'all got it, man.
James
all
Blackman
Season's
over
coming up
Emory
soon.
Jones.
Man, you gotta have tough skin to be over here.
Hey, the season. Hey, the
James
season.
Blackman
Hey, the
over
season's
Emory Jones.
coming up. Hey, the season's coming up, bro. And we gonna have open discussions like this once the season start. T2I.
Oh,
hey,
definitely.
all I'm trying to say is the last time this rivalry was actually relevant between Miami and Florida, it was still hammer time.
Damn.
James Blackman over Emory Jones.
Who said that?
Don't say that no
Shit,
more,
but
please,
that man,
dog.
stop that, man. That boy need to stop that. Who said that, man? You need to stop that, Phil. That's funny as hell.
Y'all taking Emory
Hey,
Jones over
You need to
James
stop
Blackman?
that.
I'm gonna put money on the FAU game, bro. I got FAU winning that thing.
They might scare him.
Well, you bet me. You gonna bet the book.
Uncle Willie might scare him a little bit.
Uncle Willie,
You gonna bet?
Uncle
You gonna bet?
Willie,
You gonna bet the bookie? Or
Hey,
you gonna bet?
so
You gonna bet me
the
that?
Koski, and the Koski, and the Koski.
Are you gonna bet me the bookie? Hey, you gonna bet the bookie? You gonna bet me, Phil?
Hey, Brian
And the
Hightower.
Koski.
You ain't gonna bet that, bro. You capping,
Matter of fact,
man.
I'm gonna do
You
my
capping,
research,
Phil.
man. I'm
Let
gonna
me
do
say
my
if I want
research.
Stop all
to
that
or not.
capping,
Hold
dog.
on.
Ain't no research to be done, bro. You
So
capping, man.
Let me
Please
look up
Let me
Florida
stop that,
say
dog.
man.
if I need the points or not. Hold on.
so who has the better quarterback, Miami or Florida?
Say what?
Who has the better quarterback, Miami or Florida?
Oh, that ain't even
I'm gonna go with
You gotta say Miami right now. Emory Jones ain't played. Emory Jones ain't played no meaningful games.
I'm asking
I'm
you
gonna
a
go with
question.
Jay Garcia.
But that
He's
thing,
gonna
but
be good when he
that thing,
does.
but look, but that thing ain't gonna change as soon as the games get kicked off, bro.
Bro,
In
you
your
Jay
Emory
opinion,
Jones ain't no
Garcia.
bum, bro. Y'all like he's just a straight bum or something, dog. I don't understand that. But I understand because he ain't played. But y'all like man, just straight dude or something, like he James
so
Blackman or
who
something.
has
Man.
the
Y'all need
better
to stop
offensive
that, man.
line?
We're gonna find
Blackman
out
over
in the
Jones.
first
Who?
2 weeks.
Out of who?
Who has the better offensive line, Miami or Florida?
Florida.
They both sorry to me. Offensive line
We're
ain't
gonna
that good. We
find
got
out.
good pass block. We can't run the ball.
Find
Save
out
our
in the
life.
first 2 weeks. We're gonna find out
We
what
can't
their program
run the
look
ball.
like
Save
in
our
the
life,
first 2
bro.
weeks.
Let's go, Nose.
So you
Who has
think
better
Jones
tight
is gonna
end?
be good with a sorry offensive line?
Offensive line ain't that good.
That
I'm saying
makes
the
no
offensive line
sense.
ain't that good.
So a rookie
Offensive
quarterback
line
with
is that
sorry
good.
offensive line,
That's
you
all I'm
guys think
saying.
good?
All I'm
So
saying,
how
offensive
can
line ain't
Emory?
that
So
good.
how can Emory Jones be good if you don't have a good offensive line?
Hey, time will tell, bro.
What we're gonna do is we're gonna compare his numbers
Time will
from the
tell.
first 4
Time
games
Florida State
against
will
has
tell,
had a
bro.
good
SIU.
offensive
You know
line.
what
Hey,
it
the
is?
game.
They have not been
Hey,
good enough.
the games are close. The games are coming up, bro. Time will tell on that, bro. Offensive line ain't all that, bro. I'm a Gator fan saying that. All Gator fans agree with that. They should agree with that. Bro, I pass blocking all right, but we can't run the
Fans, they
ball.
like we ain't got no good. We ain't got no good offensive line. But
your
our guy Emory Jones gonna do all this great stuff. But everybody else in college football just like
I'm here to tell you right now.
Yeah,
We don't care. Let me tell you something. We don't care.
Emory Jones is gonna be eaten up, bro. I'm
So
sorry.
who has the better tight end?
Oh, definitely Miami.
Florida or Miami?
Definitely Miami.
Up by committee, you only got one.
They ain't got picks
You only
no
got
more to be trouble.
Y'all got Mallory. I take Gamble and I take Gamble and Zip over Mallory.
Y'all really think Hurricane? Y'all,
Hey,
that shit
T2, we
trash.
about to take up that troll level to
You only
like
got one good tight
3,000,
end.
bro.
Say it again, y'all.
You only got one good
We
tight
about to
end.
take that troll level up to 3,000, bro.
Man, I'm telling you, bro.
It's gonna be funny this year.
Oh, you're out of your mind. You really said Emory Jones over King.
Say what?
Man,
You really said Emory
just
Jones
said-
over
You
King?
ain't listening nothing. You're not listening to what I'm saying.
He just
I said
said
right
he'll
now you
take
got to
your
say
tight
Derek
end.
King. Right now you have to
He
say
just said
Derek
he'll take your tight
King.
end
I said
over
during the season it could change. During the season it could change. Most likely it is gonna change. Derek King been
Jordan.
playing college football 6 years, bro. Come on, man.
Travis over Emory.
Hey,
Say it again,
folks,
bro.
I'm stepping
Probably.
out,
What
man.
you
Y'all have
talking
a
about? You
good
said
day, man. I'm
Travis?
stepping out.
Yeah, probably.
I catch up with y'all, man.
All right, man.
Travis over Emory.
Who?
I'm gonna let y'all have that. He said, "Ooh."
So I'm
What's
assuming
that?
running backs. Running backs is probably the
They quarterback,
transfer that hasn't played yet.
Travis. What is his name? Jordan
Travis.
Travis
Jordan Travis, yeah.
from Florida State.
Do you see that pass he threw against Miami within the 5?
He can't throw the ball down. He can't
I
throw the ball down.
can't remember any pass he threw against Miami. He didn't do nothing against Miami.
No, he was. They brought him in and he threw it and it wailed in the air and into the dirt and shit. It was one of the worst passes I've ever seen.
I remember watching our defensive end catch an interception off of him.
Yeah,
Then they killed
Jalen
Travis
Phillips
last time he
got
played
it
Florida State.
when Roche slapped it out of his hands. He's still probably better than Emory Jones.
It's easy for y'all to say that right now, bro. Y'all keep capping like that, bro. We gonna get back in the line once the season starts.
I just want to know why you think Florida's gonna be good and they lost over 70% of their offense.
Yeah.
We got some young players that's gonna step up, bro.
But they haven't played. That's what I'm not. You think they're gonna be better or on the same level as your offenses last season?
I ain't saying they're gonna be better. I'm just saying they're gonna step up and play, bro. They're gonna step up and play pretty decent. They ain't got no choice. What choice do that? We got a lot of good young talent at wide receiver, bro. Our running back straight. Offensive line, I ain't happy with it.
Played.
Quarterback is unproven. Quarterback is unproven.
And then you say
He's
you
played a
don't
little
have
bit,
a
but he's
good
unproven.
offensive line. Your quarterback can only do so much with a bad offensive line. Trust me, I know. I know about a bad offensive line.
Yeah.
Nah, offensive line wasn't so. Offensive line was so, but Trent put up numbers. You see, we ain't run the ball last season. We couldn't run the ball.
I think that your best offensive line
So you
recruit
saying
you
y'all
lost
gonna
to
run the
Miami 2
ball,
years
but
ago.
you have a bad offensive line.
What?
I said that I think your best offensive recruit you lost to Miami 2 years ago. Offensive
Best
line.
offensive recruit lost to Miami.
Offensive line.
Who?
Yeah, he transferred.
Who?
Talking about Isaiah.
Man, that ain't about 265. He ain't about to play in Miami. Stop it, bro.
He would have played in Florida probably.
That's what I be saying with the cap, bro. Is he gonna play? Is Isaiah Walker gonna start for Miami this coming season?
He'll be in the lineup. But if he was
not
at
gonna
Florida,
start,
he would have started at Florida.
Yeah, that's what I'm
No,
saying.
he wouldn't. No, he would not. No, he would not, bro. Y'all need to stop
He'd
all that
probably
cap.
be a straight up junior this year starting in Florida.
Nah, he been a sophomore, bro. Y'all wrong again, bro. Y'all need to stop all that cap, bro. Please stop that cap.
Careful. I wouldn't be surprised if FAU scored at least 27 on Florida week 1.
Time will tell,
I
dog.
wouldn't be surprised if FSU won that.
Yeah.
It's casino for a reason. Y'all just bet me, bro. It's casino for a reason. Y'all can bet me, bro. I hear y'all capping, bro.
What makes you believe it's going to be better?
Put y'all money behind them statements, man. Put the money behind them statements, them crazy ass statements y'all saying, bro. My bad, I cuss, bro.
Like I said, man, I believe FAU probably get it done.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's what you believe in, dog. I can't tell you what to believe. What you believe, bro. I'm not gonna argue with what you believe in, dog.
I think if Lane Kiffin was at FAU, they'd be favored. But I don't know.
So why can't you explain why you think Florida will be good this year?
Yeah, I was
That's your
wondering that
team.
too.
We're gonna be all right, bro. We're gonna be all right. Gonna be
I'm
all right.
saying,
Time will
you
tell.
can
Though.
elaborate. Can elaborate
Time
on
will
that?
tell, bro. Time will tell. We're
Oh
gonna be
man,
all right, bro.
that's crazy.
We're gonna be all right, bro.
What it do, your boys, man? Hey,
We're gonna
I
be all right,
want.
man. We're gonna be all right. I'm not
Everybody
gonna say
needs
we're
to
gonna
give a
be ready
reason
to
as to
offense.
why they think they
I ain't gonna
team
be. I ain't gonna
better
say we're
than
gonna mess
Gator
it.
fans.
Dade. I think Kosey's better than Jones, for sure.
I think a lot of quarterbacks is better than Jones.
Yeah.
See,
I
I
think
can say that right now.
Jones probably ranked.
Henry Jones
Jones probably ranked as the worst quarterback in Florida.
It's easy for y'all to say right now. That's all I'm saying, bro. It's easy for y'all to say right now, man. It's easy
I ain't
for
gonna lie,
y'all to say
but
the game being kicked off real
trucker said,
soon, bro. The game's being kicked off real soon, so we'll get at that matter later.
I would love to see Miami and Florida play this year, but I'm pretty sure Florida's going to be.
I want to play on the bowl game.
The Belk Bowl or something. I don't know. I don't think they're going to win that many games to play Miami.
Bro, Miami trash
That's a
as
win.
fuck. I don't know how the fuck y'all be saying that.
Florida. Yeah, exactly, bro. Miami's so trash,
Who
dog.
said that?
Miami trash. Yeah,
They're trash, hell, bro.
What do you think Miami? Who do you think they're going to lose to this year?
Shit, half their damn schedule.
Half the schedule.
Hey, who said that?
that boy don't know football, boy.
TTY.
That better not be an FSU
Point
thing.
this out.
Hey, you already know what it is, man.
Mine got 3.
That
Hey, mine got. Hey,
lost like 42 points last year? You really think they're beating Miami?
Y'all got that. Look, y'all got that, but y'all drawing on the pass, bro. This is 2021.
Every year it's the pass with y'all. Every year we beat y'all, it's the pass.
No, I'm just saying. I can't respect y'all.
Last year when we was talking about
I was saying we was
the pass. Well, now we in the future of the pass.
Look, Ty, hold on, Ty. Then y'all sleeping on the Gators, man. Come on, bro. Wake up, bro. Wake up.
Hey, look, bro. Look. Peak game though. Florida State got better as the season went along, right? Y'all caught Miami. Y'all caught Florida State. What game? They beat North Carolina. They beat North Carolina. Y'all did. They beat North Carolina in the middle of the season.
They got blown out by Louisville. They got blown out by Pitt.
But they came back and bounced back and beat North Carolina. They bounced back and beat North Carolina. And in the towards the end of the season, y'all got blown. North Carolina blew the doors off y'all. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying?
Off North Carolina or Florida State. And
yeah,
they beat somebody.
It went 3-0.
Florida State
undefeated. Everybody talking about
Florida State beat somebody later in the year.
Florida State
that y'all lost to around the same
on the
time.
sideline during that game. Do you think they're going to beat Miami this year?
And they gonna blow the shit.
We y'all play November.
Watch.
We y'all play later in the season again. Y'all play later in the season, right?
Yeah.
I can't wait.
All right.
I'm not even playing. I'm so hyped.
You should bet on that game. Is what you should bet on.
I bet you. Go and I'm coming through. Lose and win. I'm coming through.
What is straight up? You're betting?
Straight up. 0-0 straight up. Shit, what you no, I said you talking. Nigga, you say the price.
Miami gonna thrash FSU, bro.
Huh?
What do you want?
Miami gonna thrash FSU, bro.
I hear y'all.
Hey, you hear him, bro?
Probably
hear
him? Florida State by 40 again this year.
Easy money.
Hey, that's
Miami's
the off-season. Hey, check me out. Listen, man. That's the off-season talk, man. To keep it real with y'all.
That's exactly. Even if you say during off-season, bro.
Hold on. Let me talk. Now, y'all
I'm
know
not
what
even
Florida
Miami
State
fan.
gonna do. Dan sure gonna know what Miami Hurricanes gonna do. Y'all win a couple. You know what I'm saying? Y'all had a good little 2-run season. Y'all swear to y'all the shit. Alabama gonna blow y'all asses out. Y'all gonna have low confidence. Come on, man. That should be bad.
Whatever the other teams do to us, we're gonna do to Florida State.
We gonna get them a 40 ball.
Yeah.
Bruce Young gonna. Bruce Young gonna run all over that shit. Y'all sleep on Alabama. Y'all sleep on Florida. Y'all damn sure sleep on Florida State.
And they gonna beat North Carolina.
Y'all is tripping, bro.
Y'all gonna be mad.
Not gonna beat North Carolina.
Norville fired.
Hey, at T2, I put Miami schedule up.
You're gonna be mad at us for getting Norville fired.
So let me ask you the question. When you said about Bryce Young, you said Bryce Young ain't go do nothing.
Who said
Bryce Young throwing with 300 against Miami.
Come on, bro. If y'all think Miami gonna go in there with Alabama, you know Y'all smoking dope. Y'all on crack or some shit.
Nobody said that.
Hey, them boys smoking, boy.
Before
Hey, them boys smoking. Them
First
boys
game.
smoking that flop, man.
We said
Miami.
They smoking crack or
Miami
some
don't
shit.
got
Y'all
it.
think? Y'all
Y'all
think?
talking
Hey,
crazy,
hey,
man.
Hey, and look, and I've been
Hey, put that schedule up,
listening
T2Y.
to everything.
Put that schedule up, T2Y.
We torture Miami first game.
He quiet now. He quiet now.
Man, them boys about to get hey, y'all about to get.
Know how I feel. We
Hold on.
It's simple.
At North Carolina,
They gonna
lost.
smoke that shit, boy. They finna smoke that shit.
At Pitt, y'all
Smoke that
might.
shit.
Y'all gonna drop either that
Bentwood.
Pitt or that Virginia
Y'all
Tech
gonna
game.
game.
Florida State ain't got no room to talk. We could have beat y'all.
Virginia
State.
Tech. Virginia Tech. Hey, y'all gonna lose the game. Miami gonna lose 3 games. Guaranteed. Miami gonna lose 3 games.
Y'all gonna NC State gonna whoop that ass.
Guaranteed.
They gonna lose. They gonna lose.
I mean, we got Florida State talking like if any of these teams on here beat Miami, then they're not gonna mollywop Florida State.
They gonna lose against us, and then they go.
Y'all talk that shit like y'all some damn.
They talking like y'all about to go limited one. Hey, that's what I'm saying. Get out of here. Y'all talking like y'all about to go limited one. Y'all need to stop that.
Look, hey, T.Y. Hey, T.Y. Hey, hit me out, bro. Last time y'all was so actually good with 2017, y'all lost against Clemson, bro. Y'all, you know what I'm saying? Y'all did y'all little sauce a little whoop. But y'all, hey, that shit was overrated though. Everybody saw they finna whoop Clemson. Clemson do that shit out the water, man.
When the last time Florida State had some saucy whoop-de-whoop?
2016 when they beat
None.
They haven't won since the year you mentioned.
Y'all finna be going into your 4th losing season, bro.
How much did you say you wanted to put on that game?
Any Florida State fan that want to bet me straight up, I will take that bet.
Me too.
Will you take North Carolina Miami straight up?
You're
Straight
supposed
up.
to
You gonna take
points.
Georgia straight up?
Hell yeah. What's up?
All right, there you go. North Carolina versus Miami straight up. Georgia versus Gators straight up.
All right, what 50, 100, 200? What we doing? 50, 100, 200. What we doing, T2Y?
Put 100 on it.
100 each. All right, bet.
What happened to the Florida State fans?
FSU need to get sponsored by a growing company. They were nuts, boy. They love to talk about UNC.
They need to get sponsored by like tampons or pussy pads or something.
Man, y'all sleep, man. I don't know what the fuck y'all be smoking on.
Florida State.
Boy, hey, Miami keeping like they're a powerhouse, man. Y'all boys ain't on the. Man, stop that, cap, man.
I don't want to hear nothing.
I need to stop that.
Hurricanes better powerhouse, man.
I don't want to hear nothing.
Miami last
Y'all just found y'all just found y'all quarterback. Y'all ain't got a powerhouse, man. Y'all be trying to whoop, man. Y'all keep
Listen,
thinking
I don't want to hear nothing.
You're
I
talking
don't want
about
to hear nothing from a 52-10 team. Okay.
Miami last championship on VHS tape.
No.
Hey, look, think about it. Check me out now.
4 DVDs, man. Y'all boys 4 DVDs.
Hey, hear me out. T.O. You talking about that 52-10 lose? That's y'all problem now. Y'all finna go in that game, then y'all finna get that shit up. Then they gonna blow that shit up. Wait.
We finna have a field day. We already got y'all game listed as extra practice.
They not blowing.
You say y'all finna have a field day? Man,
who's the quarterback?
They wore leather helmets last time they won a championship.
We might as well put Florida State on the schedule as an extra practice, because that's all it's going to be. A practice at our North Stadium.
Don't put a Brown out there.
Extra practice. Y'all gonna be hurt by the time y'all make it us. Y'all gonna go through Alabama. Man, Alabama gonna look at that shit.
Put it like this. Don't talk about hurt. Y'all ain't got no depth because your whole team transferred.
Not even that. They got their whole offensive line back, and that shit was that shit. We got our whole team back And we got more
That's
people.
the
What you
worst
talking about?
offensive line in the country. What the fuck you talking about? All 4 of them coming back.
Hey,
That's what I'm saying. They all coming back. No.
They're all
I'm
coming
gonna
back.
say
and being
that
worse
that
in the country. You
that
can't-
that shit was trash. I'm saying that whole outline coming back, and that's what
You
they
fan ain't talking trash.
That doesn't mean shit. You could bring like the worst team back, and you're like, oh well, they're coming
You
back.
can't.
They still suck.
It can't be FSU.
I don't even know why they got ACC.
Hey, but no. Hey, who said about the offensive line? I was saying about 2019. Did y'all offensive line get better? Y'all 2019 line was trash.
Yes, man. Georgia.
2020, right?
So Miami was the most improved offensive line in the country, and they're bringing all like 8 deep back.
Y'all the worst offensive line in 2019. That Florida can prove that.
So what were they last year? Tell me, where were they at?
Oh, you tell me. I ain't no stats. Y'all offensive line still trash. Y'all had one good offense. Y'all had one good offense. Y'all put against Florida State, and y'all on top. And y'all on top. One good game against Florida State, offensively. Y'all ain't blowing nobody out. What?
Shit.
Who y'all blew out that was good?
They scored 52 points.
Who y'all blew out that was good? Other than, come on, who y'all blew out that was good? I'm waiting.
But are you a Florida
Nobody
State fan?
against Florida
Are
State.
you a Florida
Y'all
State
barely beat Virginia Tech, bro. Y'all barely beat Virginia Tech. Y'all barely beat Virginia Tech. That Pitt game was so trash. Come on, man.
How
Y'all,
many games
come on,
LSU
man.
win last year?
What's
What
up?
was it?
But let's not talk about Pitt because Pitt blew y'all out.
Pitt blew. I ain't no Florida State fan.
That's what I'm saying. Is that what? How good was
That was
LSU?
last year. That was all good. That was last year, man. What's about this year, man? Fuck all that. Fuck all that. What the Hurricane gonna do this year, man? Always much. When I'm
Florida State ain't got
Three losses. Miami got 3 losses.
But look, check me out though.
Miami got 3 losses on their schedule.
Check me out now. Y'all saying Florida State, but look, we proved this season though. We, you know what I'm saying? Off season, we approved get different players and move shit around. Hurricane, what the Hurricanes did, bro? Lousy ass coach.
What do you mean
Lousy
you
ass
improved?
coach.
You picked up players
But
to
I don't
replace the
mean
ones
shit,
that's
bro.
already
We
left,
pissed
and you
on
didn't
that.
even pick up enough.
Yeah, and y'all
We
can't
gonna piss on
talk about
that.
coach. Y'all got
Piss
Manny
on
Diaz
that
as our
shit.
coach. Manny Diaz is trash
so
as
you know
hell,
why
bro.
the only reason
Derrick
they
King on
picked
that, he
up
finna
those
go in that
players-
bitch. Y'all gonna
Manny Diaz is trash, pimp.
We gonna piss on that
Florida?
shit, man.
Florida, Miami, and FSU, all teams have at least 4 losses.
It's all good though. It's all good though.
Wait, who said that? Did the Florida Gator fan just say that?
Every team will have at least 4 losses.
I mean, it don't matter how many games you win.
Hey, like I said, misery need company. Misery need
go
company.
12-0.
We ain't having no goddamn 4 losses. Y'all be lucky we lose to Alabama.
Oh my god!
Hey,
y'all, bro, that game ain't gonna be close.
Tell me
That
why
game ain't gonna be close.
State's gonna beat Miami.
Well, that shit gonna be close.
That game ain't gonna be close,
I wanna bet
bro.
on that game. Who wanna bet me on that game? Ty, what's up?
None of them.
Ty, I got $100
None
on
of
that
them.
game right now.
None
bro.
of them.
I got
He ain't
$100 on
gonna
that
take
game
it.
right now.
If you ain't gonna put that 100, if you ain't gonna put that 100 on your team, don't put it on another team.
Ty, listen to me now. I got $100 on that game right now, and I give you 7
If you ain't
points.
gonna put it on your team, don't put it on no other team.
Take it.
You putting 100 on Florida State?
I will put $100 on Florida State. The hell you talking about? But it's later in the season.
Let's do that now then. Put 100 on your team. Because I put 100 on Miami right now to beat the brakes off Florida State.
But you want to put on Alabama though. But y'all talking about we get lucky.
Exactly.
I've already got 100 bets against Alabama.
But you smart. I mean, lucky.
But if you want to come in on the bet,
lucky.
put it on your own team first.
Ain't no damn luck.
Man,
That's like
They're not gonna bet on their own team, man. There's,
Bet on your own team first.
Man, Nick Saban about to smoke y'all ass, man.
That's the problem with Florida State fans. They North Carolina and Alabama fans right now.
Well, look.
Hey, so I'm curious.
Hey, Florida State fan.
Why is Florida State gonna beat?
Hey, Florida State fan. Hey, this is what you do. Hey, bet 3 games, right? Bet the Florida State Miami game. Bet Miami North Carolina. And bet Miami Bama. You gonna be up, bro. You gonna be up. But they won't take all 3 of them bets. Y'all ain't gonna take all 3 of them bets. Y'all not gonna take all 3 of them bets.
Say those again. You're gonna lose all your money.
No, you're not. If you bet them 3 games, you're gonna be down, pimp, and you know that.
Florida State's
Stop
gonna win
capping, bro.
3 games this year again.
It's easy for y'all to say that right now, bro. It's easy for y'all. It's easy to say anything right now, bro. It's easy to say anything right now, pimp. It's easy to say that. Well, bet the man on them 3 games right there, bro.
Listen,
Those are your 3 biggest games.
listen. I went through all of this last season the same way with these.
Those are
Florida
your
State
3 biggest games. Bet
The
your
same
3
way
big.
with
You
all
want
these Florida State fans. I did this last season the whole time. All of them telling me how they gonna beat us, and then we beat them 52-10. I'm just.
well bet
This is
in
deja vu
2020.
for
That
you
was
right
last year.
No,
This
it's
is
not.
deja
No, it's
vu
not.
all
No,
over
it's not.
again.
It's not deja vu, bro. That's last year. Act
Deja
like that
vu
last year.
all over again. You know the only difference is I can't have no deja vu about playing the Gators every year because they scared to play us.
Man,
How
easy
you
for you
gonna
to
tell
say
them
that,
what
bro.
it is,
Bet all
man?
3. Bet all 3 of them
Same
games, bro.
shit we was talking
Bet
about last
all
season.
3 of them games.
We was talking
Bet
about
all
the
3 of them
same thing
games
last
then,
season.
T2Y.
Like I said, if you
I'll
gonna
take the
bet
bet.
me,
Hey, I'll
bet
take the
on
bet on
your
all
team
3 of them
first.
games.
Bet
I'll
on
just
your
bet on
team
my team.
first.
I'll take all 3 of them games, bro. I hate Florida State. I'll take all 3 of them games. You want to bet all 3 of them? We can have
So
4
you gonna
games bet.
so you gonna
I'm going
bet
to bet the
me?
Florida. Let's bet. We're going to listen. Check this out. We're going to bet Miami, Alabama. What you want to call on that one? It don't even matter. We're going to bet Florida State, Miami. I'm going to take Florida State straight up. I'm going to give you a chance on that one. Florida State might whoop y'all, though. All right. North Carolina, Miami. I'm
Wow.
going to take North Carolina. I'm going to take
No,
North
let him
Carolina, bro.
finish.
Oh
Let him
my
finish. Let him
God.
finish. So you
Florida
taking
I'm gonna
State.
take the
Florida State
best.
straight
The
up?
Miami. Listen, it's 4 games. I'm gonna take 4 games, bro. I'm gonna take Miami against Bama. I'm gonna take Miami against North Carolina and Miami against Florida State and Florida, Georgia. It's 4 games. You want to bet that 100 on each
Okay,
one?
Why don't you
so
bet
you betting?
Florida State against
So you
Notre Dame?
betting? Okay, so from what I'm getting from you is you
Florida
betting on
State
the
Clemson.
line. You betting on that line with the Alabama game. You betting Florida State straight
SK, they
up.
want to bet.
No,
You
no, no,
betting
no, 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 no,
Georgia.
no. I take Alabama the points. Bro, I just put $200 on the game at the casino yesterday, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
I
That's
got
what I
Bama
said.
with the
You
points.
betting on the line. You betting on the line. The
Uh-huh.
points.
So what we
Miami
gonna do the
versus
other 2
Florida
games?
State. Miami versus Florida State. You betting straight up.
Uh-huh.
Miami,
And North
North
Carolina
Carolina. You betting straight up.
and Georgia, Florida, straight up.
Georgia,
The only
Florida.
game that
Okay, so the only ones
the
on
only
the points
game
is Alabama.
you bet that $100 a pop.
I'll bet you $100 on each and every one of them.
All right, bet.
This man bumped his head.
Now bet Florida State, dude. He just called y'all out. Why you want to bet me? You don't
Hey,
want to
I'm
bet
down
him?
for it. I'm waiting for T-Water to answer my question.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't want to bet you though, but they want to bet me.
So
Hey, the only reason, the only reason he want to bet,
bet
the only reason he want to bet that because of Florida, Georgia, bro.
Notre Dame over Florida State.
What is me and him
Miami
betting on? Let him talk.
over Florida State. Clemson over Florida State. North Carolina over Florida State. Florida over Florida State.
Let him talk. What is me and you betting on, boss?
Me?
Yeah.
I want that Alabama game, I want that Florida State game, and I want that NC State game. I'm not NC State, North Carolina game. Same thing he just said. Same thing.
Okay, so you betting the points on Alabama. You betting straight up on North Carolina and straight up on Florida State because that's what he's doing.
What's the points on Florida State? I mean Alabama. What's the points on that?
17 and a half.
You said 7.5?
17.
Nah, I ain't going that high. Hell no.
Okay.
Shit, I did.
All right, so
I
we
go
just
14. I go 14. I go 14.
I ain't doing all that.
Hey, you see how they do it? You see how they do it? You see how they do it?
You gonna bet it straight up, or you just
Hey, you see how? Nah. Look. You did.
Hold on. You said you'll bet me straight up. Hold up. You said you bet me straight up with Alabama and the Hurricanes.
No, I'm saying I'll bet you straight up on the points that you got. If you gonna bet me on Alabama, you betting them.
Nah,
17.
bet me straight up. Look. No. Bet me all 3 games straight up.
I'm not betting you straight up on Alabama. I got too many bets that I'm betting on Alabama already. So if you're gonna bet me on Alabama, you betting them points.
Now look, hey, Florida State fan, check this out. He just said Alabama would be lucky to beat Miami. Did he not?
Yeah, facts.
Did you not just say that to T2Y? Facts, bro.
That's what I heard.
Come on, dog.
Well, see, some of y'all take
Hey,
and then you put it in your
no.
pocket. Y'all crazy.
No. Hey, T2Y, you got to be working overtime, my boy. Go ahead and keep
she's
betting.
going
Some of
for
y'all
an
say
8, man.
trash talk, and then some of y'all put it in y'all pockets.
T
Y'all is
what?
crazy.
No, T.Y., listen to me now. Listen to me now. Since you just said all that,
FSU
bet me 3 games straight up, man. If you ain't scared, if you say your team, woo, bet me 3 games straight up. But that's all I'm saying. All 3 games straight up.
If you were thinking, if you were thinking about
if
it,
you win, I'll pay all your money. You know what I'm saying? No problem.
if you was thinking about it, you would have just
No
came
problem,
in
bro.
here and
I pay
said,
all your
"Bet me
money. No
straight up
problem,
on
bro.
Florida
Look.
State," because Florida State's your team, right? Why was you willing to put money on other team before
Yeah.
you were willing to put it on your own team?
But he said he bet on Florida State, though. Did he not?
I mean,
after the fact. After the fact.
That's 4 games, bro. That's 4 games. That's 4. That's why I got 4 games. He got 4 games. I got Florida, Georgia. He got Florida State, Miami. And the other 3 games we already talked about.
Yeah, but I'm
What's
not
wrong
gonna
with that?
sit here and bet every single fan on every other fan's team. If you're gonna come in here and bet me, you're gonna bet me on your team.
But the Florida, but when you bet the, but look, no, we are betting on Miami games with the Florida State fan. Those are 4 Miami games. Are they not?
The only reason I'm betting you is because we don't play y'all.
But we just
if y'all was on our schedule, that's probably the only game I would bet you.
And hey, you be going, hey, I'll be saying, hey, I'll go ahead. I'll request that money right now. Whatever we betting, y'all can't fade us, bro. Come on, man, stop it.
Come on, bro. It's a reason why y'all ran from us for so long, bro.
A reason why y'all ran. Come on, man. Y'all need to stop that cap, bro.
Y'all ran from us, bro. Ain't no
hey, look. But here's the thing, though. Hold up. Man, we bet 4. You want to make it 5? I'll take Florida State. I hate Florida State.
You already took Florida
That
State.
give you a better chance.
But you already took Florida State. What is that going to do for me?
Oh, yeah, my bad. I'm tripping. Oh, that's 4 games. You right. Oh, I'm tripping. Well, bet the man. Listen, bet the man on the Alabama game, bro. You just bet me on that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not going to sit here and bet everybody straight up on it. If you're going to bet me on that,
he want me to give you.
Hey, Florida State fan, you'll get your money back. You might as well bet them points.
Like I said, if you're going to
that's gonna be a dub anyway.
You betting them points. You betting them points.
You gonna get your money back. Man, Alabama gonna beat them by at least 21. Alabama gonna beat them at least 21.
If you're gonna bet me on Alabama, bet them points.
Nah, Miami tripping. I already took the points, so you ain't talking to me.
8, man.
Yeah, I bet him since he ain't, know what I'm saying? T.Y.
I'm
here. He's trying to take the deck against you, dog. Don't let him do that.
Huh?
I'm listening. You betting them points on Alabama? I'll bet you.
Oh, yeah, I bet you. Yeah. Send me your cash up.
Don't put cash up in the screen right now.
You heard me?
Yeah, my cash app floating at. My cash app is my cash app on the bottom of the screen.
Look, I got you. So since we let's get this clear. See what we betting on.
Hey, put it on the screen, T2Y. Because I don't know the screen.
My cash app is at the bottom of the screen. It's scrolling on the bottom of the screen.
I got you. I see it.
Yeah. Bet. I got it.
I could hear it now after the game over. Ching, 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 ching.
Graham, cuz you Jamaican like a mug, boy.
Money. Money.
Y'all figure y'all had what, man.
Somebody get your ass whooped, dog.
So what team we betting on, bro? Make this shit clear.
Listen, the Florida State fan, I'm betting you straight up that Miami gonna beat Florida State ass, and I'm betting you that Alabama ain't making that point spread against Miami.
All right.
Bet them on that North Carolina game. Make it 3.
So
make it odd them out. So somebody got to be up.
To make it clear, if the game is over and Alabama win by 17 points, you still lost the bet. If they don't beat Miami by more than 18 points, you still lost the bet, sir. Just to make it clear.
Yeah. I know that.
I just want to make it clear to him.
Yeah. And then you said North Carolina game too, ain't it? Straight up, man. I ain't like that, bro. I like the bet. You know what I'm saying? I ain't like that.
I love the bet too, but they trying to stack. Hey, they be trying to stack it. Hey, they be trying to stack the deck though.
If you want to bet me more than them 2 games on Miami, if you want to bet in North Carolina too, I'm gonna pull up Florida State, and you're gonna have to bet me some of them games on Florida State schedule too now.
Who you talking me?
Yeah.
He's trying to stack the deck. Bro, you trying to stack the deck.
He's trying to win. He's got 3 bets with me on my schedule. Let me pull your schedule and bet some of them, get some of that money out of you.
So y'all not gonna beat North Carolina? Bro, don't do that, bro.
Once I bet him, I'm betting on North Carolina, but I'm gonna put up that Florida State schedule.
Oh,
and
man.
Let's see if you're willing to make some of them bets.
Man, this motherfucker about to watch short.
Boy, y'all boys hold so much nuts. Y'all don't even know what y'all betting on. It don't make no damn sense.
That's what I'm saying. They want to bet me on every game. They want to bet me on every game on Miami's schedule. Do you have the kahunas to bet on anything on Florida State schedule?
Pull up Florida State. Yeah, let's see.
All right. I know you ain't betting me against Clemson, and I know you ain't betting me against Florida.
Them boys going 4-8, man. That shit trash over there in Florida State.
I know he ain't betting me. He'll bet on Notre Dame because they don't know what's gonna happen. But I know he ain't betting on no Clemson. I know he ain't betting on no Florida. And they probably won't even bet on North Carolina.
I bet on North Carolina. I bet on North Carolina.
All right, let's do that. Bet on Miami versus North Carolina, and I'll bet on Florida State versus North Carolina.
Yeah, that's real. That's real enough.
All right, write that down too.
Yeah, I'm writing it down.
And what these about to work overtime?
And I bet
you gotta be working overtime. Hey, you gonna be down in the hole. Hey, you gonna be down.
I bet you won't bet on Clemson.
No, I ain't gonna bet on Clemson because
you bet on Clemson.
You see what I'm talking about?
That's like
though?
saying betting.
You guys want me to bet on Alabama, where the world is against Miami on Alabama. The world is against y'all against Clemson.
But look, look, T.Y. Look, listen to me. T.Y. Listen to me, T.Y. It was up to you to say yes or no. You know what I'm saying? I just threw the bet out there. You could have said no.
I know I could.
Know what I'm saying, though?
That's the difference between a Miami fan and a Florida State fan. I got confidence that we can win.
All right, check it out. Hold up.
I know y'all can't win games.
Hold up. What's the? They ain't even got the point spread for that game yet. But
it don't matter what the point spread is. It's way in November. We in July right now.
Hey,
and I'm still
what point spread y'all looking for? What point spread y'all looking for?
The Clemson game versus FSU. How many points you gonna give me?
I'm not giving you no points. I'm betting you straight up.
See, I'm
the only game I'm giving you points for. The only game I'm giving you points is Alabama. To be honest with you, I should only be betting one game with you, and that's Florida State versus Miami. I give the Florida Gator guy anything he want because we ain't on their schedule. They ain't on our schedule. But if a Florida State fan want to come bet me, if they ain't betting that Florida State versus Miami game straight up, they can't bet me at all.
Somebody said Clemson dropped 60 on FSU. Man, you just want fame. Shut your dumb ass up.
I don't drop 60 on that shit. See, y'all had opted out last time on that scary shit.
Somebody said Florida drops 50 on FSU.
That's the same game. That's the same dude that said with the Clemson shit. He just want a little fame, man. Get his ass a little fame, man. Clearly ain't finna give nothing for me. I'm gonna give a fuck. What you talking about? We ain't talking about. We ain't even talking about.
Last year.
Ran for who?
Clemson. Because if Miami put 52 on y'all, I know Clemson was about to demolish y'all too.
I had money on that too. Current tally, all that.
But you gotta think about it, bro. Them 2 games, bro. That shit don't even be that hype as people think it be, bro.
Y'all ran from Clemson. Y'all was more than willing to play Duke.
But look. You right, we lost by. You know what I'm saying? You right, we lost against Miami though. But look how we did North Carolina. Though. Everybody thought they gonna blow us out. This and that.
Bro, that was a fluke, bro. North Carolina could have won that game, bro. Do you want me to pull it up and show you the end of the game? I can show you the end of the game.
Did they win or did they lose?
Bro. They won.
Did they win or they lose?
They won,
bro. They win, right?
Florida State beat the team that blew y'all out.
Did North Carolina blow their game?
Florida State beat the team that y'all got blown out by, bro. Florida State beat the team y'all got blown out by.
I was so hype. I can't wait this season. Watch for the
guys. Ain't no excuse for that, man. Ain't no excuse for that. Ain't no excuse for that. Y'all ain't even make the game close.
Y'all know that.
And y'all lost at home. And y'all lost at home.
We don't make
Y'all lost at home. Y'all got blown out at home, bro. You was sick at that. Pull that video up after that North Carolina game. You was sick, dog. You was sick.
We don't make excuses, bro.
Pull that video up after y'all lost to North Carolina.
We get beat. We got beat. We got beat. But y'all make all.
Hey, you was sick, bro. You was sick.
What, 62-26?
Hey, you was sick, bro. You was sick, dog. You was sick.
62-26.
They be the team y'all got blown out by. Come on, man.
62-26.
It's the same spread.
What?
Tell you, bro, that's what happened.
That's an embarrassment, bro.
What was the Florida State versus Miami? Wasn't that an embarrassment?
Hell no, 62 versus 26. That's embarrassment, though.
So 52-10 wasn't an embarrassment.
Then that 21 points in every goddamn quarter.
Hey.
Bro,
Hey,
did you just say 21? Hold on, time out. Did you just say 21 points in a quarter?
No, I said down there 21 points in each quarter.
Bro,
they scored 21 points in the first quarter. They scored, 13 points in the second quarter. They scored 7 in the third quarter.
Hold on, I'm gonna play this for you, and I want you to pay attention to this. Look at the quarters when this video gets to the end. Look at the quarters. I want you to
we back.
But Florida State beat them.
We're gonna show that Saturday.
We scored 24 freaking points in the quarter on y'all. Stop playing with me, man.
That don't matter. That don't matter because y'all lost to North Carolina. That don't even matter, bro. That don't matter. That don't even matter, bro. That don't even matter, bro.
You tripping.
Y'all lost at home, bro. Y'all lost at home, bro. Y'all lost at home. Y'all got blown out at home, bro. Hey, win the conference. Hey, win the division on the line. With the division on the line. No, it wasn't no division last year. Y'all won that game ain't even matter. That game ain't even matter. I forgot. That game ain't even matter. Don't you game ain't conference. I'll take that bet. That game ain't matter. Y'all got the doors blown off y'all ass.
I bet that shit.
Man, y'all gonna get whooped again.
On that.
That's what they do.
What? North Carolina? Who talking that? Who saying that? Who saying that?
I'm saying that.
They go ahead.
Who is he? Who is he? Who saying that?
I've been around.
How many North Carolina?
Man, you ain't go bet me. You ain't go bet that North Carolina Miami game, bro. Remind me game week to that. Remind me game week to that, bro. Bro, we just saying North Carolina gonna beat Miami, bro. Bro, Matt Brown on y'all, dog. Hey, Matt Brown on Manny, bro. Matt Brown on Manny, bro.
How many North Carolina fans we got in here?
It don't matter. Matt Brown on Manny, bro. Matt Brown on Manny.
North Carolina got the balls to play Miami every year.
Man, that's the only thing y'all can say, bro. We beat y'all in 19, bro. Jeff Thomas. Jeff Thomas. We love Jeff Thomas. We love Jeff Thomas, man. We had damn near 10 sacks on y'all boys, man. Y'all need to stop. Come on, man. Zion Nelson, first round. Man, stop that, dog. Stop that, bro. Stop that, bro. Y'all cap. Man, y'all cap, bro.
The baby lizards, road runners.
We already got.
You run from competition. You run from competition.
Listen, bro. The money. Hey, the money's already down, bro. You can say all that, bro. The money down already, dog. We got 4 games, 100 each, bro. The money down.
Easy money. Easy money.
All right. So what games? So what games I'm gonna lose? What games I'm gonna have to pay you on, T2Y? Predict the future.
How long?
You know the 40 games.
How long? You're definitely losing to Georgia.
You say how long?
How long?
Y'all said that last year, dog. I said that last year, though.
No, definitely losing to Georgia.
Alabama about to demolish y'all. Y'all gonna beat North Carolina?
They ain't beating us by 17. I know that.
Shit.
So that's 2
Who I
bets.
smoke remix on y'all boys.
That's 2 bets you're gonna lose already. And then you had the audacity to bet on Florida State. Oh God.
I gave you that one. I gave you that one. But Florida State probably gonna beat you. That's gonna be the end of the season. No, Bama's a better. Hey.
You about to give me 400.
Nah, hell no.
I feel like Raji in this bit
bro,
right now.
Look, here's the thing. Bro, when Miami get blown out by Bama, you're gonna be down, bro, week 1. You're gonna have a lot to catch up on. How many bets you got on the Miami game in Alabama? You got me 400, and who else you got?
Bro, that week I'm gonna be ka-ching, cash out. You see, the funny thing is, I got a bet with Lou for 100, but Lou got even more confident in Alabama than you do because he bet me 19 points.
19 points.
Yeah,
the spread might have been 19 at one point. I'm going with the spread. What I just bet.
The spread ain't never been past 17 and a half. He bet 19.
I just bet 200 on 17 and a half at the casino yesterday, dog. You did.
So you just like giving away money. All right, cool.
Shoot, that's gonna be an easy 200.
That's cool. Man, y'all gave the fans
like $190. $190, bro.
Y'all gave the fans pocket deep.
That's easy money, bro.
I can't wait to take some Gator money. I think I'm gonna take all the kids in the neighborhood go get ice cream.
I wouldn't be mad at that. You're doing something for the kids, though. But it's not gonna happen. You know that, dog. You said Miami. You said Bama be lucky to beat Miami. Who is y'all coach? Who's y'all head coach for the record? Manny Diaz, right?
I can't wait.
Motherfucker that talk too much.
Who is Manny? He talked way too much, bro. Who is Manny Diaz beat? Who is Manny Diaz beat? That was worse something. The opposing coach.
Nobody.
Listen, I don't care nothing about none of that right now. All these bets is locked in.
And if Florida State beats y'all, if Florida State, if Florida, here's is gonna be funny though. If Florida State beats y'all, they already attacked your channel last weekend. Boy, they gonna attack. Are you gonna make a video? If Florida State was to beat Miami, would you make a video right after the game?
Yeah, no. He gonna disappear. He gonna disappear.
I ain't going nowhere. You know
he gonna disappear.
You know how much money I make off Florida State?
We talking about YouTube?
Of course.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, bro. Get your hustle on, bro.
So if I lose, listen. If Miami lose to Florida State, I would make more money on YouTube than I would if Miami beat them. I'm just letting you know that. So if Florida State beat Miami, which is not gonna happen, it's not gonna happen. Get it out your heads. I ain't going nowhere. I'll be the first one here to congratulate you guys and tell you that, hey, guess what? Do it again next season.
Nah, you good, bro. I'm good.
What Hurricanes gonna do after week 1? T.Y.?
We're going to move on to the next game, just like every other team.
What they going to do after week 1?
Move on to the next game, just like every other team. What is Florida State doing after week 1?
Hey, put their heads down and get ready to get beat by UNC and everybody else.
Right.
And y'all going to get smacked.
The team going to fall apart.
Get smacked, bro. Team going and please, hey, Derek King, you have to be 100%. Because if you ain't Bro Garcia, oh, my God. That G gonna get ate alive, bro.
I love this energy. Keep that same energy after week 1.
That G gonna get ate alive, bro. That G gonna get ate alive. That G gonna get ate alive. And please put in Tyler Van Dyke.
While Florida State and Florida fans worrying about what Miami do in week 1, like they don't play.
This is a Miami channel, bro. This is a Miami channel, bro. Cap on y'all. So who you got in the Florida State game?
In the Florida State game.
Who you got?
Florida.
Oh, never mind.
You know he a Florida State hater. He a Florida State hater, man. He a Florida State hater, man.
Bro, I analyze y'all team.
Look, T.Y. Listen to me, T.Y. Even if we whoop Miami Hurricanes, or when we whoop Miami Hurricanes, you're gonna be like, oh, quarterback will hurt. You gonna say a lot. You gonna discredit Florida State.
In the state of Florida right now, Florida State, y'all is way behind. UCF about to pass y'all soon.
They about to pass y'all too. What are you talking about?
That's their favorite word. That's a Florida State fan favorite word too.
No, I'm saying
somebody else in there with them.
Hey, T.Y. Now you telling me that UCF, man? Come on, man.
Man, UCF about to pass y'all up too.
They been pass y'all.
Right now, it's the big 3 in Florida. Y'all about to be replaced by UCF.
Y'all been replaced.
Hey, with Florida at the top, huh? Florida on top, right?
Florida's second fiddle.
Second fiddle to who? Miami?
Yes.
Oh man. Oh man.
No.
Oh man.
What is y'all record? Okay, Florida State. What is y'all record against Florida? The last game y'all played on, how bad did they beat y'all?
You always my last game. This and that.
It's always the last game. What we gonna look? We gonna look into the future? We got a crystal ball somewhere?
You gotta look.
You obviously got one. You obviously got one for Miami.
Right.
It's just that confidence. It ain't my fault. Y'all don't got that confidence in y'all team. It ain't my fault.
Who say? Hey, who say? Listen, bro.
I can't build no confidence in y'all team because y'all team ain't done nothing.
I got much confidence in Florida, bro. Come on, man, stop that. If Manny Diaz was my coach, bro, I wouldn't even be on this live.
Bro, you got Dan Mullen as your coach, bro. The biggest.
Dan Mullen is way better. Dan Mullen is way better than Manny Diaz. Stop that.
The biggest clown in football.
The biggest clown in football, but he beat y'all. But he beat y'all. But he beat Manny. But he beat Manny. But he beat Manny. He beat Manny. Wasn't Manny his defensive coordinator? He had to get rid of his ass. He had to get rid of his ass. He got rid of his ass. He got rid of his ass. Manny, Manny. Hey, Manny. Manny, you gotta go, Pil. You gotta go, Manny. I'll take Grantham over you. Manny, you a bum. You a mediocre defense coordinator. You a even more a mediocre coach. Head coach. Manny Diaz ain't nothing, bro. Manny Diaz ain't shit.
Listen to his press conference.
Man, Manny Diaz, listen, Manny Diaz. And Manny Diaz is talking. He ain't won nothing. We gonna let hey, check this out. Hey, check this out, Florida State fan. Hey, Manny Diaz talking about the bake off in July. You don't win in a regular season. You ain't beat nobody else worth a damn, bro. Manny Diaz is all cap, bro. Manny Diaz is all cap, bro.
Look, listen to me.
Manny Diaz is all cap, Phil.
Hey,
Ask Florida State what happened to him last year. Why is Jalen Knighton playing for Miami instead of playing for Florida State? Because we beat.
Yeah, Jalen Knight ain't nobody. I remember them stopping him on 4th and 1 in North Carolina game. He got a long way to go, pimp. Okay. Talking about a freshman who ain't did nothing. Man, they was shutting his ass down in that North Carolina game. That 4th and 1, they ain't even get to Harris. They gave it to his little soft ass. Okay. Cheney, I like Cheney. Bruce ain't it. Bruce ain't it, bro. Bruce ain't it, dog.
Watching Miami
Bruce ain't it, dog.
Playing against Miami. Then we got a Florida State fan that's betting on everybody but Florida State because he know they trash. Okay, got it.
Who bet on everybody besides Florida State? What you said?
I had to give you other bets for you to bet on Florida State.
I'm betting against Miami this year because Manny Diaz ain't nothing, dog. Y'all got that cap ass coach. Hey, he the Cuban Muschamp, bro. He's the Cuban Muschamp. He's the Cuban Muschamp, my boy.
Easy money.
Hey, Florida State fan. Hey, remember this now, bro.
Yeah.
We're gonna revisit this. We're gonna revisit this, dog.
When you sending me all that money, I'm gonna tell Manny Diaz to come over here and get dinero.
Shout out Manny Diaz, he come
dinero.
They gonna fire his ass. What? They gonna fire his ass.
Bring me the dinero.
They gonna fire his ass. Hey, Manny Diaz be lucky he get 2 more years, bro.
They gonna fire his ass.
Dinero, essay. That's what we coming for this year.
Man, y'all start the season on 1, but stop that. You know what time it is. Y'all championship aspirations is gone after Atlanta.
We spending Gator money
after Atlanta, bro. After Atlanta, bro. Your championship aspirations get out of there, bro. Shit, you gonna be spending YouTube money. You ain't spending no game money, bro.
We spending game money on this year.
You ain't spending no game bet money. You spending that YouTube chat, bro. You know what time it is. You gonna make more money off YouTube. You gonna make more money off YouTube than you all these bets you make. Guaranteed.
Gator money. I guarantee you we getting Gator money this season.
You gonna be in the hole, my boy. You gonna have to work overtime. Hey, extra videos and extra hours on the clock. It's going down, baby.
He's like I'm running like Ricky after this game.
Hey, it's going down. Well, hey, I need you to make a video at the hotel after the Atlanta game, bro.
If I lose any of them week 1 bets, all I gotta do is make 2 Florida State videos to get it back. I'm all right.
You just proved my point. You gonna make more money off YouTube than you are the game bets. You prove my point.
make one Florida State video. Just give them a little bit, just a little bit. Their fan base is eager.
Hey, you hear Florida State fan?
I hear him. Hey, we gonna let him talk though. We gonna let him talk.
Let him talk. Yeah, let him talk.
Because guess what? Week 1, if we lose to Alabama, I'm gonna turn my TV on the next day and watch Notre Dame beat the brakes off their head. And then I'm gonna say, you know what? Okay, where my camera at? Let me load this up real quick. Florida State.
You need to upload. You need to upload a video after the Saturday night, bro.
Yeah, Alabama and Miami Hurricanes.
Listen.
You need to upload a video. I want a live reaction.
Listen.
I want a live reaction from all y'all.
I got a special treat for y'all though. If
Hurricane Zone, all y'all came YouTubers. I need a live reaction from all y'all boys.
Listen, if Miami lose to Alabama, tune in the next day, bro. I gotta go live the next day, and I gotta put an Alabama sticker on my forehead. So tune in the next day.
Oh yeah, I hope you already purchased that sticker there.
I ain't gotta purchase nothing, cause we gonna.
I'd have made you wear a t-shirt. I'd have made you wear a t-shirt, Bama t-shirt.
Well, a t-shirt ain't nothing. Everybody did that. That's what I'm telling you with this YouTube thing. You got to be different. Everybody done came on here and wore a t-shirt. Oh, I lost the bet, and I got to wear a Florida State t-shirt. Guess what?
Hey, look. Hey, I got one for you. So if Florida State beat y'all, you gotta look like the Glitter Boys.
And what you gonna do?
Yeah, most definitely.
That's what I'm saying. You making bets with me, but what's the bet gonna cost you?
What you mean? I ain't no Florida State fan, pimp. We already bet on the game. Got money on that. That's enough.
So why
I'm not no YouTuber, bro. I'm not no YouTuber, bro. I'm not no YouTuber.
Bet with you though. See the
hey,
YouTube,
listen, bro. Listen, look, peep game. Peep this. Hey, no, peep this though. Hey, peep that though. You know how much money? Hey, you know how much money you gonna get off that video? You dress like that Glitter Boys now.
Now listen to this.
That's gonna be your all-time ranking video, bro. You gonna make so much money off that video.
Wearing the Alabama sticker on my forehead, that's a bet I made with another Alabama YouTuber. So if I win, he's got to wear the big U on his forehead doing his show. So that's a bet for a bet. Why would I make that bet with you when you ain't got nothing coming out of it?
We got money. Yeah,
I'm betting you. If I lose the game, I'm losing money. But if I do whatever extra thing you talking about, what extra thing is you?
That's just up there, Eddie. I ain't no YouTuber, bro. I no YouTuber, Phil.
Well,
I don't make videos.
I ain't finna come out here and make a fool of myself for nothing.
Hey, what's FSU YouTubers? A63 no, Pope no, something like that. Where he at? I need him to make that bet.
Well, Pope not gonna make no bets like that.
You don't know that,
man. Pope is not gonna make no bets like that. Cause Pope is a smart FSU fan.
Hey, what happened to the dude from Australia? You think he can bet? He gotta throw it off.
Man, he ain't gonna make that bet.
Man, I need one of them FSU. Hey, Glitter Boy bet, man. Glitter Boy bet. Hashtag that.
Oh man, I'm telling you, bro. And
bro, you gonna make a lot of money off that YouTube video, bro. You get that Glitter Boy at Florida State win, man.
Man, I'm gonna make more money from you.
Nah, I doubt it.
I'm gonna make more money from you from the whole season. I know Georgia beating y'all.
Nah.
What do you think about it?
It's already easy.
I
know we beat North Carolina. That's another easy win.
Y'all said that the last 2 years. Yeah, y'all said the last 2 years, man.
Money. I can see it now. As soon as you show up in the chat after that game, after all them losses, all I'm gonna
come. No, hey.
Get that money.
Listen, bro, you gonna let me in the StreamYard after them L's, bro? I ain't gonna cuss. I ain't gonna mess your monetization up, bro.
Listen, bro. Anybody who's been watching me, know that I don't run away from no game, win or lose.
Man, you gotta do the Glitter with that, man.
Go back and watch.
You hate Florida State. You so confident. Hey, you so confident in the Florida State game, man. Glitter Boy bet, man.
Go back and watch my video when we lost to FIU.
Hey, I put another 50 on the Alabama game. You made the Glitter Boy bet.
What is my benefit from that?
Extra $50.
Bro.
If they don't cover. I put an extra 50 on the Carolina game.
$50 worth that.
I put an extra 50 on. He don't want. But you so confident that them boys gonna win, bro. Bro, you're so confident Florida State gonna lose, bro.
You talking about some gay ass shit, and you want me to do that shit for $50?
Nah, bro. I'm just trying to make you some money on YouTube, bro. Stop that gay shit, bro. Stop that gay shit, bro. Don't do that, bro. Don't do that, bro. Stop that. Don't put me with gay, bro. Don't do that, bro.
Nah, I ain't calling you gay. I'm just saying that shit is gay.
Nah, don't say that at all, though. Don't say that at all, bro. That ain't cool, dog. That ain't cool, bro. Don't say that, man. Chill, man.
I don't even know why Florida State fans even do that gay shit.
I ain't got nothing to do with that. I'm just betting you on that. Trying to up the ante. Trying to make you some YouTube money, dog. But it's all good, though. I'm gonna be up. I'm gonna be up, bro. All right, we'll leave that alone. But I'm gonna be up, though. I'm gonna be up, though. I'm gonna be up. I already know what time it is. You're gonna be working overtime. You make a Florida State video. Make a Florida State video. You'll get that money back. You just said it, bro. You're gonna be up on YouTube money, but you're gonna be down on game bet.
Just put the money to the side.
T.Y. scared, man.
Hey, T.Y. scared, ain't T.Y. scared, what?
T.Y. scared. Put the money to the side. Make sure you put the money to the side, because I'm already good.
T.Y. scared.
I know I ain't got to pay out nothing because we're going to win our games, but make sure you put the
T.Y. Hey, T.Y. scared, man.
T.Y. scared, man.
Make sure you put the money
scared, man. I ain't putting no money to the side, bro. You better put that money to the side, bro. If I was you, I wouldn't even went to the game. You gonna be down, bro. How much you spend on the Bama game, bro? The hotel and the flight and all that. The ticket.
Well, the ticket alone was $500.
500. How much was the room and the flight?
Yo, why are we putting all this on here, bro?
Nah, but look. What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying, add the game bets to that. You gonna be down, bro.
Bro, that ain't.
You gonna be down by the rat.
You know how much content? Do you know how much content I'm gonna put out because of that game?
Yeah, it's gonna be you crying.
Listen,
you have a stick on your head.
At the end of the day, I won't lose a dime in this.
You gonna have a stick on your head.
I won't lose a dime.
Now look, you smart. I'm gonna give you that. Bama is gonna troll. Bama's gonna troll.
Everybody in Hurricane fan in the chat right now. When I win these bets against this Florida Gator fan, y'all make sure y'all show up for the next live, because I'm gonna make sure I give back 200.
Bro, I'm gonna get my money back. 200
out of that 400 that he gonna lose, I'm gonna give it to y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all to come into the chat. I'm gonna tell y'all to put y'all Cash App in the chat, and the first the first 20 people that come in and put their Cash App, I'm gonna send y'all $10 each. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do with his money.
That sounds good.
That sounds so good. That sounds so good, bro.
That's what I'm gonna do with his money. Not if Florida
State so good.
T.Y.
Now if Florida State got money, I'm just gonna spend that straight up.
T.Y. Hear me out now. That shit sounds so good. It's like me saying I'm gonna go buy me a Lambo tomorrow. That's how that shit sounded though.
Ain't it though?
Shit sounding good, man.
Like I said, y'all make sure y'all show up. Y'all make sure y'all show up for the live after I don't took all this guy money. I'm gonna put 200 in. I'm gonna get the fans half of it.
We got 4 games, 100 each. I'm gonna be up 300. At least 3.
Bro, you're gonna be down.
At least 3.
Bro.
I'm gonna make some money. I'm gonna make some money this season.
The Florida be down 300.
You gonna be down 3 games?
Wait, what? Nah, who did you bet? You bet on Florida. Yeah, you bet on Florida State. You bet on North Carolina, and you bet on Alabama for the points. You're gonna be down 300 too.
I hear you. We're gonna damn sure see. I can't wait.
You said 400. He's gonna be down 3.
Like he gonna win it. Y'all make sure y'all show up after them games. Show up after what's the last game we played on?
Hey, you gonna be working overtime, my boy. Your video's gonna come out late.
After the Florida State game, y'all make sure y'all come up and show up in this chat. We
can't wait.
Some money.
I can't wait. I cannot wait, man. Ooh, I can't wait.
Once I collect the 200 from both of them after we beat Florida State, they're going straight to y'all pockets.
Y'all better you see man. I ain't trying to do that shit.
Y'all going straight to y'all pockets. Oh, I'll make sure I give you guys my Cash App and PayPal. Don't bring the money and put it in the super chat. We ain't trying to give it to you two. I'm trying to give it to the Miami Hurricane
Nah,
fans.
we ain't doing no straight cash out, my boy. Straight cash. No,
Yeah,
what it is.
I'm finna send some of your cash out right now.
Oh man, appreciate you. You already started.
No. I'm finna send notification to let you know who I am. Ain't no all started. You ain't that lucky, man.
I'll send $1. I'll send $1 to him. As soon as it's live, but I'm gonna send you $1, bro. So we can lock that in.
Like
We're gonna lock that in early, bro. I'll send you $1.
Y'all show up. First 20 people to come put their cash app in here after the Florida State game. I'll send y'all $10 each of these guys' money.
Hey, it sounds good, don't it? It sounds so good.
Shit sounds excellent. You might go in and get shit. That shit sounds good, man. That shit sounds good.
I'm telling you, we gonna be in there bit partying. All you gonna hear is
that shit sounds good. That's actually pretty good though, but the team gonna be that good.
we about to eat off these Florida Gators and Florida Seminoles. Canes fans, we finna have a good year.
Nah, it's gonna be a nightmare after week 1, bro. It's gonna unravel week 1. It's gonna unravel week 1, dog.
So just between the two of y'all, that's 700 already. That's tough.
Hey, that's gonna unravel, bro.
That's tough.
Cause De'Aaron King ain't 100%. Oh man, y'all in trouble. Y'all in trouble. Y'all in trouble anyway. I don't give a damn about the De'Aaron King. He ain't gonna be a graduate assistant.
See why you got my cash out, so you can just send it. You know what I'm saying? We love FSU as a comment. You feel me? you got it though, right?
I got you. I just seen you sent me a request for $1 access.
All right.
I got you.
Yeah, just be ready, man. Just be ready, my friend.
We finna spend some Florida Gator money, y'all. We ain't spent some of that in a long time.
Hey, you gonna be mad as fuck at the Hurricane. You might want to delete this YouTube page and make a Florida State page after this. So you ain't gonna want to fuck with the Hurricanes no more. They gonna have your ass in debt. Your ass in debt. You gonna waste your money to go to Atlanta. Don't they play in Atlanta? Don't Hurricanes and Bama play in Atlanta, right?
Yeah.
You gonna waste your money to go up there. That shit gonna be. You know, so I don't think you
gonna. You
don't
understand, bro. I paid $500 for that ticket to Atlanta. That ticket already paid for itself.
I mean, I ain't saying you ain't got some of that. I ain't saying you ain't got no money. This and that. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying you wasted money. You know what I'm saying? You can watch that shit on TV. You see them boys lose the fuck. Hell no.
Hey, he about to see them boys.
That's what I'm saying. That's that lack of confidence.
I'm going to
watch that game because I know my team will win.
Hey, we ain't gonna see no Miami YouTubers till Sunday, bro.
What? Hell no. He gonna go.
We might not see him till Sunday night. Bro. We're not gonna see him Saturday. Cause the game at 3:30.
I'm gonna be at the game at 3:30.
He gonna disappear. Watch.
Yeah, and now they're gonna be down. They're gonna be downtown. They're gonna be downtown, drinking that pain away.
Listen,
blow that good herb.
Game at 3:30. Plain and simple.
Y'all gonna be blowing that good herb on that good drink, huh?
I probably won't see me till the next game. You gotta keep in mind that once that game is over,
he just admitted. We ain't gonna see him Saturday night.
Once that game is over, I'm watching the Georgia Clemson game because I got money on that too.
Nah, we want a live reaction.
I pick Clemson.
You pick Clemson. I like Georgia.
That's tough.
What you wanna bet on that?
I ain't betting y'all no more. Y'all are locked in. Y'all are locked where y'all at.
Yeah, but bet me on Georgia and Clemson game.
I like Georgia. I don't like betting on other people's teams.
Man, the team.
But you just bet on Georgia and Florida. You just bet on Georgia and Florida, though.
A Georgia fan that bet me against Clemson, so I betted him.
But you just bet Georgia and Florida.
Against other teams.
But you just bet Georgia and Florida.
Yeah, because aren't you betting North Carolina? Aren't you betting Miami and Alabama? The only reason I took you up on the Georgia and Florida game is because you betting the Miami and Alabama game.
I bet Miami, Florida State too.
Yeah, you bet that afterwards. But I'm saying I made the Georgia bet with you before that.
Yeah, man, that whole game, bro. I'm gonna be up, bro.
He ain't confidence in Clemson.
That game gonna be close, man. I think Clemson. I think Clemson gonna get it done.
Money on other people's teams.
I can't say Georgia gonna win it. I hate Georgia.
Like I said, I got money. I got 150 on that one on Clemson.
I hate Clemson. I like Georgia. I hate Clemson though.
All I know is Georgia ain't doing nothing for me not to for me to bet on them.
I hate Alabama too, but I think I hate Miami just as much as what? Oh man, I can't use made me really hate my ass.
You're a Florida
I
fan.
hate y'all boys, dog.
You're supposed to hate us.
I hate Miami. I don't hate y'all personally. Ain't nothing against y'all personally. Ran y'all to state of Florida. Come on, bro.
We ran y'all out of the state of Florida. Y'all supposed to hate us.
Nah. Y'all ain't won nothing since 0100. Y'all ain't won nothing in 20 years. Y'all ain't ran nothing. Man, come on, bro.
Shit, Gabe's been in the top 14 in the last 3 years. Why you talking?
Yeah,
exactly.
They also beat the brakes off y'all for the past couple of years while you defending them.
I mean, yeah, I'm keeping it real though. You know what I'm saying? I ain't finna shitcoat.
I mean, we've been talking football. Y'all, but
look,
y'all love the Gators.
Look, T.Y., I'm talking football. I ain't even talking about the fanship. I'm saying Florida Gators been a top Florida team in the last couple of years. They've been most noticeable.
What have they done with that?
I mean, they did nothing though, but they've been a top.
They ain't do nothing. They ain't got no respect.
So hey, whoa. So you admit Florida been the top the last 2 years, T2Y?
Y'all was what? When Florida State went 6-7. When
No. Has Florida been on top the last 2 years?
Went 6-7. What was y'all record that year?
We ain't talking about that. Has Florida been on top the last 2 years?
Like I said, 2018.
You won't admit it, boy. And that hurt.
Right?
And that hurt, man. That hurt though.
Florida State.
And that hurt, my boy. Man, yeah, we ain't talking about that, man. We talking about who been on top the past 2 years, man.
What was Florida record that year?
We talking about who been on top the past 2 years, bro.
That's why I just asked you a question that correlates to that.
So what about 2019? We weren't on top then?
That's what I'm talking about. 2019, Florida State went 6-7. Miami went 6-7. What was Florida's record?
It don't matter. We beat both y'all in 2019. Did we not?
But what was y'all record?
We beat both of y'all in 2019, so who won the state? Just say it, bro. It's not that hard, bro.
What was y'all
It's not that hard.
If you answer the question,
it's not that hard. It's not that hard, bro.
If you answer the question, we'll get there. What was
it's not that hard, bro.
You beat
it's not
Miami.
That hard. That's not important.
You beat Miami by 4 and you blew out Florida State.
That's the big three. Who won the big three? Everybody played each other. Everybody played each other. Who came out on top? You talking about something that don't matter, bro? You talking about something that don't? You tell me. You tell me. You tell me. I want you to tell me. And I want you to get to your point. Get to the point. Get to the point.
I'm asking you, what was your record in 2019?
You tell me. You tell me. You tell me, bro.
You don't know. So you don't know.
I do know. I do know.
What
I'm trying to get to the point. I'm trying to get to the point. You tell me, what's the point?
What was your record?
What is the point? What is the point? We went 2-0 against Miami and Florida State.
As soon as you tell, okay, BB, he's a Gator fan. He said 10.
Hey, you see what I'm saying, Florida State fan? You see what he doing?
I hear him.
He won't admit it, bro.
2019.
He won't admit it, bro. Come on, man.
Florida Gators was the best team in Florida. What happened in 2020?
We didn't play y'all. We didn't play Florida State or Miami, bro.
What happened in 2020 between y'all and
it was no. It was.
What was y'all record in 2020?
8-4.
You tell me.
8-4.
I'm trying to get to the point, man.
What was Miami record in 2020?
I don't know. You tell me. I'm asking you. Tell me, man. What's the point, man?
My point is, we gonna be better than y'all. We leading in the right direction. Y'all going downwards, bro.
Y'all gonna be better than us. Y'all gonna be better than us. Y'all gonna be better than us. Y'all gonna be better than us with a clown of a coach.
Y'all can't beat one of the top teams in the SEC. You got a lucky win over Georgia. You have a quarterback.
Oh, lucky win.
Other than that, y'all is going downwards, bro.
All right, man. All right, bro. I hear you, dog.
The last 3 games y'all played was all L's, bro.
I hear you, dog.
So right now, y'all is not the best team in Florida.
Bro, the games ain't been kicked off yet.
Florida State don't have a say-so in that.
The games ain't been kicked off yet. How can you say
who the
that?
best? All right, T.Y. So who the best team in Florida right now? Answer me. Who the best team in Florida right now?
Is that really a question right now? Miami.
Hell no. Y'all can't even.
Miami is the best team in Florida right now.
Hell no.
Hell no. You tripping, bro.
So, Mr. Florida State man, who's the best team in Florida right now?
Hey, you can't answer that. Ain't nothing been played. Ain't nothing been played, bro. You can't answer that. Ain't no games been played, bro.
Who's the best team in Florida right now?
Oh, it's like talking to a wall, T2Y. Ain't no games been played, my boy. Ain't no games been played, bro.
That's the difference in confidence. We ain't played a game yet, but I know we better than both of y'all.
That's cap.
Right.
Yeah, that's just a fan. That's just a fan talking though. That's just a fan talking.
It's not my fault that I got more confidence in my team than both of y'all do. Have you studied your team?
False confidence ain't confidence, bro. False confidence ain't real confidence, he did.
Okay, well,
you don't even believe what you saying, bro.
That's how this thing works. I got confidence in my team. I think we're the best in the game.
Bro, you don't believe what you say, bro.
We're the best in the state. And if I'm wrong at the end of the season, this platform is open for you to come back and say how I told you so. But at the end, we're the best team in Florida, hands down. What a Florida State fan gotta say, and what a Gator fan gotta say.
Y'all ain't been good. Look, T.Y. Y'all ain't been good since 2017 when y'all lost against Clemson. That's last time y'all was really. Y'all really was straight. Y'all really was straight.
We're gonna be
2017,
y'all.
2017.
I hate
this season we're gonna be better than both y'all. Say something otherwise. Prove me wrong. Tell me something.
They are gonna prove you wrong. They are gonna prove you wrong.
Tell me something about
many years is gonna show.
Any of those guys, I'm gonna tell you, you wasting your time.
Manny Diaz is gonna show everybody what he really is. A bum of a head coach, bro.
Florida State and Miami each will have at least 4 losses.
T2Y.
Go ahead, dude.
But look, they prediction of going off last year though, bro. That's their prediction of what their season looked like.
Their tradition is going off the Big East. Y'all tradition is going off the Big East. 5 rings. Big East.
What did ESPN predict Florida to do this year?
ESPN ain't the determining factor was on the field.
They predicted 10-2. What did they predict for Florida State this season?
Hey, look. The one year ESPN show y'all a little bit of love. You gonna take ESPN? Come on, man. Stop that, bro.
10-2.
But look, ESPN show.
What do they got Miami going?
What, 11-1?
Okay.
This the only listen. This the only season ESPN showing y'all some love. Right? Right?
You know what I'm gonna do?
Right?
You know what I'm
ESPN, so ESPN showing y'all love, bro. Peak game, bro. No. So ESPN is 100% correct.
ESPN is saying what I said 5 months ago.
Is ESPN 100% correct, T2Y?
They lining up with what I predicted. So, like I said, they saying what I was saying 5 months ago.
Man, it's like talk to a wall, my boy.
They said they actually made it better for y'all because I got y'all going 8-4.
Well, you need to get a job at ESPN.
Because you don't know no better.
You don't know no better, dog.
You might as
Man don't know no better, bro.
The big 3 each will have 4 losses.
Now ESPN ain't right.
What 4 losses are we gonna lose? What 4 teams are we gonna lose to?
The big 3 will each have 4 losses.
Who's Florida gonna lose to?
Explain who Florida gonna lose to 4 losses. Explain that, dog. Since you know the future.
I'm gonna go ahead and
don't say no Missouri.
You're losing to Missouri. All right. Losing to LSU.
Looking at our schedule, you can say 2 losses. Alabama and Georgia.
Alabama, Jordan.
Outside of
And
that,
then he
who?
said Missouri.
LSU.
He said Missouri.
LSU.
They
We
say
ain't losing no
LSU.
LSU.
and Missouri.
We ain't losing to them.
All right.
That's cap.
Yeah, y'all said we gonna lose to Missouri last year. We blew them out.
Blew their ass out, man.
Losing
Blew
to
their
You and
ass
Slim
out.
said we were gonna lose to Missouri, and we blew them out.
Hey, and they said that we was gonna lose to Kentucky last year. Man,
They
blew
said
their
that
ass out
too.
too. We was gonna lose to Georgia.
You see, none of y'all ain't saying nothing when I say you losing to Alabama. Because it's already in state.
Oh, we go.
Y'all ain't got no confidence.
We gonna play better against. We
Hey, we got Bama. We got Bama,
We
dog.
gonna play better
We got
against
them
Bama than
weekends.
y'all.
Facts.
So y'all ain't
I bet the
that
game
one,
be closer.
We can move on from that game, right? Y'all ain't winning that game, right?
But
Y'all
look,
ain't either.
they got a better chance of winning than y'all do.
We got a way better chance than Miami.
LSU.
We ain't losing to LSU.
You gonna lose to Georgia.
Unless you ain't got a
We
Well,
ain't
this
losing to
gotta
them
be
either.
this gotta be your longest stream.
Ain't never been on this.
We ain't losing no Georgia.
Talk, hey, yeah. We ain't losing no. Hey, we out here capping, bro. We all rapping, dog.
The choke
Rapping
dogs,
against
they
C2Y, man.
talk. That's all they do.
So you
Only
confident?
time gonna tell, man.
So you confident?
Hey,
that y'all-
hey, we all know Miami. Hey, we all know Miami got 3 losses. We all know
We
Miami
do.
got 3 losses.
Who the 3 losses?
Bama, North Carolina.
North Carolina, Alabama, and y'all gonna lose. And y'all gonna either lose the Pitt.
Yep.
Shit, y'all
Or
might lose.
NC
Y'all might
State.
got 4 losses.
They probably do.
I see y'all been.
Y'all got man. Y'all got Manny Diaz as y'all coach. You walk around here confident like y'all got Nick Saban. You walk around here like y'all got Nick Saban. You need to stop.
Hey, I can't wait the football season, boy.
Hey,
Oh my god.
hey, Derek King threw for 40 yards against NC State. He did good against NC
And
State.
they were happy.
Man, come on, man.
That man garbage.
Says a guy with a quarterback.
That man
that
garbage
has
as
been
hell.
He's garbage. He can't throw the ball 20 yards accurate down the field.
Let me know what Emory Jones.
Bro,
is. What has Emory Jones
He
done?
gonna show you.
What has Emory Jones done?
Oh, well, he ain't got no tape. He gonna show you when the season starts.
He about to show you. He about to show you what's up. He about to show you what's
show
up.
you when the
He about to show
season
y'all what's
starts.
up.
But y'all is high and mighty right now. We gonna beat
No,
Georgia.
Derek King got 5. Hey, Derek
We gonna
King.
beat Georgia.
Derek King has 5 years of tape and still can't throw the ball accurate.
We gonna beat
Come
Georgia.
on, dog.
Kirby Smart gonna get in the way.
Quarterback. Y'all ain't see him do nothing yet, but y'all gonna beat Georgia. Y'all gonna beat
Yeah.
Missouri. Y'all gonna beat Alabama.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shit work.
And then y'all come on here and say I'm delusional. God damn. Oh,
No, we going. Hey, we matching your cap, dog. We gotta match your cap, bro. This Miami, this invincible
That's
team.
all y'all been doing.
Miami will be lucky. Hey, Nick Saban will be lucky to beat Manny Diaz.
You say damn Money McCloud, but Dan Mullen's still the best coach in the Florida.
I tell people
And
on this channel every single
and say
time.
easy, bro. Easy.
I'm gonna talk. If I'm wrong, come back and tell me.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, you heard old Shady? He talking about, oh, y'all won with a passion and a murderer. Y'all won with a passion and a murderer. We won. You
We
did?
won. Y'all
In
had
the early
murderers on y'all
2000s,
team.
they had dope dealers. Hey, they had
Exactly.
dealers and all that. I mean, when they was winning. Come on, man.
Y'all got personal.
Y'all got players full of Miami. From Miami, y'all think y'all ain't got nobody so dope?
What them people do off the field.
Hey, that's what Shady said, bro. Every team in
Listen, what Hernandez did, they ain't had nothing to do with Florida.
every team in the 90s had dope dealers on the Florida team. Florida State, Miami. Man, they had straight thugs in the 90s. You did? And he talking about goddamn taking the high road. He talking about taking the high road. Y'all better recruit some more thugs. You did? Y'all better recruit some more dope dealers. What you talking about?
Exactly.
Listen, whatever them
Ain't no listen. Y'all better recruit some more dope dealers instead of them squares y'all got on y'all team. Y'all got fake squares on y'all team.
In their personal time, I don't care.
Y'all head coach is square.
Whatever they do off the field, ain't got nothing to do with us.
Manny Diaz is an L7, bro. Talking about y'all gonna win 11 games. Manny Diaz, bro, come on, man.
Boy, y'all can't win no 11 games. Unless y'all go back to the
Hey,
Big
Manny,
East.
hey, look. Hey, man, yeah, they never won 11 games as an assistant. You did? How you gonna win 11 games as a head coach? That man clueless, bro. Man, y'all cap, bro.
Jerry ready to fire the man 2 years ago. Thought he gonna win 11 games.
You're gonna be better than Florida.
That's cap.
What position y'all better than us at?
T.Y. smoking crack. T.Y. you smoking crack or something, man?
The quarterback position.
No. He's smoking. He's smoking that Molly, dog. You smoking that Molly? You from South Florida? That's what they smoking.
You
Boy.
just asked me what position we better than y'all.
You smoking that Molly, my boy.
We better than y'all at receiver. We got a better O line. We got a better D line, better linebackers, better corners, and safety.
Who's y'all receivers and what have they done?
Copeland better than Henderson. That ain't close.
Hell yeah, way better. Way better. Ain't even close. Ain't even close.
He was our fourth option. He had 500 yards.
Play.
What have they done?
They had all.
What you mean? What he
played.
done?
Xavier Henderson.
What have they done? What's the
If the Henderson scored, Whitmore, bro, we're gonna be better. We better y'all at wide out. We better y'all line. We definitely better y'all defensive line. We better y'all linebacker. We better y'all at quarterback.
Christian Rambo.
Y'all might be better than that.
He got a sophomore. That's why he transferred.
He got no. Hey, he got beat up by freshmen.
What have y'all receivers done?
Exactly.
Receivers ain't proved nothing. Y'all receivers
ain't proved nothing.
Your best receivers
better than our receivers is better than Miami. Our receivers is better than Miami.
It's not even close.
It's not even close.
Are you gonna put some facts behind it? What's the stats?
That's facts. That's
I
facts.
just gave it to
Who
you.
y'all got? Who y'all got? Y'all got Harley. Y'all got Harley. Who else y'all got? And Rambo.
Harley.
Rambo ain't nothing.
That's it.
Rambo ain't nothing. He got ran off. That's it.
Rambo ain't played it down for them.
What have y'all receivers done on paper?
Restrepo trash.
Go look at Jacob Copeland. Go look.
What have y'all receivers
Go look
done on paper?
at Xavier Henderson. Go look at Xavier.
Go look it up.
Xavier Henderson and Whitmore. The white boy had more catches than Strapper.
And Justin Shorter.
Xavier Kidd. Look at Trippett. Look. No.
And Justin Shorter.
T2Y.
Who
Who?
supposedly
T2Y. No. We all forgot about Justin Shorter. Look, Phil. Out of all y'all newcomers, right?
We ain't got nobody.
Y'all newcomers. Hey, no, I gotta give it to them. Y'all newcomers, right? Y'all newcomers, wide receivers, right? Who did better than Justin Shorter, Xavier Henderson, and Whitmore? Y'all new receivers. Oh wait, nobody, bro. Nobody.
Where's the stats? Florida
Go
fans,
look them
y'all
up.
just
Look it
talking.
up.
If y'all ain't
Go look them up.
If y'all ain't
Look it up.
providing
You on
no
the computer.
I gotta provide. I just
Look
told
it
you.
up.
Our fourth
Look it
fourth
up.
option had 500 yards and 5 touchdowns. That coach.
So you got one wide receiver. You say got 500 yards.
We ain't say what we got one.
Look it up.
I just gave you our
Look
best.
it up. Look it up.
I just gave you our
Hey,
best.
Justin Shorter had
I'm
a
seeing a
few
lot of caps in the
touchdowns too.
chat.
Hey, Justin Shorter had a few touchdowns too.
Exactly.
Look
He
up
scored against Georgia.
our wide receivers, bro. Look it up. He ain't gonna look it up.
Man, y'all.
Listen,
Ain't nobody capping.
If y'all
Look
can't
it up.
no,
Look it up.
Y'all just talking.
How we talking?
No, you talking. You won't look it up. You won't look it up. You look up everything else.
Look it up.
He's scared to look it up, bro.
None of y'all receivers
Man.
don't have much
Look it up.
experience
Look it
out of
up.
Mike Harley or D. Wiggins.
I'ma tell you
They
this.
were the balls last season. Come on, man.
Man,
just
won't look
made
it up.
all SEC.
Hey, that man don't want to look it up, dog.
For the sake of
Look it up.
argument,
Third
you're
team all
telling me that
SEC.
y'all receivers are better than ours, but you can't provide no.
It's not
stuff behind
even
it.
close.
How can you look at it on the
No.
screen?
You won't look it up.
So what receiver is better
Look
than
it up.
Copeland on y'all team?
Look it up. Look it
I
up.
mean, I'm arguing with you guys for nothing.
Okay.
No, you won't look it up because you know we
But
right.
why you won't look it up though?
You won't look it up.
Right here in front of me.
Why the man won't look it up? Why you won't look it up, bro?
Right here in front of me, but y'all on here telling me all of this with no stats behind your team. You just arguing with
But
me.
we're telling you to look it up also.
So I gotta tell you every
look it up,
receiver stat. I gotta tell you every receiver stat.
You got to tell me every receiver stats. You got to tell me the ones that are basically coming.
That's what we just did.
You said you got better receivers than we do. What have they done?
We just gave you 4.
What have
We just
they
gave
done?
you 4.
We just gave this man 4. What has Miami receivers did outside of Harley? Answer that.
He can't.
And Harley ain't crank up. Hey, Harley ain't crank up to the last of the season. Look it up, bro. You talking you want to look it up.
I could sit here and look at stats all day, but y'all didn't look at none of them stats before y'all started naming.
It doesn't matter about the stats.
For the sake of
we don't see them.
When I ask you what have they done, you can't tell me nothing because you don't know what they done.
What you mean what they have done?
No.
You said
look.
that you got better receivers
you
than
can't.
we do. And I asked you what have they done, and you couldn't tell me.
We
nothing.
do.
Who's coming back?
We just told you. Jacob got 3 touchdowns.
These are the only
Justin Shorter, 3 touchdowns. Right? I'm looking at your screen.
So
Justin Shorter, 3 touchdowns.
Hold on. Justin Shorter.
Jacob Copeland, 3 touchdowns. Keymore Gamble, 3 touchdowns.
25, 268.
Trent Whittemore, a touchdown. Keon Zipper, 2. And Xavier Henderson, 1. Hey, go to Miami. Go to Miami, bro.
Exactly. That's what I'm going to show you. Because I'm like, who's your starters? What have they done? And I'm going to show you what Miami's done. But y'all ain't bring me no stats. Y'all just talking. And these ain't nothing to be bragging about. Them numbers ain't nothing for y'all receivers to be saying they better than ours.
They are better.
And we lost what? We lost our top 3 wide outs. We lost our top 3 wide outs.
I feel like talking to y'all.
I told you early in the stream. Bro, I told you early in the stream we got young receivers that's all right, and they play some, and they can prove it. Did I say that?
Man, I feel like talking to y'all like Skip and Shannon. Stop it, Skip.
Unlike y'all, we rotate our receivers. How y'all want to poke and Wiggins out the game? Y'all don't rotate our receivers. We rotate our receivers.
Okay, so like I said, y'all said
go to Miami, bro.
Copeland had 23 catches for 435.
Yeah.
For what? 3 touchdowns, right?
Yeah.
Then you said Justin Shorter.
I might look up Miami.
Yeah.
25, 268.
I'm
You gotta kill the music, bro.
We got the music on.
Who got the music on?
That's the Florida State.
Ain't me.
All right, so we got Copeland, we got Shorter, and who's the next one? Who's gonna be the next one?
Xavier Henderson.
Okay, Xavier Henderson, 9 catches, 148.
Yeah, he was a true freshman.
Okay. Now I'm gonna bring Miami's over.
Just how y'all hire on Keyshawn Smith, we hire on Xavier Henderson.
Since y'all talking about all
hey, I'm already I'm looking at Miami's, bro. I'm looking at Miami's right now, bro.
I'm looking at So we got Mike.
Oh man, y'all look bad.
Almost 100 yards, 7 touchdowns. None of your receivers on your roster got that right now.
You right.
But Mike Harley is not better than Jacob Copeland.
Bro,
but he ain't better.
Harley ain't better than Copeland.
Harley was a second.
Come on, bro.
One Harley was
Harley's not better than
Copeland was a 4.
None of y'all receivers ain't better than ours, bro. Stop the cap, bro.
Man, you tripping. So one Harley y'all second best receiver. He got more targets than anybody, right? Copeland was just a 4th person on our team. All the receivers we naming right now, they were 4th, 5th, 6th options. What y'all 4th, 5th options? What they did?
Keyshawn Smith.
Now look at y'all
what they did?
Hey, Keyshawn Smith.
do?
Keyshawn Smith, donut. Jeremiah Payton, donut. Michael Redding, 1.
Exactly.
Xavier Strepo, 1 catch, 12 yards. But y'all high on him. Man, y'all smoking Molly, dog. Y'all smoking Molly, bro.
We got more experience at receiver.
Man, you smoking Molly, bro.
How y'all got more experience and y'all didn't put them people in? Y'all
and them boys sorry. And them boys sorry, bro.
I'm talking about the starters.
Them boys sorry. Y'all wanted Pope and Wiggins out of there.
Harley's better than every receiver on your team.
Our receivers, go look at Shorter. Shorter scored against Georgia.
All don't care who he scored against. We still got a better receiving core.
How
than
y'all
do.
got better receivers and y'all ain't got no production outside of Harley?
Look, bro. Harley is right there. Mark Pope is right there.
Rambo ain't played for y'all. So you can't count his Oklahoma
Rambo ain't
numbers.
play for y'all, dog.
If you want to bring Rambo in with the
What
stats
Pope
from
and Wiggins
Oklahoma,
did?
with the stats from Oklahoma, because that's the only stats.
Nothing. Drop passes all day.
Drop passes.
They drop passes all day.
We know what they did.
And look, hey, Miami so sorry. Hey, look, Miami wide receiver depth so garbage. Miami, Miami wide receiver room so trash. They couldn't even replace D Wicks and Pope. Y'all trash as hell, bro. Stop that shit. Stop
And they
that
cried
shit,
about that
man.
all last year.
They couldn't replace him.
Now they got receivers.
They couldn't replace him. Manny was playing favoritism.
Man, y'all talking about
We don't do that. We rotate our receivers. We rotate our receivers.
It don't matter how much y'all rotate them. Our receivers got better production than y'all.
Who?
We just looked at it. It's right there.
Who? Harley,
Mark Cole.
As a second option. As the second option.
Those are second options.
Them boys drop. They got drops on them. They got drops on the stat sheet. I wish they showed the
Those
drop.
was y'all main options. Those are y'all main options. And
Y'all
they
receivers
suck.
is not better than us, bro.
Nobody believes that.
And they suck, bro.
Nobody outside of Miami believe that.
Nobody outside of Florida believes any of these
Nah,
guys.
yeah, they do.
Yeah,
they do. Copeland was a full option. He projected to be a second round.
I see why y'all don't want to play us every year. I see.
Oh, we don't want to play y'all. What does it benefit us to play y'all? What's the benefit of playing y'all?
These are the conversations that y'all want to run away from.
What is the benefit of playing
Even
y'all?
with the numbers in front of you. Even with the numbers in front
What's
of
the
you.
benefit of playing y'all?
Hey, let
Y'all
me
was
Even with the numbers in front of you.
Y'all was down in the 90s after y'all won it in 93, so y'all was down. So what was the benefit of playing y'all?
Hold on, let him talk.
Hey, let me squash it as a Miami fan. I ain't gonna cap, bro. All right, both of these teams bringing in highly recruited wide receivers, right?
Oh, we do. We do.
Florida has more proven players. I can say that. Miami has not. As a Miami fan, we haven't been able to, get our younger guys in and produce those, yardage and stats the way we're supposed to. So I gotta say that Florida is up, in the receiver core, but we still got highly, talented players just like Florida. So I mean,
No, we're not gonna say y'all don't.
Our receiving
Y'all
room
do.
is better than theirs right now.
It's not T2. I'm
No, it's
trying
not.
to tell you. I'm not just saying it is because I'm a Florida fan. I'm not just saying
when
that.
I'm looking at numbers and I'm hearing you talking, it ain't making no sense to me.
But T2, only person y'all got is Harley though.
Who on y'all team that y'all got though? I can say we got.
That named you 4 people.
So who can y'all say? When I'm looking at their numbers, it ain't no
But
better.
T2, those was 4, 5, 6, 7 options at receiver.
Those are sports
Those were
options.
4, 5, and 6 options at receiver.
7, 8.
Y'all options at receivers ain't better than the options that we got.
Okay.
Where the proof is in the
pudding. Hey.
Harley's our best.
Okay.
Who's your best option?
The proof is
Hey, this how we. Hey, this how. Hey, this how we settle that. Hey, you wanna settle this? Who on Miami will start at Florida?
Nobody. Besides baby Keyshawn Smith.
Yeah, you quiet.
No, not Keyshawn Smith. Good.
Keyshawn Smith is not better than no
He
damn.
wouldn't start, but I'm gonna give him his due. He's good.
What? Keyshawn Smith. No. Keyshawn Smith.
Cut your own nuts off to have a Mike Harley on y'all.
Mike Harley is a good player. Don't get me wrong.
Not better than Henderson or Whitmore.
They just not catching.
He not.
But he ain't
but
starting.
They
He ain't starting.
He ain't starting though. But he's a good player. I give you Keyshawn. Keyshawn, y'all best receiver to me.
Bro, Keyshawn Wiggins.
Keyshawn Smith ain't better than Henderson or Whitmore. He ain't better than Whitmore.
No,
or
he
Henderson.
ain't better than Henderson. He ain't better than Henderson.
He ain't better than Whitmore.
Harley would start.
No, Whitmore just gonna push
Harley
everything.
would start Mike Harley, Keyshawn, and Charleston Rambo.
But see, Charleston, I wouldn't even start no Charleston.
Which y'all started what? Copeland, Florida, and Henderson. Man, y'all are easy.
I'll take those 3. Hey, I'll take those 3 over Miami 3 all day. Coach Wood.
I take
Any
Copeland
Coach
shorter
Wood.
than Henderson any day.
The only person on y'all team that I would take is Copeland. The other receivers, y'all could just push them to the side, man.
All right, you gonna
Push them to the side. But all them
Hey,
is high
y'all gonna
4
see
rated and 5-star receivers that we named.
All the receivers you talking
All
about.
of them. Shorter was a 5-star.
and they played.
What do they do?
Shorter was a 5-star.
And they played and performed.
Copeland was ranked higher than Pope.
Listen, bro.
Henderson was rated higher than Keyshawn.
The only reason I say Florida
Only
got
one on
that
y'all
is
team I would take is Copeland.
Hey,
Exactly.
hey, Whitmore. Hey, Whitmore got more catches than any wide receiver that was a freshman on Miami, bro. Facts.
And he was hurt.
Whitmore, he was hurt.
And he was hurt.
He was hurt, bro. Come on, man, stop it. That white boy made plays, boy. That white boy nice.
10 catches?
He's better than Keyshawn Smith. He's better than Streppo. I'll take him over D. Wiggins and Pope.
I want y'all to look at the difference.
He catches everything.
Look at the difference.
He doesn't drop nothing. He ain't drop nothing.
You looking at the numbers, but look.
Y'all caught 70 of y'all passes. You got Kyle Pitts that cost 43, bro.
Exactly. That's you making our point. You making the point.
It's gone. They gone.
You making the point.
Y'all don't know.
You making our point.
You making our point.
Anything close to that production this
I
year.
told you those were 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th options.
Look, no, just give them all. Our top three wide receivers, including Kyle Pitts, the tight end, had more catches and more touchdowns than wide receivers.
Well, we know that.
Man, somebody snapped. Somebody just sent me a text message.
No, I'm educated.
Somebody just sent me a text message and said, you got some fire-ass internet. You've been on this bitch for so long.
You have been all long ass time, man.
Yeah, you've been on for a while, dog.
That shit is
I need
7
that.
T2I. Our receiver coach just developed receivers. Y'all just don't understand.
Bro, ain't no argument.
They don't understand.
I ain't saying y'all don't develop receivers. I ain't saying y'all don't develop players. I'm just saying the receiving production that we got right now is better than y'all.
It's not.
What y'all
You
got?
got one player's stats is better. One player.
Malik. One play, and that's it.
Players that starting with us.
But then look again, T2Y. How many targets did they have? Those was y'all starters you naming. The people we naming were not starters.
Then how can you say they better
We had
than us?
321 catches.
Because look what they did with limited production. Look at the limited play they had and look what they put up.
Them numbers that they put up didn't prove
That's
nothing.
why.
Them numbers didn't prove nothing.
That's why, dog.
Now ask yourself
They
this. Look at Florida
They
schedule.
said, okay, listen,
Look at Florida
T2Y. They
schedule,
said,
and look how many times those guys came in because y'all was beating teams badly.
no, that's what you got wrong. We rotate our people regardless. It don't matter. It don't matter. We up by 1 or 2. Those receivers still come in the
How
game.
many of them garbage time yards?
Miami can't rotate. They don't have the depth.
We rotate
Miami
our
can't
receivers.
rotate. Miami
We
can't
rotate.
rotate. They don't have the depth. Florida has the depth.
You telling me
Florida has depth to rotate.
all 12 of our receivers, we can't rotate.
I ain't saying y'all
Y'all can't
rotate.
rotate y'all wide
Y'all
receivers.
don't. Y'all don't.
I'm saying that. No, they
I ain't
can't
saying
rotate.
that. I ain't gonna say you can't rotate because anybody can rotate, but are you?
I'm saying it.
Bro,
No,
there
they
ain't no
can't.
Y'all did do it.
They had
So
to keep-
TTY, if y'all
Bro,
were
they had to-
rotating receivers,
they had-
why was y'all crying about Wiggins and Pope?
Numbers don't lie.
It ain't no argument, bro.
Okay.
Nah, let's
Well, you, watch how the numbers ain't gonna lie this year.
Bro, it ain't no
I bet Copeland had the best receiving yards out of anybody in Florida. I bet you that.
Who's y'all running back this year?
Fact.
Oh, it don't matter.
Fact.
We go
Who's
Pierce.
y'all running back? Who's y'all running
Pierce
back?
gonna
It don't
start,
matter.
but I don't think he gonna get the boatload
Hey,
of the
and
carry. Pierce gonna start. It all depends on Bowman and
Four deep on
Lingard.
our running backs. We 4 deep.
Bowman and Lingard.
We 4 deep.
Lingard last year was what?
5 deep.
Hey, Malik,
Okay,
hey, Malik
yeah,
Davis.
he didn't know the playbook.
Malik Davis almost had more catches than Pope and Wiggins. He had 31. He a running back.
Exactly. But Malik Davis out running back.
Come on, bro.
Catches than them.
Come on, man. Come on,
We got
man.
a better
How
O
about
line.
people in this?
Our O
Trash,
line is
bro.
better.
And we ain't gonna go to the defense. And we ain't gonna go to the defense.
We not.
We ain't gonna move
'Cause
over
our-
to the defense.
Our D line is
Nah, we
our
ain't
D
gonna do
line way better. It ain't even linebacker. We don't want to talk about that either.
Linebackers
Y'all ain't
too.
got no linebackers. Cornerbacks don't compare either.
Cornerbacks.
That don't compare. We got Kyrie Elam. That's enough said.
Right now, y'all just talking. We better than y'all.
Y'all good at safety.
Y'all just talking. We look at numbers.
I don't look at just numbers. I look at how they play. Forget a number.
We look at
Forget them numbers. We talking about what's on the
numbers.
field.
I look at how they play. Numbers could be deceiving.
If you
Damn right.
if you tell me
I don't care about them numbers. I want to see what you can do.
No numbers. What is he doing there?
Huh?
You know that's how they get paid, right?
Yeah, numbers matter. I ain't saying they don't matter. But that's not the number one thing.
But why Miami ain't rotate their wide receivers, bro? Y'all wide receivers so deep.
How do you get drafted as a wide receiver?
Huh?
Why do you get drafted as a wide receiver?
Oh yeah. Go look at our 4 receivers that got drafted. They didn't all have great numbers. Freddie Swain, Tyree Cleveland didn't have great numbers. They still got drafted though.
Factors though, right?
Because you can see, but it's also how they play. You can see the potential in a person.
Hey, we've been rotating the last 2 years.
Is it why you think we get so many receivers drafted?
Listen, y'all ain't finna win this argument, and I ain't finna win this argument with y'all, so we just gonna move on.
We ain't gonna say we're gonna win it. We just letting you know.
One thing though, we don't have to put up Florida State numbers because we all already know both teams are better than them.
There you go with that Florida State shit. Come on, man. Y'all ain't got no jet to rotate them wide receivers. Y'all trash, bro. We talking about Miami trash ass.
Oh man,
You did?
Part of this conversation.
I'm gonna just say, it ain't that the talent ain't the problem in Florida. It's always the coach, whoever the coach is.
Hey, Siri.
That ain't never gonna be the problem.
Nah, our defense last year was a problem.
Our defense let us
That's
down.
usually ain't our problem.
Nobody thought our defense would play like they played last year.
Hey Siri.
We ain't see that.
Texas A&M, Marco Wilson. Oh my gosh, he got burnt like 2-3 times.
Him and Steiner killed us last year. Him and Steiner. Every time you look, when we gave up a big play, 13-3 was around the ball.
Around the ball every time.
I'm glad we got Jason Marshall.
Oh yeah. Hey, number 3, drill 5. Boy, Henderson and Marshall.
Yeah, he'll make number 3 look good again in Florida. Cause I don't know what Marco did.
Hey, we appreciate that. Hey, we appreciate that T2Y. You know what I'm saying? We show y'all how to recruit top talent in Miami, right? We're gonna show you how to recruit top talent and develop it. You know what I'm saying? CJ Henderson went first round. Hey, we appreciate we appreciate that look. We appreciate that look. Hey, we appreciate that look. Chauncey Gardner Johnson. We appreciate that look.
Y'all worse than
we got another cornerback going in the first round.
We don't need no history.
Thank you, Miami.
We don't need no teaching, no lessons at all.
Thank you, Miami.
Because all
we flip it. Hey,
but y'all good with T-Rod. I give y'all that.
When we flip a Miami,
that was the best hire y'all ever made.
Good.
Y'all got T-Rod. That's gonna help y'all with cornerbacks. It's already helping y'all.
That's gonna help
y'all even even got these cornerbacks y'all got now. If it weren't for T-Rod.
So what? I'm gonna stamp T-Rod.
That was a good hire for y'all, boy.
That's a good hire for y'all, dog.
That was a good hire.
And y'all have kept that linebacker coach. Y'all have been straight.
Y'all
could have kept
definitely been straight.
Y'all been good. My whole thing is, I don't even hate Miami. It's just how y'all talk sometimes. Y'all just talk crazy.
I hate Florida. I just hate that Florida run for Miami.
It's not us. It's not the players in the minister. It's not the players in the coaches. It's our punk ass administration. We ain't got nothing to do with that. We can't control that.
If y'all wanted it to happen as a fan base, y'all would demand.
So what? That's why why you think damn mother don't scare the team?
How we gonna make administration do something?
Easy.
They fault.
Fan base. Y'all the one that put people in. Y'all the one that fill up them stands. Y'all the one that put money in their pocket.
But see, our fan base don't do all what y'all do, man. We don't do what Miami do. We don't be all on social media doing all that. We don't do that.
We don't do that, dog.
If y'all
we talk on field results. We don't get every offseason we gonna win.
We don't do that.
Y'all get
we can do go out there and line up who they got in front of us.
As a fan base and ask for it, they'll do it.
I don't think so. Because
how you know that? How you know that, dog?
T2Y. This is the biggest problem that we playing. The reason why they ain't gonna do it because we playing the SEC.
Your whole fan base start saying fire Mullen. What you think?
See, the thing about only reason people want to fire Mullen because the stuff he say. It's not that he can't
The whole
coach.
fan
It
base
ain't about his
band
coaching.
together and say we want Mullen gone.
Hey, I ain't
What
never
you think
said that.
Florida is gonna do?
I never
I ain't
said
never
that.
said that.
You look at the swamp.
Me either.
You look at the
I never
swamp
said that.
and you see them seats is empty. What you think they gonna do?
But our seats don't never be empty. We always
No,
sell
no,
out. I
no,
don't
no.
care who
Hey,
we play.
Fan base,
Hey,
if
Pete
y'all
Gang.
come together
Hey,
and say
we
want
always
Mullen
sell out.
Pete Gang.
are we not gonna be in them stands? They gonna fire Mullen.
Hey,
But that's not gonna happen though.
Get to y'all
Hey,
fans.
Pete
If they
Gang.
were packing the swamp with Will Muck and Jim McElwain, you think they gonna come now?
Let that administration
Pete
know
Gang.
y'all want to play Miami every year, and until
Man,
then,
you
we
capping, dog.
ain't gonna stop saying
You
y'all
capping,
ready
dog.
for months to see y'all do that.
But teach you
Man, you
why.
capping.
I'm
You
telling you
had
reason why
Miami
we
some of
why
our
we
Messi
don't
ass
play
last
y'all.
year.
Y'all want
I'm
me to
trying to
start
tell you the reason why we don't play y'all. Cause we in the SEC.
That's an excuse.
It was cause look how the teams we scheduled non-conference. They always be cupcakes.
Y'all schedule non-conference game in the state of Florida, or y'all don't. Leave
We know
the state of
that
Florida.
more than like 40, 30
Go
years.
ahead,
I
go
know
ahead
that.
and put Miami on there every season. Stop making them no excuses. We don't want to hear no excuses.
Well, there ain't no excuse. It's just the
Listen,
truth.
bro, they so worried about our
They
schedule.
not gonna do it.
They so worried. Hey, they so worried about our schedule. They so worried about our schedule. We playing SEC. But we play Florida State at the end of the year. We got an SEC schedule. That's all. Hey, that's
why.
Hey, they ain't no
That's
cupcake.
what I bet you if
Y'all need to schedule. They need to schedule
Listen,
tougher games.
if Georgia
Miami
if Georgia Tech was good, I bet you they won't schedule Georgia and Georgia Tech area. I bet you that wouldn't happen. Cause that's how SEC teams do. They're not gonna do that.
Man, you just
Not gonna do it.
Florida is an SEC team.
Hey, you can't.
That's why they don't schedule the best team.
I'm
That's
trying
why
to
they
tell
run
you
away.
that. Why?
That's why they run away from Miami. We got it. We got
But
it.
what was the game? When y'all
got
were down, what was the game to playing y'all? What was we gonna get out of
y'all
playing
didn't
y'all?
stop playing us when we was down. Y'all stopped playing us when we was up.
Yeah, cause we was on
Y'all
probation.
really-
Yeah,
so
people
y'all
act like we wasn't
Man,
on
you
probation in the
So
80s.
y'all finally
We was on probation in the 80s.
Hell yeah, we was.
That's why we
was
stopped
on
playing
probation.
y'all.
We was locked up.
I don't want to hear all that.
So
Y'all
why we
finally
gonna put
in the
realized-
80s, dog?
y'all
We not
finally
getting no
realized
scholarship
Florida
players
was
like
them.
that. So why we gonna play y'all? And y'all getting all these great players.
Y'all finally realized if we stop playing
There wasn't no finally realize.
we'll finally have a chance.
After 85 when we beat
There
y'all, we
wasn't no
went on
finally realized.
probation.
I finally realized.
Y'all finally realized if you get Miami off the schedule, y'all have a chance at the championship. Gotcha.
Hey, I finally realized Miami ain't did nothing. I finally realized Miami ain't did nothing since y'all left the Big East. That's what I finally realized. Speak on that, my boy.
Gators ran away
We
from
can do
Miami.
this all day, bro.
They wanna talk
Bro,
about
we
the
can do
Big
this all
East.
day, bro.
They would have ran away from Miami.
So
but they
we
wanna
played
talk
y'all in
about the Big East.
2008. What happened? We played y'all in 2008.
I want to play us every
Smack
5
them.
seasons.
Smack them and
But
won.
we
Hey,
played
smack them and
y'all.
won a championship.
And we still won a
Smack them and
championship,
won a
right?
championship.
And that's the problem with y'all. Y'all want to go to the years where y'all won. Y'all want to talk about 2019.
Nah, I don't do that.
You want to talk about
You
the
brought
year
up
before.
You want to go to 01. You want to go to 01.
You said we didn't win that championship
You want to go
because we
to
didn't
01
play
when y'all
y'all.
won last time y'all won a championship.
That's what you
Go back to
said.
the bowl game where we beat the brakes off y'all ass.
Yeah, y'all won. As a Florida fan, I
Yeah, you gonna talk about
said
that
we were
old
gonna
shit.
lose.
You talking
As
about
a
old
Florida
shit.
fan, I knew we was gonna lose.
Man, talking about old shit.
Y'all didn't even belong in the same stadium with us.
Man, talking about old shit, dog.
Y'all don't
ain't
got
getting
no
nothing since I
stadium.
joined the ACC.
Y'all don't have a stadium.
Run away from us every year, but every time. Oh, the Big East this. and the
Hey, they
Big East
can't.
that.
Hey, they don't even sell out Dolphin Stadium, bro. Stop that, bro.
Y'all don't even have a stadium. So
Big
how
East
are we
this
gonna
and
play in the
Big
same
East
stadium?
that. Y'all running away from us every year. Okay.
Yo, boy,
Y'all don't sell out.
We play LSU. We rather play LSU every year than play y'all.
We'll bring y'all ass down to Miami and get
We
whooped
rather
in the
play
NFL.
LSU every year than
Bring
play
your
y'all.
bring your ass down to Miami and get whooped in the NFL.
We gonna come down there to 2025. We'll be down there.
But you know it could.
Then when we win, what y'all gonna say then?
What happened again? Y'all ran.
What gonna happen then? When we beat y'all 2 years in a row, what y'all gonna say then?
Y'all
We
ain't beat us
ran.
no two. And you know what's funny? You know what's funny? 24 and
Man, we
25.
ran.
If you
Oh,
happen-
we know.
If you
We
happen
know.
to beat Miami, the only thing you could do is possibly tie the damn series.
So what?
And if we win both of them,
We don't
games,
even
we
care about
might
that.
fight
Y'all
over.
care
old
about that.
shit.
We don't even care about that. Y'all
We don't
care about
none of that
Oh,
shit.
y'all-
Y'all care about
oh,
that
y'all-
whole
We
shit.
don't even care
talking
about that.
All of y'all
We talking
don't
about the
care
present.
about it either. I mean, we ran.
We talking about the present,
We
dog.
ran.
We ain't talking about the past, my boy. We ain't talking about the past, my boy.
That's then.
With Miami and Florida is
That's
only the
then,
past.
bro.
Y'all ran.
That's then, bro. That's then. Last time y'all won the championship, everybody
It's only
else
the
won once
past.
since then.
It ain't like Florida State where we could talk about.
Yeah,
this
and
every
you a
season.
fan. And you a fan. And you a
we-
fan, bro.
If y'all was like Florida
Just like
State,
us.
we could talk about this every season. But unlike Florida State, y'all ran.
We don't worry about. We got all time record in Florida State.
We're
We ain't
not
worry
in the
about
same
that.
conference, you
Can you
nut.
say
We
that?
don't care.
But can you say that about
Y'all in the
Miami?
same conference. Y'all gotta play.
Y'all ran.
Y'all in the same
We ran.
conference.
So that make y'all feel
Talking
good
about
that
y'all
we
ran.
ran.
We ran. That's the only thing you can say.
Y'all
I
happy?
mean,
Yeah,
Okay, we ran.
Yeah, they do. They
We
had
ran. Now, what else?
We ran. All right. Next topic. Next
We
topic.
ran.
Put it like this.
Next topic.
We've been running for 30 years. We've been
Let's
running,
stop,
hauling ass.
As soon as the school bell rang at 3
ran.
o'clock, y'all ran.
We
Y'all
gone. We gone. Yeah. When the bullet come out, we gone.
We
Y'all
ran.
ran.
We ran.
We ran.
We ran.
Exactly.
We ran. Next topic.
Now what?
At least y'all
Now what
admitted
else?
for the first time.
Now what
Oh,
else?
I admit. Oh, hey, it is what it is.
This is the first time I
Now,
ever
and now what
heard
else? What else you got for us?
This is the first time
What
I
else
heard
you got
Florida
for us?
State admit that they ran.
Nah.
Hey.
I ain't admit nothing. You say we ran, bro. This
said
channel is your
so.
world,
We
dog.
ran.
It's your channel, your world, bro.
What you
It's
said?
your
BB?
channel, your world. We ran.
We ran.
Now, what did
Now
you
what?
say that again? Since he's not talking this time.
We ran. We hauled ass.
Exactly.
Took off. Out of there.
And that make you feel good, T2.
Now what? Now what does that supposed to prove?
You're damn right. It makes me feel good.
It don't mean nothing.
This man's stupid, man.
I'm
That
telling
man
you,
silly.
BB, on
T2Y.
that game after we play Florida State and this guy give me all that money, make sure you in the chat, man. I'm gonna make sure your cash app get blessed.
No.
T2Y. Georgia would have ran in them 90s.
September 4th.
Georgia would have ran 90s if they could have.
No. Listen, me and your bets, as soon as they happen, they pay.
Oh, what's punishing Georgia? What's punishing Georgia? What's ran up scone them boys?
Georgia
You
would have
making
ran a
them
long
boys
time ago if they could have. But they want to talk now. After they don't got Kirby. Now they want to talk. But we can't hear from them for thousands of years.
Georgia, because last time Miami played Georgia was 1966. So I ain't got no problem with Georgia. They fan base talk too much, but
I know, like ART.
Just like Miami.
You saying all that
Just like
bullshit,
Miami.
But that's
you gotta
20 years
they always been
40
like
years
that. Miami got room to do that.
That's what make college football what it is.
But Miami does that. Miami been talking shit, win, lose, or draw. They gonna talk shit regardless. I can live with that.
Exactly.
But them Georgia people,
Yeah, I can live with that.
Georgia.
That's part of you being from Florida. You gonna talk shit regardless.
Man, don't
That's
even
just how we is.
Damn right.
1980 boys.
Damn right.
But Georgia, I don't like them business. They want to talk now. After they got Kirby Smart,
They
now
wanna
they
talk
gonna do.
now.
But you ain't
That's
got
it. It
you
took
got
them what?
Kirby, but you ain't got nothing to show for it. Where you ring at?
Man,
And look how they proved.
I remember that one night they was arguing with me, and I was like, "So y'all biggest accomplishment is coming second in the
Exactly, and they were happy with it. I remember
they were
that.
happy with that. And
Damn right.
And then it was like we finished with 10 wins every season. What Miami done? I'm like, bruh, y'all would trade in every single 10-win season and go 3 and something just for one championship.
They will. Well, no, they
Yes,
won't.
sir, they sold one championship.
T2Y, I told you a long time ago
Bro,
they
yes,
national
sir,
championship beating us. That's their national championship beating
Hey, yes,
us.
sir, they sold. Exactly.
That's their
Yes, sir, they
national
sold.
championship.
He said that's so they.
I'm told you. Long as they can say they beat us,
Yes, sir, they
they
sold,
happy.
sir.
Oh, we came second to Bama. That's accomplishment.
I promise
Y'all
you, man,
crazy.
them boys would make Chess Hall president just to get a national championship.
And they so hyped up on JT Daniels. Watch what happened. Slim was telling the truth. He gonna get killed. He just a statue.
Man, JT Daniels.
Bro, he gonna get killed, dog. That man
He
gonna
gonna get
get
killed. He can't
Clemson
move.
gonna send the house at
You
that
gotta
man.
be able to move some. He ain't paying money.
Bro,
So you gotta move.
Hey, they almost Hey, they almost broke Justin Fields. They almost broke Justin Fields off. What you think they gonna do to JT Daniels?
Now give me
Exactly.
1 second. Give me a second. I'll be back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You ran your best quarterback you ever had. You ran him off. Because Jake Fromm can turn around and hand the ball off to a running back. Anybody can do that.
Man, them boys said they sold for a championship. Man. Straight up. Sacrifice family members for a championship. Yeah, they will.
Happy with an SEC championship becoming second to Bama. That's what they happy about. We sweep behind Bama.
Hey, you got people that's Jordan fans that's living right now. They ain't never seen the championship. If they're around my age, they ain't never seen it. They ain't never seen it, bro. Bro, it's going down, bro.
Exactly.
I cannot wait for the season.
They do that now.
Hey, you ain't gonna see. Hey, we ain't gonna see no Miami Youth
I can't wait.
at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock.
You know what get me with Georgia fans? When they say, oh, y'all Miami, y'all been irrelevant for 20 years, y'all ain't done nothing. Motherfucker, y'all ain't win a championship in 40. That's double the time that we've been down.
Exactly.
That's double, yeah.
But
man.
they so caught up in the last 4 years, they don't see nothing else.
I agree with that.
They so caught up in the. You gotta understand, they ain't never won. So
I'll be like this. Here's another one. They say Miami's been in the ACC for the past 15 years and ain't win nothing. How many SEC championships in the last 15 years Georgia's won? One. You won one.
And they only been in 2 of them.
Bruh.
Yeah.
I can't make this shit up.
They just
they've been in like 3 or 4. They only been like 3 or 4. They only won 1. They won that one against LSU. And that was it, right?
Yeah, you're right now.
That shit crazy.
But it's still crazy.
They lost to LSU. They lost to LSU. Burrow beat them up.
Now let me ask y'all this. Back to what this whole live was supposed to be before it turned into almost 8 hours. Oklahoma and Texas. That's gonna be final. They coming in regardless. Whether it's next year or the 2025.
No, 2025. 2025.
They might buy that out. I don't think they're gonna last that.
I think they're gonna buy it out too.
They're gonna buy it out
because it's already a lot of animosity already. Oklahoma State is already talking trash.
Oh yeah.
They're already talking trash right now about Texas and Oklahoma.
I heard Arkansas and A&M don't want them.
So at the end of the day,
Arkansas and A&M gonna block.
Yeah, I heard they don't want Oklahoma and Texas. But that old Southwest Conference back in the day.
They need 11 votes to get in.
Yeah, at the end of the day, they're gonna get in.
So
they're gonna get in though.
They're gonna get in.
And they're not gonna stop them.
Who's gonna block them? Who's gonna block them other than them 2 teams you just named? Vanderbilt?
Vandy don't care. They just as long as they still in there getting some money, they don't care.
Nah, you know Vandy represent baseball, and you know they are the basketball from time to time. You know
That's what I was telling people earlier. Like just because you see teams in the bottom of the football, that don't mean that they ain't on top in other sports.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Because I mean, look at Duke. Duke is terrible as a football team, but they the best basketball team we got.
They're just like Kentucky.
Exactly. Yeah, Kentucky would be a great pickup for the Big Ten.
Kentucky be all right in football. They better than what people be thinking.
So at the end, and I'm gonna ask both of y'all Florida fans. Like I said, let's just say they come on in 2020 after this season over, 2022 they start because it's gonna blow up. Where did that put you guys, Georgia, Alabama, and all those teams? Because if you rank it right now, they'll probably say Alabama's the best team in the ACC. Followed by Georgia, followed by you guys, followed by LSU. Well, actually, followed by Texas A&M, then LSU.
A&M. Yeah.
Where do they go from there?
I think we'll be
because if you ask me,
I think we'll be 5. I put Oklahoma ahead of us right now.
if Oklahoma was in there right now, they'll be right behind Alabama. Possibly Georgia will probably be.
You can't say that. You can't say that.
Yeah.
You can't say that. You can't say that. I'm gonna tell you why you can't say it. Because Rattler be gone, bro. Who the quarterback out there?
Oh, man, but they recruit
No
quarterbacks
one
like it
knows.
ain't nothing. But they got number one quarterback from
That's
last
what I'm
year,
just saying,
Taylor
though.
Williams.
But yeah, but Spencer Rattler.
I get what you're
Kansas
saying.
State.
I get what you're saying, but that's just like
And
saying that
Texas is a
they can't
non-factor.
recruit or
And
something.
Texas
That's
is a
like,
non-factor, though. Yeah, but Texas is a
yeah, I see. I would
non-factor.
put Texas down. Texas down. So I wouldn't think they'd be. They'd be like number 9 or 10.
Who you putting ahead of Texas?
I'm gonna put them in the middle of the pack.
Because I think Texas
Yeah.
Ahead of Texas.
the team.
Alabama, Texas A&M, Florida, Georgia, LSU. That's 5. We're gonna put Oklahoma, I guess, at 6.
You put
With
Oklahoma.
Lane Kiffin, you could put
You got
Ole
like-
Miss. You put Ole Miss there as long as they keep Lane Kiffin.
Ole Miss good too. Yeah, Ole Miss good now. People be sleeping on them.
That's what I'm saying. Lane Kiffin, Ole Miss.
If they get good defensively, they do.
I ain't gonna sleep on them.
Yeah, they gonna score
Yeah,
points.
they
It's just
they always
defense
gonna
with
be some
them.
offensive
If they can
players.
get right on defense, that'd be good.
So that lead them with the 7, 8 spot. That put them about the 7, 8 spot.
What about Auburn?
Yeah, you can put Auburn in both. Yeah, they got Bo Nix problem. Bo Nix ain't all that. But damn,
I
he
feel
did
you.
beat Bama, though.
That's the whole problem with Auburn.
Beat
Bo Nix,
Bama.
like you said, they got
Yeah.
Bo Nix problem.
But he
All right, so
beat Bama. He beat
that's
Bama.
the SEC right now as a whole. So to throw Texas in there, you could say Texas is better than Vanderbilt off rip. You could possibly say maybe a little bit
Tennessee,
above Ole Miss. Definitely above Tennessee and South Carolina and Missouri, Mississippi State, Kansas, Kentucky, Arkansas,
Yeah.
and probably somewhere maybe.
So they're gonna
even
be
with
middle of the pack.
Yeah. I mean, with Steve
They're gonna be middle of
Sarkisian, they gonna be good in a couple years with him.
as it is right now.
Yeah,
But right now, I feel you.
without Texas and Oklahoma, right now it's Alabama, Georgia, Florida, or Texas A&M for that third spot. LSU, and the rest of it don't even matter.
Nah, it really don't.
No, I ain't gonna sleep on Auburn. Cause Auburn they got Bo Nix.
I
problem.
went.
They got,
That's
they
what
got,
I'm
they got
saying.
running back.
You're right. You're right. Tank Bisbee. You're right.
Yeah,
I wouldn't sleep on Auburn, but it's just Bo Nix.
So when I know Oklahoma,
But that coach can coach though.
If Oklahoma come in right now, they shake that whole thing up. Tennessee,
They jumped to second.
Yeah, Texas probably just fit in where they fit in.
Exactly. They got quarterback problems.
I ain't gonna say the
a lot of people got quarterback problems.
What I think they're gonna do though, I think they're gonna probably play out this season and next season talk about it because the buyout will be less money. Right now it's at 76 million apiece.
Yeah.
After this season, after they don't play them games,
That's chump change for Texas, Oklahoma. Definitely Texas.
Yeah, Texas got stupid money.
At the end of the day, they still got to
really
play.
make boosters.
At the
They
end of
get
the
that
day,
for
they
they
still got to play those schedules out. Anyway.
You're right.
So it's like next, as soon as this season is over with, that's when you'll find out how this thing gonna really play out. Because at this moment, these schedules are set, everything's set, so they're gonna play in the Big 12 regardless this season.
Oh, you think gonna go to the ACC?
West Virginia, Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
Yeah, I can see Notre Dame too in West Virginia.
I mean, look at
Notre Dame don't have no choice.
No, they ain't got no choice.
Notre Dame is in every single sport in the ACC except for football.
Yeah.
So it'll fit them right in. Plus, they
Yeah.
played this past season in the ACC.
They might as well.
It was before this
West
all
Virginia,
started
give
off, before all this Texas and Oklahoma stuff started. The Notre Dame rumors to the ACC in 2023 had already been out there.
Yeah, I've seen your video on.
So I know.
Yeah.
So I know Notre Dame is possibly going to join. It's just whether or not a team like West Virginia is smart enough to get in right now. Because if West Virginia is smart, they'll be reaching out to the to the ACC.
You know West
like
Virginia
yesterday.
gonna get in. West Virginia gonna get in.
They should
You gotta
be reaching
realize,
out- they should be reaching out like yesterday.
West Virginia gonna have to get in. The geographically, they fit that fit the Big 12, and then they got two
That'll be
national
a-
rivals in the ACC right now.
Yeah, that'll be
West
good though, West
Virginia take a
Virginia.
hit.
And then, you know, West Virginia,
That's how I gotta go.
They always steal Florida players anyway, so that would be a good.
Yeah.
No, they recruit the Florida players that can't qualify nowhere.
You're right, exactly. Like the lower tier, I get. Yeah.
Damn.
For real? Am I lying? Am I lying,
Nah,
bro?
you're not lying. You're telling the truth. Hey, you better pay attention.
They get what they can.
They can. They do. They get a little couple people here now.
They just
Yeah,
got
they
what's his
do.
name.
They do. They just, hey, they just took spells from y'all boys. You know what I'm saying?
That's just what
They don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that.
Hell no. You know, American Heritage hate Miami High. Miami University, whatever y'all want to call each other.
All right,
They
so
got to.
When you look at the ACC for the teams that's in, and they already put Notre Dame on there. This is from last year's now. You could throw West Virginia up in here. West Virginia will be right up in here. The teams that they'll play
Yeah,
against.
their rivals is
Virginia
Virginia Tech.
Tech, Virginia, and Pitt. They hate Pitt with a passion. Them two teams hate each other with a passion. So that's already a rivalry in the
They hate
making.
Virginia Tech too.
They hate and they hate Louisville.
Oh yeah. You got to think about when they were on.
Big East
I've
Day.
got a lot of history with them.
Yeah,
from
they
the
hate
Big-
Syracuse and Louisville.
Yeah.
Miami
Yeah,
got a lot of history with them.
they don't like
in
Miami,
the-
Louisville,
in the
Syracuse.
Big
Big East
East.
days.
So when you look at bringing in West Virginia for ratings and all that shit, it fits perfectly. They should have been in here right now instead of being in the Big 12.
Yeah. Y'all can keep Boston College out. Put them in the Big 10 or something.
Yeah, Boston College could have been Big 10. Even Syracuse could have been Big 10, but we're not going to keep Syracuse because Syracuse is a dominant basketball team. Louisville, a dominant basketball team. North Carolina and Duke. No, North Carolina now is good in football, but Duke terrible in football, but they a basketball team that bring a lot of revenue for the ACC. So West Virginia come in, they would fit perfectly.
Yeah, they got a good basketball team too. Ain't sleep on that basketball team. Coach Huggy.
Yeah, West Virginia be good in basketball too now.
Yeah, they fit. West Virginia fit
If
perfect.
they bring those two teams in, we could compete, TV ratings and all that, the ACC network and all that good stuff. So the ACC with those two teams, they'll be okay. They'll be all right. They can compete. It won't be as strong as the SEC, but they'll still be able to compete, still get in the playoffs. People got to keep in mind the playoffs going to 12 teams.
Yeah.
The only question is how many teams is going to get into the SEC.
Yeah, that's gonna be the question.
Yeah, if
The
they go,
SEC and the
if they
ACC
go,
gonna get at least 2 teams every year.
I think
Probably more than
what's
that.
gonna happen to the teams in the group of 5? Are they gonna give them a fair shot?
Yeah,
Nah.
I don't think so.
Because I mean,
If I'm gonna be in the Super 4,
yeah, if it goes to the Super 4, I see the conference champions from all of those making it in. So that's 4
Yeah.
spots already.
ready.
Now, if they were to give the group of 5s the winner of their conference in, that would be 9 spots taken. And then the next 3 would be filled up by, I guess, the best teams that lost their conference championship or something. Which I already know the SEC gonna get another one in there. Maybe ACC
too.
Yeah.
Depending on what the Big Ten
record
got going on. Because if you got the Big Ten where you got Ohio State just went to the got in because they won their conference, then they might put the loser of that conference championship in there too.
Yeah, I can see that.
But it all depends.
On the record of the team that lost.
Then you got to look at the SEC like this. Okay, you might have, let's say Alabama went undefeated in the SEC, and then you got like a Georgia that's undefeated, but you got a Florida that got one loss in the SEC, but the rest of their record they like 11-1. When push comes to shove, how do you not put that Florida team in the playoffs? So it's gonna be some shit like that happen.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a whole mess.
Yeah.
Then Florida's gonna
be crazy.
Florida's gonna say, "Well, we're in the SEC. We played tough conference, and then so that we only lost one game." You know,
that's how.
What's gonna be the argument for the other teams?
Better have 1 or 2 losses.
Yeah, that third SEC team gonna get in.
This shit gonna get crazy, man.
That third SEC gonna get in. It's gonna be crazy.
And then after that, they're gonna talk about going to 16 teams.
Yeah, that's when it's gonna get too crazy though. That's when they're gonna be like, "Shit, ain't no need for no regular season."
Man, Mr.
Yeah,
Justice,
it's gonna be watered down. Non-conference gonna go away. Non-conference gonna go away.
It ain't gonna mean nothing.
Mr. Jux, I do not know what you look like. Stop capping in the chat.
What's wrong with that dude? He just trolled.
This man be in every Miami Hurricane chat trolling.
I see him. He just be trolling. He don't say shit about football. He just be trolling people.
Nah, he said somebody owes some bread.
He talk about that one dude, Mr. Whoever, what's his name?
Okay, so from what I read from they bet is that dude, Mr. HD bet him. I think it's is it Mr. HD or is it Tutu?
It is. That's who it is.
So from what I read from the bet was that Miami would have 4 to 6 commits by the end of July. It ain't even the end of July yet, but he every video for the past 2-3 weeks he's been begging for his money already. Which is crazy.
Damn, they been commits.
But I guess in the next
that's why they bet commits.
In the next 3 to 4 days, I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out who owes some money or whatever. That shit crazy, man.
He said that bum owes me money. What?
YouTube don't flag so many Mr. Juxtapose's comments. That shit be so crazy.
Oh yeah, he be going in.
That boy be in the comment section calling everybody bums.
This bum owes me money. Like, what?
That boy be going in.
You do. But now on the real though, I hope y'all beat Bama. Somebody need to beat them bitches.
No, I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
I'm just saying.
I'm gonna love.
I was just about
No,
to say.
I want Florida to beat my.
I do want us to do it too. Nah, I ain't saying that. I do, but we don't. I sure hope Miami do the
I want that win. Week 3, I want that win.
I do. I do.
Because if we end up beating them, I'm gonna be spending his money on this channel.
Oh, I'll get that money back. I'll get that money back. Hey, I'll get that money back. Dog, that ain't nothing, bro. I'll get that money back. Because y'all know damn well y'all ain't going to beat no North Carolina.
Man, we beat North Carolina and Florida State. If we catch a loss to Miami, if we catch a loss to Alabama, it don't even bother me. Because at the end of the day,
it should.
Alabama don't determine our destiny.
No, they don't. They don't.
No, I don't.
Now, if they beat us by more than 17, then I'll be like, damn, I guess I got to give this man some money.
But the reason why I think y'all gonna lose that game Y'all just ain't got the D line or the linebacker. That's what I think.
They ain't got the defense. They ain't got the defense to stop them, man.
They don't. Y'all don't. That's the problem.
All right. Well, everybody looking from the inside out, from the outside in. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
I don't think Miami offense good enough to beat them either.
That too. That'd be the. I know.
Everybody looking from the inside.
That's a tough game, man. That's a tough matchup, Miami. That's a tough matchup, man. That's very tough.
It is. If y'all had them two ends like y'all had last year, I think it'd be a chance. Because you got to get pressure on them. Yeah, if you can't get no pressure on, I don't think y'all going to beat them.
Got to.
Like I said,
you got to stop that run.
I know, that's the problem.
You got
because they're going to come out running the ball because they're not just going to air it out like that. They're going to come out running the ball. If they see you can't stop it, boy, they gonna say it ain't gonna stop. You gonna keep running the ball, run it.
Like I said, we'll figure it out. It ain't gonna be what y'all seen against North Carolina because a lot of people keep thinking that's what's gonna happen.
Nah, you can't. Nah, I ain't thinking that. That's a whole different. It's two different schemes. Nah. Carolina like to stretch you out on the outside, but I'm just gonna run down your throat.
Not me. I'm gonna be watching that LSU Florida game because I want to see how Blake Baker turned out with them linebackers.
Nah. See the thing with Florida and LSU, that game you don't never know who's gonna win because LSU is the one team I hate to play because they look like us. They just fast. They so fast. I hate playing them bitches.
Hey man, y'all got one less shoe to worry about this year.
Yeah, I'm glad that sorry bastard gone. I don't know what happened to Marco after his freshman year. I don't know what he did.
That boy Marco Wilson, man. I heard he was crying in the locker room.
He caused us to get the funny part about it. He didn't even make the play. How you happy? You ain't made a play all year. You throwing the shoe. Sit your ass down somewhere.
Now what I did see. I seen that dude from Alabama light his ass up when he thought he had something. I saw.
No, that was Trey Dean.
Oh yeah, that was him.
Safety.
That dude slapped him so hard from the side. I was like, damn, boy, I felt that shit.
Yeah, I ain't even think Michi can even do no shit like that. That little nigga hit him.
That boy flew. Like,
that was the game changer. That right there would go swing the game. He fumbled that bitch. Damn.
It's crazy, man. Because I was actually rooting for y'all in that game.
Oh, I know. I remember.
You already know me. I would clown the shit out y'all, but at the same time, I basically root for whatever team is in our best interest.
I feel you. That's how I be.
Because if y'all would have beat them, I don't know. That playoff situation would have been a little sticky.
It would have. They would have had no choice but to try to put us in over Ohio State. Ohio State ain't beat nobody.
And then they probably would have tried to stick Alabama in there still.
Yeah, we still would have had to play Bama in the first round.
You had Clemson and Notre Dame game.
Yeah.
That would have been, man, that would have been a big old mess. Y'all would have beat Bama.
It would have. That would have been more reason for them to start their college playoff to 12 teams like they gonna do.
That's crazy. Man, 12 teams, I can't wait, man. I still think they're gonna mess over the group of 5.
Oh, they is. But they gonna kick them boys out.
Well, you got teams like Cincinnati going almost damn near undefeated, Coastal Carolina, Liberty, and those teams starting to, rough things up a little bit.
If Cincinnati was Boise State, it probably would put more pressure on them. It's just Cincinnati only did that 1 year.
And then you got Gus Malzahn down at UCF now.
Yeah.
If he can run through them little conference,
which I think he is,
keep him out of the playoffs. What do you tell him?
I don't know, boy. That's gonna be some shit.
This whole thing gonna be crazy. I can't wait. I can't
I can't either.
Man, I'm gonna get my ass up out of here. That's almost 8-hour stream. That's crazy.
Yeah, I thought you did when I saw the notification earlier. I thought you were just doing a little video. I didn't know you were going live. Like, yeah, early.
Yeah, I've been on this thing. I've been on this thing all
It's like
day.
9 something.
That's tough, man. I'm gonna hang this thing up though, man. Appreciate you for coming through, boss.
All right,
Appreciate-
TJ.
Yeah. Appreciate everybody that came in, whether you're a Florida fan, a Florida State fan, Alabama, Georgia, you name it. Everybody that came on, appreciate y'all. Appreciate everybody in the chat. Appreciate everybody that listened to the show at some point today. Make sure y'all hit that like button if you didn't. And I'm out.